What's up, Tom? Yeah.
Morning, Dave.
Hey, mate. All right. You can sign off then, can't you? Yeah, go on, Mr. Senior. Oh, you ain't got headset yet? Oh, there you are.
I know, only got
You've got the right feel. I just found your notes there. I didn't think you'd make it, like.
Oh, yeah. Oh. We're about ready then, aren't we?
You what, sorry?
We're about there, aren't we?
1 minute 2.
1 minute 2, that's like pushing it a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
Have a nice lie-in, did you?
Yeah, oh, yeah, lovely, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely fantastic.
The viewers probably don't know the panic that goes on behind the scenes just before we start.
Oh, I know the panic, the mad panic that happens, I know. But like a swan, Will.
Yeah.
Gliding along lovely.
Sailfly.
And underneath it's going crazy. Right, we're on green there, so we must be okay.
Well, I just turned that on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, we're okay then. Hey, up, we've got YTS lad in. Hey, up, Chris, all right, mate? Yeah. Chris is looking at me like, what's YTS? Oh, can you remember what Chris is YTS? Right. Right then, are we ready? Are we all okay? Tom, have we got thumbs up? We're all, yeah? We're going. Good morning, everybody at home. Well done, thank you very much. So anyway, off we go then. So day 2 of our June sale. Thank you very much. Yesterday, we had a real full-on day with 300 lots. Again today, there's another 300 lots today. So myself, Paul and Jack will be on and off the rostrum throughout the day. Jack wasn't feeling 100% yesterday, but he came on and done 40 or 50, I think. I haven't seen him yet today, but hopefully he'll be...
He's here.
He is. He's landed. He's made it in, so hopefully he'll be on as well as the day goes on.
That's a lesson in resilience, isn't it?
That's a sign of resilience.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
A lesson in resilience.
As per usual, but I just recap. I know it's the same spiel every time we start, but there's always a big selection of newcomers to what we do. So 3 bidding options. The most popular by far, which you would never have believed, would you, 15, 10, 5 years ago, is the online bidding option. That's real popular, very easy to do. We've got a very straightforward system in place now. The nicest thing about it is you cannot bid in error now. You really cannot bid in error. So that's just about tick that box, I think. The phones, we still operate the traditional phone bidding system. Which you'll see. We've slightly changed things this year. Historically, the guys have always been sort of hidden out the way and behind the cameras and so forth, but this year, just to sort of bring it all in a bit, the guys have come in and the cameras have gone back. Just hopefully makes you feel a little bit more involved at home.
And just on that note, for those of you that are struggling to log on and bid remotely, I know the phones are difficult to get through, but give the girls in the office a ring, and they'll set you up a telephone bid. Even if it's for later on this afternoon, they'll set you up this morning, and one of the guys will give you a bell. Yeah, sure. As Paul was saying, any issues whatsoever. I know the lines upstairs are busy throughout the day, but please persevere. Any issues whatsoever, the girls are up there. Got a great team up there who will be only too pleased to put you right. If you got to the point where you're just about to smash the computer, it's driving you crazy, just ring the girls, they'll sort it out for you, that's fine. And then absentee/commission bids. We have a lot of absentee commission bids throughout the day. Again, as you can see straight away, there's one there on lot 301. First lot of the day, I've got a commission. There's 2 bids there, you can see at home, and the current bid on there is £200. So that's sort of like the commission bid side of things. I've got here Tom and Jake on YouTube, but we've got Tom and Chris on YouTube. Hello. Yeah, over there. So we go. Thank you very much. So good to see you. I've got some figures here, but they're probably a little bit not quite from last time. I think they're from the time before. Yeah. Disregard them, really.
We had 275,000-ish engagements, I think, last time. So we floated around 275,000. That's quite a number if you actually think about it and process it. Yeah, 275,000 engagements. Just say that again. And the last sale generated over 72,000 hours worth of viewing, which again, some big numbers. Will, you're dying to chirp in, go for it.
No, I was just going to say, we've got YouTube here, so we're watching for any comments. I might refer to you.
Okay. Will keeps an eye on YouTube for us, as well as obviously Tom and Chris.
Just to say that we can't do shout-outs for everybody's birthday.
No. I don't mind doing shout-outs for birthdays. Keep it real.
Not with the singing voice.
No, we're not above all that. I'm not bothered. Yeah, let's keep it real. Absolutely. No, appreciate you guys at home. And on the subject of that, thank you ever so much. Obviously, the downside with any social media platform is the fact that there's a number of people in the world out there that just love negativity and problems and whinging and moaning. That's what their life revolves around, really. And it always makes me giggle when you go onto a Facebook comment and you click the individual. You'd like to kick the individual, but you click the individual in question, and there you are, 17 friends. He's just set up the profile to moan. That's all he's done, is just to moan. And you look through the comments, he's moaned about everybody and everything for the past 3 years. Thankfully, 99% of the audience that we have are of the other side. They're constructive and positive and so forth. And I think we're quite lucky to have such a big number of you at home that are in that bracket. So thank you very much for that. Entrance fee, I just touch on that again. We raised £10,500 for air ambulance, or just over, last time. There's the same sort of figure, I think, being generated again this time. We have a slight different approach. This time we thought, right, let's divide it up between half a dozen different charities. So some that perhaps haven't got the media machine behind them that the bigger ones have, but are in desperate need of some funds. So we're spreading it a little bit about as we go forward. Tom will keep you up to speed with the on the social media side of things as to who gets what and where it goes and all the rest of it. So that's proved to be fantastic, really. I think that's lovely. I touched on it yesterday. I'll touch on it today. I should have touched on it during the day. Collections. We will try our absolute utmost to accommodate any planned collections, obviously. But if you've been down and seen us at some point, at any time over the last 5 years, you'll realise that it would be very, very difficult to start collecting the blue Jeep at the back of the building that's got 35 cars in front of it on Monday morning. So we will try and accommodate. The first few days of next week, we have to just be a little bit strict with what goes out and so forth. As the week goes on, we are very much relaxed. Once we've got a bit of a road in to each unit and a bit of a road into the compounds, then we can have a far more relaxed approach. But you will need to ring and you will need to book your collection. If nothing else, you'll need a release code. So please don't turn up unannounced, because if we can't do it, it's a case of a wasted journey. Can you think of anything else, guys? Anything?
No, lot 301's calling.
Yeah, there you go. Let's move on then. Lot 301, and away we go then. So yeah, lot 301 is the BPSO Glow, which is there, Michael. I believe that one there. There we go then. £200 and away we've got. £200 we've got at 220. £220 bid, 220, 240, at 240, 240, 260, 280 I've got on my sheet here at 280, at £280 bid, 280, £300 says Jack, 300, 320 on my sheet, at 320 I've got 320, 340 says Jack, 340, 360 says my sheet, I believe, yes it does, 360, at 360, 380, 400 on my sheet here, at £400 I've got, 420, 40, 440, 440, 460, 460. Next one's 480. Then you want the 480, Jack? Or just about the 460. Oh, sorry, 460. Sorry, I'll go on to tens with if I can, just because of my figures. That's where I was going with this. 470 then here with me, Jack. Sorry, 470 with me. 500, he says. Ooh, 510, he says. I get where he's coming from. We had that yesterday, it worked. I think you were doing it yesterday. I think you had a couple like that. 510 is with me. 520, 530, 530. £600, it's worked. At £600 you're in, I'm out. At £600 it's down to Jack there with the gentleman there, or the lady is the underbidder. At £600 then it's Jack on the telephones for 301. Then are we all done and dusted? First one of the day. Sold to Jack. Thank you very much. 302 is the Alfa Romeo. Oh, it's a bright looking car. Canary yellow. There you go. Let me just maximise my screen if I can. There we go. Sounds lovely. Sounds lovely, says Charlie. There you go. Charlie there's said it sounds lovely. Off-road since 2011. Some minor jobs to improve. So basically what's going through the workshops. But look at that, dead sensible on the money. £4,000 we've got straight away in Greater Manchester. Good morning. At 4,000 we've got 4,1. £4,100 there, 4,001 in Kent. 4,001. at 4-2, 4,002, 4-3, 4,003 we've got on 4, 4,004, 5, 4-5, 4-6, 4-7, 4-8, 4,008, very sensibly guided, Will, that's why, 4-8, 4-9, £5,000 we have, 5-1, Andy just jumped in quickly, but not for long, it's 5-2 here, at 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 5-5, 5-5, 5-6, 5-7, 5-8, 5-9, £6,000 we've got, £6,000, 6,001, 2, 6-2 we've got, 3, 4, 5, 6-5, 6-6, 6,007, 6-8, just ask him what he's prepared to go up to and you can jump in if you want. 6-9, 6-9, 7,000. If he says I'll go to 10, just hold your hand up, Andy, and I'll keep you in all the time, don't worry. 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, 7-5, 7-5, 7-6, 7-7, 7-8, 7-9, £8,000 we've got, £8,000 bid, £8,000 then 8-1, 8,001, 8-2, 8-3, 8-4. It was going up quicker than you could actually relay it then, Andy, wouldn't it? 8-5, 8-6, 8,006 we have, 8,006 and £8,700, 8-8, 8,008, 8-9, £9,000 we've got, £9,000 and 1, 9-1, 2, 9-2, 9,002, 9-3, 9-4 there, 9-4, 9-4 we've got, 9,004, 9-5, 9-6. That's why I said to you earlier, Andy, if he wants to go to 10, just say it and we'll go 9-7, because here we are, 9-7, 9-8, 9-8, 9,008. Let's face it, the car was super sensibly reserved and guided from the off. 9-9, £10,000. At £10,000 we've got 10,000. At £10,000 bid, that's back up here with us in York at 10,000. Good morning, York. At £10,000. At £10,000, then Hammer's coming down at £10,000. Be warned, when it goes down, it's gone. For the first, second, third and last time, staying with York. Thank you very much. 303 is the VW Beetle. There we are. Row reserve on the little Beetle there. I think from memory, yes, it came from the college. That's right, yeah. We had a couple of college cars. We had one that we got involved with the filming down in Eastbourne that went through under the hammer yesterday. This is the VW Beetle that's been coming from Tim there. Again, it's been a base for students to learn and to work on and so on and so forth. And obviously, once they've done so much, the car then goes on, just like the experience I had down in Eastbourne there with Mark. So it's here today. So here we've got no reserve. Here it is today. It's done its job. It is what it is. So there we go. We've got 260, 270, 280, 290, £300 I've got with me at 3. £300 then 3. 310, 320, 320, 330, 340, 350, 360, 370. 380, 390, £400 bid. At 400 we've got. At £400 then at £400. At £400 bid. At 400. At 400, 410, 420, 420, 430, 440. £440 we have at 440 then. Are we all done at 440? At £440 then are we going to go? Cheap Beetle, wheels are probably worth that. At £440 then, Hammer's coming down, 450. 450. At £450. At 450 then, £450 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £450. Sold at 450. 304 is the Civitar. There we are. Yeah, look at that. That's a nice bonny looking car, isn't it? There you go. Reliant Civitar. It's good for it's good enough for Princess Anne. It's good enough for all us, isn't it? There you go. 304 then. Michael's just interjected there, as he often does. He looks after the big unit number 3, and he just reminds me with something that's exceptionally nice. And it is, hence the fact we've already got a £7,000 bid there, Will, on the internet or on our screen. So we've got £7,000. But then I've also got 7-1, 7-2, 7-3 here with me, 7,003 at £7,300 on my sheet. At 7-4 with Jack, 7-5 here with me, 7-5 with me, 7-5 on my sheet at 7-5, 7-6 with Jack at 7,600, at 7,006 we've got at £7,600, 7,600. At £7,600, are we all done at 7-6? Your bid, Jack, I believe, at 7,600. Are we all done then? I'm going to pull the lever at £7,600. It's going to be sold to Jack's telephone bidder at £7,600. Jack at 7-6, underbidder there, Charlie. 304, 5, apologise. 305 is the row with an enamel sign. There we go then. Where are we going to be on that? Let's get it. £40 on the way. Thank you. At £40, that's cheap, isn't it? At £40 we've got 40, £50. Thank you. At 50. At £60 then. Thank you. At 60. At £60. Cheap enough, is that? Look at that. £60 we've got. At 60, £70. Northallerton. Good morning. At £70 then. At £70 bid. £70 we've got. I'll take a fiver if it helps. At £70 then. I'm going to sell. At £70 then. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At £70 then. Off it goes. Off to Northallerton. At £70. Fair warning, it's going. Sold to Northallerton, £70. Oh no, the Sherco 250. There, look at this. I didn't see that in there. Looks nice, machine.
Started second kick with me.
Second kick, I think Charlie said it started. Can't ask for more than that, mate, can you? There you go. Well, we have got a screen bid here, Will, of 650, please, if we can start with that. At £650 we've got 650. At 650 then we've got bid there at 650. That's not a dear trial bike, is it? At £650, how much fun you can have with 650 quid. At £650, that's cheap. At 650, at £650. There was a day when you needed £1,000 minimum for a trial bike that actually worked. At 650, at £650 then at 650. At £650, at 650, 675, at 675, at 675, at 675 I've got. At 675 then, pull the lever, hammer's coming down, you're missing it. At 675, that is provisional. At 600 and £700 we've got. At 700, at £700 then at 7, at £700 then, at £700 we've got. Still not dear. At £700 bid. At 700, Northallerton, that is provisional at 700. At 700 for the first, second, third and last time. 307 is the SO style wall clock. Oh, that's a nice period looking thing, isn't it? Look at that. Certainly looks the part. Yeah. It's got a bit of a look about it, hasn't it? There you go. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £20 on the way. Thank you. £20 we've got. £20, £30 bid at 30, 40. At £40 bid. That's a nice looking thing, isn't it? At 40 quid. At £40 then. £40 then. Are we all done? £50 then. At £50 bid. At £50 I'm selling. At £60 then. £60 then. At 60. At £60 then. At £60 then. £70 we've got at 70. At £70. At £70 then, at £70, hammer's coming down, off it goes, oh, £80 then, £80 we've got, £80, £80 then, £80 bid at £80. Are we all done then? £80 then, hammer's coming down at £80. Sold, 308 is the BMW 116. Here we are, two owners, last owner 13 years. There you go, a lovely level little car. He had some bids there. Mick was just about to say nice straight car, weren't you? Yeah, it is a nice straight car. We've got a screen bid here, Will, of 2,800, so there's no point in starting any lower than that. We've got 2.8, we've got 2.9, we've got £3,000, we've got 3.1. 3,001 here and sold. At £3,100 it's sold. At 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 on my sheet, Jack, 3.3. 3,003, 3,003, 3.4, at £3,400. Jack's bid at 3.4, 3,004. You're just in, Jack, at 3,400, at 3,004. Jack's telephone bidder then at £3,400. Then hammer's going down at 34. 34, Jack, underbidder on there, Charlie. And lot number 309 is the 1/18th scale die-cast model. There we are. Little collection there, nice little collection there for you. Michael's got them all in the box. There you go then. Where are we going to be? How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 then. Let's be away at £10 each. £50 anywhere? At £10 then each. £10 each. Who wants to start me at £50? Can't start any lower than that. They're worth a tenner each. If not, we'll move on. We've got obviously another 200 and odd to do, 291 to do today. We'll move on, we'll have a word with the office. They're definitely worth a tenner a piece, so if I can't get £50, we'll have to pass and put them in the timed auction. 310, however, is the Bull Taco. There we are then. And where are we with that? We've got some bids on the screen there, Will. We've got 15 straight away there, Will, on the screen. At £1,500 we've got, at £1,500 bid, at 15 there, £1,500, that is provisional, but we'll try for you. I'm sure it'll come, there'll be a deal done. The girls are upstairs in the office, £1,600 we got. They're putting deals together all throughout the day. 16 then we've got, at 16 with Alan. At 16, that's Alan, it's your telephone bid, Alan, at 1,600. At £1,600, Alan there on the phone at 1,600. At £1,600 then, Alan's phone bid's provisional, Al, but I'm sure it'll come. There'll be a deal done. He's not too far away at 16. Provisional to Alan, 311. Moving on is the John Deere enamel sign. There we are. A later repro there, but it's a good one. There we go. £80 we've got. £80 bid, £80, £90, £90 and done. At £90 then, at £90, at £90 then, are we all finished at 90? At £90, £100 I've got at £100 on my books here at £100 then, at 100. I'll take a fiver if it helps, I've got a tenner. 110, at £110 at 110. At 110, £110 then at 110. At 110, Hammer's going to go then at £110. Are we all done then at £110? Sold to Somerset. Good morning, Somerset. 312 is the Ford Cortina estate. That's an unusual bit of kit, isn't it? Look at that. What a lovely level car. If you've come down to see the car, you'll see what I mean. It is a lovely, sweet little thing. And for an estate car as well, which are normally used and abused, aren't they? As they get older in life, they then turn into a workhorse and a van. And then we all are guilty, aren't we, of running them into the ground. So an estate car in this condition is unusual. There we are. Where are we going to be? We've got 13, Will. Thank you, 13,000, 13,250. At 13,500, at 13,500, at 13,005, 13,500 and 750, 13,750, at 13,750, at 13,750 then, 13,750, £14,000 at 14, at 14. 14,000 at £14,000 for the estate car. It's got some nice history of the estate car as well. At £14,000. At £14,000, then are we all done at 14? We need a bit more. Have a word with the team upstairs, and they'll try and put a deal together for you, I'm sure. Moving on to 313 is the Mr. Drip. They are the Mr. Drip there. There we are then. Where are we going to be? £50 straight away. 60 I've got. At £60 then. At £60. At 60, 70, 80 then. £80. £80 with me, bids with me at 80. Bids with me at £80. At £80 then, £80, 90, £100 bid at 100. At £100 bid. At £100. At £100 we've got £110 at 110. I'm out, you're in, internet at 110. At 110 going once. 110 going twice. Third and last time at £110. So 314 is the Webb 24-inch ride-on mower. There you go. You wanted a present for her indoors. There it is. She'll love you forever for that. Early Christmas present.
Keep her busy, won't it?
Exactly. At least you know where you are. Where she is, more to the point. At least you know where she is. There you are. Where are we on that? You tell me. £75 bid. 75 we've got. 75. £85 bid. 85. £95 bid at 95. At £95. At £95 we have at 95. At £95 then, at £9,500 we've got. At £100 then, at £100 bid at 100. At £100, that's cheap as that. At 105. 105, 105, at 105. At 105, 110, £110 at 110. 110, 115. 115, at 115. I'm going to sell it. £120 bid, 120, 125. 125. At 125 and 30 we have. At 130. At 130 pound. At 130 then. Cheap as chips that. At 130 then. £130 it's going to go. There you are, it's gone. 315 is the large illuminated Mini Cooper sign, which Michael's got on display down here, I believe. There you go. These are one of the signs that Philip's been making for us over the last few years. And as I said yesterday, this is, you've got a handful left. I think this sale, maybe the next sale. And then Philip has decided to finally hang his gloves up and enjoy retirement. So make the most of these next few things because they are lovely, what Philip produces for us. So here we are. Here we have the illuminated mini sign. We've got a £200 bid straight away. 200 we've got. At 200, 210, 220, 230, 230, 240 we've got. At £240 bid at 240. At 240, 250 says Andy at 250. At £250. At 250 then, Andy's bid then at 250. At £250. Andy's bid then at 250. Are we all done at 250? At £250. At 250, are we all in then? At 250, it's Andy's bid down there at 250. Hammer's going down at £250. Sold at 250. Now then, the Escort Mexico, here we are. Bright looking car. Just remind myself here, white with the right strap, obviously. All owners. It's had, hang on, but no, it had 3 owners. I think that reads that the current owner knows the last 3 owners. I think that's how it reads there. The car was rebuilt in 2010. There you go. There's a long list of bits and pieces it's had. I think I went through them all on the video. It's basically a very nice little car. It really is. So there you go. Where are we going to be on that then? £30,000 and away. Thank you at 30. At 30,500, 31. At 31, 31,5, 31,5 and 2, 32. At 32,000. At 32,005, 32,5. 32,5, 33 we have at 33. At 33, 33,500. At 33,005, 34. £34,500 at 34,5. At 34,500, £35,000 then at 35. At 35,000. At £35,000 then at 35. At £35,000. At £35,000, it's very, very provisional at 35. At 35,000. At £35,000. Just shows you this Ford job, no matter what the keyboard warriors say, I can assure you the prices have tumbled down like everything else at 35,000. At £35,000, are we all in at 35? At £35,000. £35,000. As I say time and time again, the blue oval brigade and the green oval Land Rover convince themselves that their vehicles do not depreciate. They do, and they have, and this is it. At £35,000. It's a buyer's market now. Look how that's sensible, that, isn't it? £35,000 we've got. At 35,000. At £35,000. £35,000, then that's extremely provisional at £35,000. 35. 317 is the Harley Davidson Motorcycles and Animal sign. 120 there, Will, straight away. £120 we've got. 120, 120, 140, 160, 180 we've got at £180. At 180 then it's on sale. I'm going to sell it at 180. At £180 it's going. At 180 then, off it goes then. Hammer's coming down. At £180 it's going to be sold. It's sold, it's gone. 318, however, is the little Ford Caterham Lotus 7 style, call it what you will. Caterham Lotus 7, it is what it is. That's what you're buying there. That blue and yellow sports car there with a Lotus lamp in it.
And I believe a good proportion of the proceeds are going off to a cancer research charity.
Are they really?
I believe.
Well, that's very nice. Well, if that's that, it would be very nice. We have an awful lot of that. We have an awful lot of that every sale. We have a fantastic customer, a very customer base that are very generous in that department. And we're never far away from a very, very generous charitable donation. So there we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £9,000 away. Thank you at 9,000. £9,000 then at £9,000. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At 9,000, 9,250. At 9,250. It's got a real sweet Lotus lamp in it, hasn't it?
Lotus engine, yeah.
9,250. 9,005 says Jack at 9,005. 9,005.
Drives well.
Drives well says Charlie. 9,005. Like all Lotus lamps on probably twin 40s, twin 45s, it was going to want a tune-up again because it hasn't done much in recent times, but it's fit and it's there. 9,005 we've got. Very provisional at the moment. Jack at 9,005. At £9,500 we've got. At £9,500. Extremely provisional at 9,005. 9,500 then. At £9,500. I'll take 100 if it helps anywhere, because if you were here today you may be shouting out 100. At 9,005. 9,005. 96. 9,006. £9,600. 96. 97. 9,007. 9,007 we've got with Jack at 9,007. £9,700. I'll have to put it down provisional. Jack at 9,700. At £9,700 then for the first. 9-7 for the second, third and last time at 9-7 to Jack's phone. Provisional. 319 is a super shell enamel sign. There we go. Where are we going to be on that? £60 and away, thank you. 60, 70, £80 bid. £80 then. £80, that's cheap enough at 80. At £80 we've got. 80, £90 bid at 90. At £90 then. Mike's got it there. At £90 then. At £90. £90 then. Are we all done at 90? At £90 then. £90 then. Are we finished at 90? At £90 then. £90. It may have to go in the timed auction, that one, so keep an eye out. He needs a bit more than £90 for it, and I don't blame him. At £90, then are we off then at £90? I think that might go in the timed auction, unless you have a word with the girls upstairs and they'll try their best for you. And little Triumph Spitfire, little 1500, that's a bonny colour, isn't it? I love that colour. That's nice, is that? Look at that, looks the part. Sensible again on the money. Where are we then? £5,000 and away, thank you, at 5. £5,000, that's a cheap little convertible, isn't it? 5,000 then, at 5,000, 5-1, 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 5,004, 5-5, 5,500, at 5,500, 5,005. These are cheap when you compare them to MGBs. At 5,005, good value for money. At 5,500, at £5,500, at 55, then are we all done at 55? At 55, 55, that's not dear. At £5,500, are we all there at £5,500? Moving on to 321 is the Shell gasoline enamel sign. There we go, £100 straight out the chaps there, thank you. At £100 we've got 100, 110, 120. At £120, at 120, at £120 bid. At 120 we have at 120 then. Hammer's going to come down, bids with me at £120. Are we all done and dusted? At 120 going once, 120 going twice, third and last time at £120. Sold. 322 is the Jowett. There we are then, the Jowett. There we are. That was supplied by ourselves quite a number of years ago, I believe. This one, I think it was. I'm sure this was the one. And we're just looking through the notes here. Yeah, nice bit of information there about it from John, the owner. There we are. Yeah, just reading it through.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, nice car. This is the one. That's right. Yeah, if you fancy one of these, yeah, local car. Yeah, local car, locally owned and entered. Come from Moulton. I believe it is one that we've supplied before. I'm pretty sure it is. I think we were lucky enough to handle it in the past. There we go. Anyway, on the scale of Jowett, it's up there. Top shelf car. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Where are we? Have we got £3,500? We have there. We'll look £3,500 at 35. 3,005, 36. 3,006, 37, £3,700 and 38, 3,008, at 3,008 for as nice a Jowett as you're going to find, at 3,800, at £3,800 we've got, at 3,008, 39, 3,009, at £3,900, at £3,900 then at 39, at 39, at 39, at 39 for a top shelf Jowett there, at £3,900 then, at 3,900 then, at 3,009, £4,000 we've got, £4,000 bid at 4,000, at £4,000, at £4,000, it's provisional still, at £4,000, at £4,000, it's still very provisional at £4,000, at £4,000 then, £4,000, we'll pull the lever, we'll put you down, Kent, at £4,000, we'll see what we can do at £4,000. That's provisional at 4,000. And 323 is the B&W 320ci. That looks a lot of car fun, man. Look at that. Look at the guide on that. We've got £900 there, Will. £900 we've got bid. 900 and 950 at Saltburn. At £950 then at 950. That must be cheap. At £950, look at it. At £950 for the BMW. At £950 bid at 950. At £950 bid, we've got 950. How cheap are they got to be? At 950 quid. Look at it. At £950. At 950 for nothing. Saltburn, it's provisional at 950, but we'll try for you. £1,000. Sadly, Saltburn, you've been outbid. £1,000 we've got. £1,000. £1,000 we have at 1,050. Oh, Saltburn's back in. Good lad. I'm glad you're watching. £1,100. 1,100 we've got. £1,100 then. 1150. 1150. £1,200. At 1,200. At £1,200. At £1,200. At £1,200. Saltburn, you're out. Worthing-Your-Ring at £1,200. I'm going to sell it, unbelievably, at £1,200. Then it's going to be on sale at £1,200. Sold at 1,200. 324 is the Harley Davidson enamel sign. Again, here we are, 120 there straight away. Then at £120 bid, at 120 we've got. At £120, at 120, at £120 bid, at 120, at 120 are we there? At 120, at £120 then. Hammer's coming down at 120, we're going to sell. And we have 325 is every schoolboy's dream or every youngster's dream. I desperately wanted one. I missed them, I'm afraid. I never got the TYs. There we are. I know what I would have given for that when I was 10 years old. Oh, yeah. There you go. So it's your chance to make your grandson or your son extremely happy. Look at it, a very, very usual bike. Great learning bike. Brilliant little thing, and they're always worth the money. Where are we going to be on that? We've got 400 there, Will. Thank you. At 400. At 400 we have 425, 450. Cheap as chips. Look at that. £450 then for the little TY. 450. At £450. At 450 we have. At £450. At 450. 475. At £475. At 475. At 475. At 475. But we all finished at 475. At 475. At 475. £500 bid at 500. At £500 bid. At 500. Never worth anything less. At £500. At £500, we'll put you down at £500. Then we'll get an answer for you sharpish. At £500. Provisional 326 is the Yamaha FS1. Here we are, little Yami, and again, dead sensible on the money. Look at that, super sensible little bike. Little bike, isn't she? She's nice lovely. Bike, there you go. Nice little bike, says Jacko. Where are we then? £800 bid, 800 we've got. £850, £900 bid at 9. At 900 and 950, £1,000. £1,000 we have, £1,050, £1,100. £1,100 then, £1,100 then we've got. £1,100, £1,100. That's a cheap little bike at £1,100. £1,100. Are we all done and dusted? £1,100. £1,100, £1,150. £1,150, £1,150 we've got bid, £1,150, £1,150, £1,150, £1,150, £1,150 then. Hammer's coming down, £1,150. We'll put you down, Isla Lewis, on a provisional basis, £1,150. 11.50, that one. 327 is the Texaco red truck enamel sign. There we are, £100 straight away. £100 bid we've got. At £100 then. At £100 bid. At £100 we're going to sell. At £100 then off it goes then. At £100. Hammer's coming down at 110. At £110 at 110. 110, 110, 110 we have at 110. At £110. At £110 then 110, 110, 110. At 110, off we go then, £110, it's going to be sold. All will, gone. Sorry mate, it's gone. 110, it's sold at 110 now. I don't think I can be accused of rushing that one through. 328 is a snap-on ultra diagnostic tool. Here we are, again, where we're going to be. £300 on my screen there, Will. £300 we've got. 325, 350, 375, at 375. At 375 then, at 375. At £375, that's cheap enough at 375. Thousands of pounds worth of machine there. At 375. At 375, then are we all done at 375? At 375 for the first, 375 for the second, third and last time at 375. 329 is the snap-on anniversary die-cast models. Oh yeah, snap-on again. There you go. Limited edition range there, I believe, from memory. Where are we going to go on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me? £150 bid, 150, 60, 70, 170, 180. At 180, 190, £200 then at £200 at 200. At 200. At £200 then at 200. At £200 then at 200 at 200. At £200, are we all done at £200? He's looking for more. Have a word with the team upstairs. In the meantime, move on to 330, which is another clean little bike. The little 74 Yamaha. There we go. We've got bids here, Will, and we've got bids on the screen there of 1,000. So we might as well go straight to that £1,000 if we can. At £1,000 we've got. At £1,000. At £1,000 there we've got a £1,000 bid straight away. 11 coming, I think, have we? I think there's 11 coming. There we are. We've got 11 there. £1,100. £1,100, and we're going to sell at 11. £1,100. It's on sale. Again, a cheap little bike that. £1,200 says here. Morgan down there at 1,200. Morgan. He's changed his name. He's not called Morgan anymore. He's called Morgan. At £1,200, it would be more appropriate if he was called Morgan, seeing as what he does. At £1,200. At £1,200 then, at £1,200 bid. The bloke in the blue shirt. Yeah. £1,300 with Alan. £1,300 bid, 14. £1,400 then at 14. At £1,400 we've got here at 14. 14 on my right. At 14. At 14. At £1,400. At £1,400 we have at 14. £1,400 then. At £1,400 then to Morgan, Morland, whoever it is on the right hand side. At £1,400 then. Hammer's coming down at £1,400. Sold. Are you working on the basis that you're safer on that than you are on R1? Yeah.
Yeah, at my age.
I had a sneaky feeling you were. Right, 331 is the Churchill never give up enamel sign. And we've got bids here, Will, we've got bids here, we've got 90, we've got 100, we've got £120 bid on here. At £120 we bid, we've got at £120 it's on sale at 120. At £120 we've got at 120, at 120, 130 there, 130, 130 and sold at 130. At £130 at 130, at 130, at 130 then, off it goes then, at 140 then in Somerset. Morning Somerset at 140, at £140 we have at 140. At £140 bid, at 140 then, 140, 150, back up in Driffield at 150. 150 then, 150 we've got, at 150 and 60, back in Somerset at 160. At 160, at 160 then, at 160 then, Somerset at 160. At 160 then, at 160 the same, they are, where are we going to be at 160, are we all done? Sold at 160. 332 is the Yamaha again, little 1990 Yamaha here, YB100 I believe this one is. They are cracking little bite, these are lovely little sweeties. There we are, we've got 1,000, we've got 11, we've got 12, we've got £1,300 bid at 13, at £1,300 for the little 100 YB100 at £1,300. I'll take a 50 if it helps, Will. At £1,300 we've gone. At £1,350 bid, I thought I saw it coming. At £1,350, the colour changes before the bids do at times. At £1,350, at £1,350 we've got at £1,350. At £1,350, £1,350 we've got £1,350. One more bid and I'll put it on sale. It's provisional at the moment at £1,350. At £1,350, at £1,350. At £1,350 for the first. £1,350 for the second. Third and last time provisional at £1,350. 333 is the BSA motorcycle enamel sign again. Bids there, Will. Look, we've got loads of bids on this one. We might as well start at 140 there, that the world can see we've got them bids at 140. At 140, 150 we've got at 150. At £150 and sold at 150. At £150 I'm going to sell it. At £150 then. At 150 off it goes at £150 for the first. For the second, third and last time at 150. It's gone. It's gone now. 334 is a 2011 Sky Team, which is basically a little monkey bike replica, aren't they? Which makes them good value for money, really, when you think the monkey bikes are twice as much. There we are. Where are we going to be for the little Sky Team? You tell me. Who's going to start me £1,000? Thank you at £1,000. 1,011, £1,200 we have at £1,200. At £1,200, at 1,200 then, at 1213, at 1,300 then, at 1,300, at £1,300. At £1,300. At £1,300 are we all done at 13? I'll take a 50 if it helps. At £1,300 then. At £1,300 are we all done at 13? At £1,300 then. At £1,300 then are we all done and finished at 13? Needs a bit more. 335 is the Mobil Oil Diesel Special Enamel sign. There we go. Mobil Oil Fuel. There you are. There we are. Mobil Oil Fuel Diesel Special Enamel sign. There we are then. Where are we then? We've got 40, 50, £60 bid at 60 then and away. At £60. Nice size as well. Look, go anywhere size sign. At £60 then. At £60 are we all done and dusted at £60. At £60 then. At £60 going once. £60 going twice. Third and last time are we all done then at £60. £60. 336 is the Yamaha TY80. Another little TY. Look at that. And we've got some bids here, Will. There's some bids on the screen at £650. At £650 we've got £700 on that screen there. Look, £700 we've got. At £700 then. At £700 then. Thank you at 7 then. £700 we've got at 7. Thank you. Yeah, we're there at £750. Thank you at £750. At £750. I'll take a 25 if it helps. Got to really get to 800. I'm there now. 800 is the minimum we can take for this machine. 850 we've got in Driffield. 850, 850 pound. I'm going to sell at 850. I'm going to sell at 875 now. At 875, 875 we've got 875. 875, 900 pound bid at 900. At 900 pound and 25. 925 at 925. At 925 at 925. At 925. Hammers coming down at 950. And 75, back at 975, at 975, 975, are we all done at 975? 975 for the first, 975 for the second, third and last time, are we there at 975? Sold. Lot number 337 is the 32-inch Bentley clock. Now Mark does these for us. Michael's just got it there. Mark, local lad, lives in York, does these for us in his spare time really. Makes a fantastic job of them. The finish is second to none. Please do not confuse these with any imported things. I'll say no more than that. They are not. They are locally made in York. They're lovely. We've got 2 in the office. You'll be as pleased as punch with them. Where are we going to be? We've got 160 there. 160, we've got 170, then 170, 180. At 180 pound. At 180 then, 180, 190, 200 pounds says Jack. At 200 pound then. At 200 pounds says Jack at 200. At 200 pound a wheel, 2 ton. 210, 210, 210, 220. 220 with Jack at 220. At 220, 230. 240 with Andy at 240. 240 we've got. 250 coming. Just gone, Jack, you missed it. 250, 260, Andy's in at 260. At 260, the 260 we have, 270, 270. He just beat you in there, Will, did Jack? Yeah. He shoved his hand up before that changed colour. 280 anyway with Andy now. At 280, at 280, 290, 290, 290, 300 pound bid at 300. At 300 pound then, Andy's bid, Jack, you're in at 310, 310. 310, 320, 320, 320, 320, 330, 330, 330, 330, 330. Thanks for letting me know, Jack, you're the winner at 330 pound. Then going down to Jack with Andy as the underbidder at 330 pounds. Sold. 338 is the MRTY 175. A little bit bigger one this time. £1,000 bid there. We'll look straight away on the screen. £1,000. At £1,000 we've got £1,000 bid. 1,000. 1,000. I'll take a 50 if it helps. We've got to just push on a little bit. Needs to be 12. We've got £1,000 in the bank already. Where we're going to be? 1,000 we've got. 1,050. £1,050 we have. 1,050. £1,050. 1,050 then. 1,050. We'll submit it. Got to be 12 really, but we'll see what we can do for you. £1,100 we've got. £1,100. £1,100 bid. 11. £1,100. 11. £1,100. I'll have to mark it down provisional. 11. £1,100. One more bid and I'll risk it. I'll put my neck on the block and I'll sell it. But 11, it's going to have to be provisional. 1,100. £1,100 then, and we're going to put you down at £1,100 then. Hertfordshire at £1,100 then. We'll provisionally do that at 11. Fair warning. Moving on to 339. I'll just do another couple of points. You can jump on. 339, the Sonica Oil enamel sign. There we are again. £80 bid there with on the screen. £80 we've got bid straight away out the trap at 80 and 90s flashing up there. £100 bid at 100 we've got. At £100 then at 100, 110. 110, 120. Sorry, Andy, 120. At 120 we have at 120 on the floor with Andy's phone. At 120, 130's on my screen. At 130, 140. 140 we've got. 140, 140 we have at 140. At £140, 150's here on the screen at 150. 150, 160, 160. At £160 then. At 160 we have at 160. At £160 bid. At 160 then. Hammers coming down, going to be sold. Oh, 170. 170, 180. At £180. 180, Andy's phone at 180. 190. In West Sussex, 190. £200 says the phone at £200. £200 says the phone at 200. At 210. Pushing you on, Andy, 210. 220, he says. 220. £220 then. Internet, you're out. Andy, you're in at 2. Oh, no, you're back in again. 230. 230. 230. 230, 240 he says, 240, at 240, 240 he says on the phones, and 250 back at you, 250, 250 we've got, 260, 260 then on the phones at £260. Are we all there at 260? £260 telephone. Bidder then's going to win at 260. Thank you for your bids, internet. Oh, you're back in again. Oh, he's back in again. He's West Sussex. He's having another go at 270. 270. 270. I think you got it. At 270 then. At 270. Who's that, Will? 270. Who's that, Will?
This is Michael.
Michael. Michael, you've done it, mate. At £270. Andy's just said he's out. You're in. £270. Sold. I'll just do one more and then Paul can jump on, which is lot number 340, the Opel Manta. Opel Manta, John. Yeah. Opel Manta that has been through the. Oh gosh, that has been. You ought to do this really because you're the one responsible for this.
Me?
Yeah, it's got here. Look, Paul Mathewsons pointed us in the direction. Oh yeah, look, Paul's no, there's me grabbing the limelight. There you go. There we get off. I'll get off and have a cup of tea. Paul knows more about this than I do. Yeah. Right then. Let's throw Paul in the deep end under the bus. There you go.
Thank you very much. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Lot number 340 as a car restored up by the Bangers and Cash crew, of course. It arrived, we went out, we did some filming, did we not? We then sent it back for some other bits and pieces to be addressed, and it's now returned better again. So there we are. I've been out in the car. It had a suspension knock and a carburettor issue that has now been addressed, I believe. And so the car has come back. It was a very, very sound car to start with, was it not? It was a very special example. So, and even more special now. Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. There we are. So, you've all read that there. It's had all sorts of bits and pieces done, and they've made a lovely, lovely job. And while we've been talking, we've got to £12,600 on that screen there. Look, Will, please. So we all know the car. We know what's been done. The guys would very much like to follow on wherever the car ends up. With your permission, of course, you know, feel free if you've got a face for radio, but, you know, they sympathise, they're used to that. So, anyway, there we are then. With £12,600 then, 12,600, 12,700, 12,800, 12,900, 13,000 here with me, Will, please. At £13,000, the Manta. You can't find them, not in this condition anyway. £13,000 bid. At 13,000, 13,100, he says. At 13,100 and 2. 13,200 at 13,200 here with me. Bidder number 5, 0030. 13,300. 13,400, please, Will. At 13,400. At 13,400 here with me. £13,400 bid. At 13,400. 500. 600, says Alan. 13,600 and 7 with me, please. 13,700. With me, that one, Will, yeah. 13,700 here with me. At 13,700 and 8, says Alan. He had his hand up first. I'm sorry there, Dorset. 13,800, 13,900. Dorset, 14 with me. £14,000 here with me. At 14,000, does he want one, Alan? At 40, he's missed it. One in Dorset. Does he want two? 14,200, he says. 14,300 with me. At £14,300 then here with me. 14,300 at £14,300 from 4. 14,400. 14,500 at 14,500 at 14,500 and 6. 14,600 there was Alan's bid, actually, Dorset. Sorry, Alan just picked you there. Sorry, Dorset. 14,700, he says. 14,700 and 8 with me. At 14,809, says Alan, and 15 with me. At £15,000 here with me. At £15,000 and 1. 15,100. At £15,100 then, Dorset. At 15,102, says Alan. At 15,200. £15,200 and 3. 15,300. At £15,300 bid. At 15,400, says Alan. At £15,400 and on the telephone at 15,500. Who is that in Dorset, Will?
This is Stuart.
It's Stuart. Morning, Stuart. Morning, Stuart. At 15,506. 15,600. At £15,600. Then Alan on the telephone there. Stuart in Dorset. 15,700. What are we thinking here, guys? At 15,700. We want some more. 15,700. 15,800. At £15,800 and Alan on the telephone at 15,800. at 15.8 and 15.9. 15,009. Does he want 16, Alan? He does. 16,000. At 16,000 pounds then. Alan on the telephone at 16,000 pound and 1. 16.1. At 16,100, Stuart. 2 guys, they know the car. And 2. 16.2. At 16,200 there. Alan on the telephone at 16,200 pounds. 16.2 and 3. 16.3. You both know a good car at 16,003 and 4. 16.4 at 16,400 pound at 16,004 and 5. 16.5 at 16.5. Whose idea was the 100 here? 16,600, says Alan. At 16.6 on the telephone. 16,600 pounds at 16.6. Do you want 7, Stuart? At 16,600 pounds then. Alan on the telephone then. 16.6. 16.6.
7.
Sorry, 16.7. Sorry, I'm getting muddled up here. 16,700 pound. Stuart's bid down in Dorset. 16.8, says Alan. 16,008. At 16,800 pound then on the telephone there, Alan. What do we think, Stuart? Are we done? At 16,008, we're not. 16.9, County Down. Fresh blood. 16,900. At 16,900 pound bid. 17, says Alan. 17,000. At 17,000. Are we on sale, guys? We are on sale, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Every bid counts. At 17,000 pounds then on sale. Alan on the telephone. At 17,000. Are we done? At 17,000 then for the first and 1. 17.1. Stuart in Dorset, I guess. At 17,001 and 2, says Alan. 17,002. At 17,200 pound bid. Alan on the telephone at 17,200 and 300. County Down. 17.3. There's 3 of you at 17,300 pounds. 17,304, says Alan. 17,400, says Alan there. 17,400 pounds, then Alan on the telephone, make no mistake. 17,400 pounds then for the first. For the second, 17.5. 17.5. I want to give everyone plenty of time, you know, I don't want to be accused. At 17,500, County Down. You might have to get your sea legs out. 17.6. At 17,600, says Alan. 17,600 pound. What do we think, County Down? At 17,600 pounds then. 17,600 pounds then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time. Alan on the telephone. Sold and away. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. Well done, restoration team. Well done. There we are. And just before we progress with a few more of these, we have a few solds, most of which were concluded yesterday. Lot number 240, the Pilk, sold. Lot 180, the BSA, sold. Lot 230, a Jeep Cherokee, sold. Lot 236, a DRK, sold. Lot 186, a 67 Sunbeam, sold. Lot 274, a VW Bora, sold. Lot 263, a Michelin map sign, sold. Lot 271, an Atcost enamel sign. Lot 300, you will not regret sign. Lot 295, a Black Cat sign. And Lot 43, a Forenza, have been sold. Well done, everybody. There we are, on to lot number 341, the Rally Chopper. Here we are then, where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £100 and we're off at £100, 110, 120, 130 bid. At £130. At £130 then the little chopper, we all know how iconic these are. At £130 bid. At 130. At £130, 140 he says. At £140 then, there we are then. At £140, looks a nice little bike. At 140, shall we say 50? At £140 we'll submit, we'll get you an answer. At £140 bid then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 140. And on to 342. What we got, Charlie? We have, another little Yamaha, little GT80. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? Looks a nice bright little traily bike for you. There we are. Where are we going to be then? We've got £800 bid and we're off. At £800 bid. At £800 then, the little traily bike there, the little GT80. At £800 and can we drop that to a 50, Will? We've got somebody just thinking there, look. At £800 bid then, at £800 bid. 800, 850 he says. 850, 850, 900, at £900 bid. At £900 then the little GT80, find another one. At 900, 950. At 950 and 1,000. At £1,000 bid. £1,000 then, at £1,000 bid then, you can't find the little bikes, can you? 1,000, 1,050, at 1,050, at 1,050, is there 11, at £1,050, at 1,050, £1,100 then, £1,100, £1,150, £1,150 bid, 1,200, at £1,200, £1,250, at £1,250 bid. At £1,250, we're nearly there. At £1,250, shall we say 13? At £1,250. £1,250 then we'll submit provisionally. At £1,250 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at £1,250. There you are.
Just say happy birthday 50th to Invisible Man on YouTube.
Oh, a happy 50th to an invisible man on YouTube. There you go then. It takes all sorts. There you go. So there you go. Many happy returns. You don't look it. Add on to lot number 343. A Sinclair gasoline enamel sign. Mick's holding it there. Look, give or take a foot in diameter. We got £50 bid here with me and we're off. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid. At £50 then is a 60. At £50 bid then. At £50 then the little Sinclair sign. There we are then. Is that it? At £50 bid. At £50 then. £50 then. We'll submit. We'll talk. At £50 for the first, second, third and last time. Very provisional. And on to 344 MGB. Here we are. Nice bright looking sports car there for you. There we go. We all know MGB, Morris 1000, the cheapest car in the world to run. Period. That's it. Done. They're brilliant. Absolutely great. So there we are then. You've all been down. You've all seen it, I'm sure. Super sensibly guided. Look. There it is. There we go. We have £1,600 bid, Will, and we're off. At £1,600. At £1,600. How cheap are these got to be? At £1,600. At £1,617. At £1,700 then. At £1,700 then. It is a roadster, ladies and gentlemen. At £1,700 bid. At 1,700, shall we say 18? At £1,800 there, I should think so as well. At £1,800 bid. At £1,800 then. At 1,000. Am I missing a trick with this car, Charlie? Has it got a bottom in it? At 1,800. At 1,000. Your mum's on about another car. At 1,819. At £1,900. At £1,900 bid. At 1,900 and 2,000. I should think so as well. This would do you, this, Ange. At £2,000 bid. 2-1, she says. At 2,100. At £2,100. I thought you'd like it. At £2,100. I'm buying it for you now, am I? Oh my. At 2,122. At 2,2. 2,002. 2,3. 2,3. At £2,300 then. At 2,300. 2,4. 2,004 and 5. £2,500. At £2,500 bid. 2,6. 2,7. At 2,700. At £2,700. At 2,700. £2,700 then. Have you seen it? At 2,007, 28, 29, please, Will. At 2,900. At £2,900. At £2,900. Are we done? At £2,900. Then the hammer's coming up at £2,900. There you go. Yeah. There we go. And on to lot number 345. Here we are then, ladies and gents. We have an Amiga Tissot watches enamel sign. There we are, look, Mick's got it there for you. There we are then. And we have £120 bid, please, Will. Up £120 then. Up 120. £120 bid then. Is there 30? There is. Up £130 then. Up £130 then. Is there 40? Up 130. £130 then. Up £130 then. At £130, I'm sure it'll come. Next bid, it'll be on sale. At £130 then. Do you want 40? At £130 then. For the first, provisionally, I'm afraid. 130 for the second. Third and last time, provisional. At 130, thank you. And on to 346. Suzuki, there we are then. Oh, there we are. Now that's a special bike. There we go. What a lovely bit of kit that is. There we go. GT 380. If it's the bike I think it is, rode into the auction. Granted, he doesn't live far away, but he rode it into the auction. If it's the bike I think it is, it's a lovely, lovely bit of kit. We've got £4,000 bid there, Will, please. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000. £4,000 bid then for 2, he says. At 4,200. At £4,200 then. At £4,200 then the GT 380. At £4,200. At £4,200 then. Is everyone asleep this morning? At £4,200.
There's a lot of tyre kickers.
Is there a lot of tyre kickers? Is there? Well, not everyone wants a Suzuki GT 380, do they? At £4,200 bid. At 4,200, shall we say 4? At £4,200 then. To be honest, guys, I think you might have to ring up and have a chat because I think we're too far away. At £4,200 then, if you wish to progress on, please give the office a shout. There we are then. We'll on to 347. There we go.
Did the hammer go down?
No, mate, no. So have you got one?
So 346.
Oh, there we are then. Oh, we're still on 346 then. Yeah, but there we are then. 346. There we go then. 44. Sorry about all the confusion now. I didn't see you come in. At £4,400 then. At £4,400 then. Is that it? It takes 2 to tango. At £4,400 then we'll submit and we'll get you an answer as soon as we possibly can. At 4,400. There we are then. Thank you. Thanks, Will. Sorry.
We're not eBay, so
No, I missed that. Yeah, no. Well done. And on to lot 347, ladies and gentlemen. A large enamel sign, give or take 30 inches in diameter. There we are. Mick's got it there. Look, we have 100, 110, 120, 150, 60, 70, £170 bid. At £170 bid, then Northallerton. At £170. At 170 is there 80. At £170 bid. At £170 then. At £170 then. Sold and away then for the first, second, third and last time at 170. There we are, thank you. And on to lot number 348. Oh, there we are then. Little Austin truck. Look at that. What a lovely little truck. Look, little half-ton truck. What a lovely little truck. Up in Mick's shed there. Mick's on his feet, look, saying lovely. There we are. There we go then. Little A60. Owned since 2008. Restored by the previous owner in the early 2000s. Engine, front suspension, brakes rebuilt in 2022. There we are then. Lovely little truck. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be at £6,000 there, please, Will, and we're off, look, at £6,000 bid. I think we ought to be in twos. At £6,000 then. 6-2 says Jack. At £6,200 then, Jack on the telephone. 6-4 says Jack. This is not going to get confusing, is it? We've got Jack, and we've got 6-4, 6-6, he says. At 6,600 says Jack. 6-8 says Jack. 7,000. 7,000.
says Jack.
On the phone that was, Will, that 7,000. Sorry, Snaith. £7,000 then. Jack on the telephone, 7-2 on the internet. 7,200, Jack. At £7,200 then, does he want 4? He does, 4. 7-4, he says. That was little Jack on the phone, that 7-4. Sorry, Battle. 7,400, 7-6, £7,600 then. At 7,600. At 7,006 and 8. £7,800 then. At £7,800 then. 8,000, he says. At £8,000 then. That was Jack on the telephone. Sorry, internet. I know it's tricky. 8-2 says little Jack there. Look, So I've got to do a little jack and a big jack now, haven't I? 8,200 then is Jack on the telephone there. 8284 internet. 8,400 pounds then.
We've also made it clear we have a Jill upstairs.
And we have a Jill upstairs as well. We have Jack, and Jill, and yeah, 8,400 pound. 86 says Alan. 8,600 pound then is Alan's on the telephone. 88 on the internet. 9,000 at 9,000 pounds. At 9,000 pound then Morning Worthing. 92 at 92. 94 at 9,400 pounds. At 9,004 and 6 and 6 and 8. 9,008 at 9,008 and 10,000. At 10,000 pounds then 10.2. At 10,200. At 10,002 and 10.4 and 6. 10.6. At 10,600. 10.8. 11,000. 11,000 pounds. 11.2. 11,002. 11,200 pounds then. 11,200 pounds then. Battle. There we are then. Where's Battle?
It's Hastings, it's where the...
Hastings, is it? Oh, believe it or not, it's down there. 11,400. Worthing. 11,400 pounds then. 11,600. 11,600. 11,600 pound. We all knew it was going to do well, didn't we? Let's be fair, it arrived with a super sensible guide and things, didn't it? Let's be honest. 11,600 then down in Battle there. Hastings, unreliably informed. 11,600 pounds. Is that it? Are we done? 11,600 pounds then. 11,800. 11,800. 12,000. 12,000. There's two guys here. They know what the trucks are. At 12,000. 12,200. At 12,002, 12,400, 12,400, at 12,400 pounds then, find them. You can't find them, can you? At 12,400 pounds then, how are we thinking? At 12,400, I'll take 100 if it helps. Again, like your dad said, if he was here, he'd probably be shouting. 12,400 pounds then, Hammer's coming up then, 12,400 for the first. At 12,400 for the second. Third and last time then, 12,400. Well done. Thank you. Well done. Sorry you had to lose it there. You had a good fight there. Well done. And on to lot number 349. Here we are then. BSA enamel sign. Mick's got it there. Look, there we go. Where are we going to be with that one then? As usual, we got 20, 30, 40 pound here with me. At 40 pound bid. At 40 pound bid then, the little BSA sign then. It's not a lot of money, is it? At 40 pound bid. At 40 pound then, 50 on sale. 50 pound bid then. At 50 pound bid. At 50 pound bid then is a 60. At 50 pound bid. At 50 pound then. Are we done? At 50 pound then for the 60. At 60. 60 pound bid then. Sutton Coldfield. At 60 pound bid. At 60 pound bid then is a 70. At 60. 60 pound bid then. 70 pound. At 70 pounds. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pound bid then. At 70 pound bid then is a 80. At 70 pound bid then. Hammer's coming up. At 70 pound then for the first, second, third and last time at 70 pounds. Thank you. And on to lot number 350. Here we are then. 1998 Fraser. You've all seen it, you've all read about it. It's got the right engine look, Toyota, 16 valve twin cam. Should be a right revvy little thing, just like a little Lotus, but reliable. A rare engine, yeah, that's right. Yeah, lovely motor. I know, well, Toyota, isn't it? It's lovely, isn't it? There you go. So there we're going to be then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We got 6, 6.2, 6.4, 6.6, 6.8. At 6,800 pound bid. At 6,800 pounds then. Little Toyota powered, lovely, 170 horsepower, Jack.
Jesus.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that, 170 horse. At 6,800 pound bid. At 6,800 pound then. At 6,008. At 6,800 pound then. All the bits and pieces there. I'm reading it while I'm talking. At 6,800. At 6,800 pound then. At 6,008. Drop that to 100. We'll just give everyone a chance. At 6,800 pounds bid. At 6,800 then is the 9. At 6,008. We'll talk at 6,800 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time, provisional. And on to lot number 351. Here we are. Shell Motor Spirit sold here, sign. There we are then, and we have £50 on there and we're away. At £50 bid. At £50 bid there, Mick's holding it up. At £50 bid. Is there 60? At £50 bid then. At £50 bid. At £50 then. Is there 60? Be sharp. At £50 bid. On sale. At £50 then for the first, second, third and last time at £50. And on to 352. There we are then, little Peugeot, little 205. There we go, little GTI, a little fixer-upper. There we go. Wants a bit of weekend work. Look, Mick. Have you had it running? Oh, he's let us down. He can't remember, look. Yeah, Mick's had it running. There we go then, he thinks. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're £800 bid. There we are then. There we go. We've got to start, I suppose. We've got to start. And 1,000. At 1,000. £1,000. At £1,000 bid then the little GTI. We all know what they're worth. Looking lovely. At 1,000, £1,100 then. At £1,100. £1,100 then is the 12. £1,100 bid. £1,100 then is the 12 anywhere there is. At £1,200 then on Wednesday. In Wednesday. And £1,300. At 1,003 and 4. At 1,400, £1,500. At £1,500 then. At 15 and 16, 16, 17, 1,700, 17, 18, 8. There you go. They've all woken up now. Look, 19 at £1,900. One more bid, guys, and we can put it on sale. At £1,900 then, 1,900 is the 2. At £1,900 then it'll have to go provisionally. At £1,900 then, are you sure? At 1,900 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 1,900. Thank you. And on to 353. Here we are then. Oh, a little picnic set. There we go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 40, 50, 60, 70, £80 here with me, Will, please. £80 bid then. At £80 bid. £80 bid then for the little serum picnic set. There we are then. £80 bid. At £80 bid then. Bidder number 600182. At £80 bid. Is there 90? £80 bid then. At £80 bid. Are you sure you don't want 90? £80 bid then for the first, on sale, sold and away, second, third and last time at £80. There we go, that man there, thank you. On to...
It's just a bit slow at the moment, it's not
all right.
It isn't my athletic bidding finger.
Right, okay, no problem. Right then, now here we are then. This is my most favourite car in your building up there, Mick.
I ran a speed test this morning.
Lots of interest.
There's a lot of gun competition.
There you go. Mick's just saying there. Mick takes care of Unit 3, ladies and gents, and he just said this has caused so much interest up in his building there this week. Incidentally, we're at 15 on this screen, look, mate, was while we're having this conversation. Thank you. And he's had lots and lots of interest in this car this week, and rightly so. It's one of them cars, it draws you to it, doesn't it? It's just lovely. The colour scheme, the quality, the everything, it's just lovely. So there you go. Even me, it's a bit old for me, but it just lures you in. It really does. So there you go. Enough of me rabbiting on. There we go then. We have a £15,000 bid there, ladies and gentlemen, and the car is on sale from the word go at £15,000. At 15, 15.2, he says. At 15.2 and 4 with me. At 15,400. At £15,400 bid then. At 15,400. Bidder number 500 treble O here at £15,400. At 15,400. At 15,400. Drop that to hundreds, Will. At 15,400. At £15,400 then. 15,405. 15.5. At 15,500. At 15 and a half. And 6. 15,600 here, please, Will. At £15,600 then. At £15,600 then. I thought this would do more, I'm not going to lie. At £15,600. At 15,600. At £15,600 then. 15,600. I won't want to restore this car for this money. 15,600. 700. 15,007. 15.8, please, Will. At 15,008. at £15,800 then. At £15,800 then, are we done? At 15,800. At 15,800. At £15,800 then for the first. At £15,800 for the second. Third and last time looking round. 15,800. That gent there. And on to lot number 353. There we are then, Mr. and Mrs. Drip in a red car, enamel sign. There you go, nice little sign, look, little wall filler. There we are then. We have 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, £100 here with me. All the way up, please, Will. I'm not going up in £10 to £270. At £270 bid. At £270. 280, please, Will. At 280. At £280 bid then. At £280. At £280 bid then. Bidder number 5, treble 010 at £280 bid. At £280 bid then. At £280 are we done? At £280, I'm not going too fast for that internet, am I? At £280 bid then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time at 280. There you are. Okay, yeah. I'm not going that fast, but anyway. There we are then, lot number 356, the Isuzu pickup truck. There we go. Coming, arrived from a long-standing supporter of the auction. It's been his little runabout. The poor old boy's not very well. I think, has he lost his licence, Charlie?
I think he was on with losing it.
I think it was imminent, wasn't it? Yeah, due to health issues. Poor old lad. So, anyway, enough of that. The truck's here. Starts on the bottom. I've been round the block in it. It drives really well, the old truck. It really, really does. So, there we are. So, the old Isuzu there. It's not actually that old, really, is it? I run one of these. They're a brilliant truck. There we go then. 2,400 bid. To be fair, I think that bid would trump that bid, Will. We've got the same increments here, but my bid's coming first, I'm afraid, Worthing, at £2,400. Don't let the mileage put you off. It's a good old truck, this. It's it wants a bit of TLC around it, doesn't it? But there you are.
These are good for miles, though.
They are good for miles, yeah. All the courier lads use this one. They're a good motor. There we are then, £2,400 bid. And 5 at 2,005. At 2,500 then down in Worthing. At £2,500 is the 6. At 2,500. At £2,500 then. Doesn't look a dear truck, does it? It's a facelift model as well. Look, ladies and gents, don't miss it. At £2,500. At 2,005, shall we say 6? At 2,500. At £2,500 then we'll submit. At 2,500 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally to 5. There we are, I hope you get it.
Oh, yeah.
Too late, Hammer was down, Hull. Yeah. Too late, Hull, you have to pull that one back, Will.
2.5, yeah.
Yeah, please.
That's 361.
He had loads of time there, didn't he? Let's be fair. And on to lot number 357. Guinness, lovely day for it, signed. There we go. Mick's got it there, look. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good day for Guinness. There we go then, where are we going to be then? We got £40 bid. At £40 bid then. At £40. Is it enamel, Mick, or is it painted or what? It's on tin. It's a tin painted sign. There we are then, we got £40 bid then. At £40 bid then. At £40 bid then, have we 50? We have. At £50 bid. And 60. £60 bid then. At £60 bid. And 70. £70 bid then. At £70 bid on sale, ladies and gentlemen, at £70 bid. At £70 bid then, have we 80? At £70 bid then. At £70 then for the first, second, third and last time, looking round at £70. There we are, thank you. Go and enjoy yourself, one. And on to lot number 358, Capri. There we go then. There we go. I know the car wants a little bit of paint work, but on the face of it, the vendor seems to believe the mileage to be correct. I can't comment. I haven't seen enough of the paperwork, etc. But he's adamant the mileage is right. Make of it what you will. It certainly wants a little bit of love, but you've got a very nice example at the end of the day. And have we got 5,000 to kick us off? We got 5,000 there somewhere? Have we got 5? At 5? Have we nobody there, Will? If there's no one there, we're going to pass.
There's two interested bidders got the chance.
I know. I can see he's thinking about it. I know. But if we can't get 5,000 to kick off, guys, then call the office. We'll pass on that one.
Yeah.
If there's nobody there, there is, look, there is. There we go then, £5,000 bid, I should think so as well. At £5,000 then, at 5,000. At £5,000 then, it was too good an opportunity to miss, wasn't it? At £5,000 bid, at 5,000 is the one. At £5,000 bid then, at £5,000 bid. At £5,000 then for the first, we'll submit. At £5,000 for the second, third and last, 5-1. At 5-1. You nearly missed it, this. At 5,100 then is the two. At £5,100. At 5,001 and 2. 5-2. At 5,002. At 5,200 then is the 3. B sharp. At 5,200. Is this internet slow thing again? At 5,200. At £5,200 then is the 3. At 5,200 then provisionally. Hammer's coming up. £5,200 then. Provisionally 52. And on to 359. There we are then. The Sea Dweller style, Rolex style wall clock. There we go, that's what I'm calling it anyway. There we go then, where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 50, 60, 70, £80 bid. At £80 bid then, at £80 bid then. Mick's holding it there, has he got the right time? 90, you were pipped there, Jack, sorry, £90 on the internet. At £90 bid then on sale. 100, Jack beat you, Alan. £100 bid there, Jack on the telephone. At £100. At 100, 110 he says. At £110. At £110, 120. At £120. At 120. £120 then. Does he want 30? At 120. 130. At £130. 130. 140. At 140. At £140 then. Jack on the telephone there. 150 he says. At 150. £150 then. 160. At 160. 160, 160, does he want 70? He does. 170, 170, Alan's phone, 180, 180, 180, at £180. At 180, Jack on the telephone then. Hammer's coming up then. At £180 then, 190, 190, at 190. He's making me work for it. At £190 bid. Does he want 200? He doesn't. At £190 then. Hammer's coming up then. Sold and away then. Alan on the telephone at 190. There you go. Thank you. And on to lot number 360. There we are then. The Mazda Bongo. There she is, look. There we are then. Electric elevating top sink cooker. Mileage is in kilometres, he says there. There we are then. There you go. I believe this one drove in. I think it did. Anyway, there you go. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 2.5 and we're going to kick off at 2.5 at 2,500. At £2,500 then. At 2,005 and 6. At 2,006. 2006 he says. 27 at 2,700. At 2,700. Take the missus away, have the weekend, take as long as you want. At £2,700. At 2007 is the rate. At 2007. At 2,700 then. £2,700, not a lot of money for a camper van, I know. At 2007, at £2,700 then for the first, we'll provisionally submit. At 2,700 for the second, third and last time, very provisional. I was waiting for him to press the button, but he didn't. And on to 361. There we are then. Mr. and Mrs. Drip on a scooter enamel sign. There we go then, nice little sign. Mick's got it there for you. There we are then, where are we going to be then? We're going to be 60, 70, £70 bid. At £70 bid then, at 70, £70 bid, 80 he says. At £80 bid then, Andy on the telephone there, at £80 bid. £80 bid then is the 90, there is. At £90 bid, does he want 100? 90, 100 he says. At £100 then, Andy on the telephone there, £100, do you want 10? £100 bid. At £100 then, Andy on the phone then, at £100 then, Hammer's coming up then, at £100 then, sold and away. There we are, Andy on the telephone. And on to 362, the little Renault Caravelle. Oh, what an elegant little car, aren't they lovely? Aren't they great? There we are then. You've all read it. There's chapter and verse down here. We've got a bid there, Will, please. We're going to start off with that bid there. Look at 5,900. Sorry, I keep forgetting you can't see that one, can you? No, sorry. So we've already had some absentee bids and things, ladies and gentlemen, which has been trundling along on this screen. 6,000, Jack, thank you. And Will on this screen doesn't see that screen. So anyway, there we are. There we are then. There we go then. At £6,000 bid. At 6,000, Jack on the telephone. 6-1 with me. At £6,100 then. At 6,102 and 3, Jack. I'm with you. At 6,003. At £6,300. At 6,300 does he want 4? At 6,004 he says, and 5 with me. At 6,005 and 6 and 7 with me. 6,007. At £6,700 then. Here with me, bidder number 5, 0027. Where are we now?
6-7.
Yeah, 6-7. 6-8 says Alan. £6,800 then says Alan, and 6-9 with me. At 6,900. At 6,900 does he want 7, Jack? At £6,900 then with me. At £6,900 and 7 says Alan. And 1 with me, I'm afraid, on here. At £7,100 bid. At 7-1 and 2 and 3 with me. At £7,300 bid. At £7,300. At 7,003. Oh dear, have we 7-4 says Alan. At 7,400 says Alan. At 7,400. £7,400 then. Alan on the telephone, does he want 5, Jack? At 7,400. At £7,400. He's thinking. 7,005 says Jack. At 7,500. At £7,500 then. At 7-5 and 6. Internet. At 7,600. At £7,600 then. At 7. At 7,700 says Jack on the phone there. At 7,700. Are you out, Alan? At £7,700 then. Are we done? At 7,700, 7-8. At 7,008 on the internet. At £7,800 then. At £7,800. Are we done? At 7,800, 7-9, he says. At 7,009. You can't find them, can you? They're a lovely little car, aren't they? At 7,900, Jack on the telephone there. At 7,009, 8,000. £8,000 then. He's with you all the way, Jack. At £8,000 then. Thanks for letting me know. Are you sure, Alan? £8,000 then. Internet bid then. Hammer's coming up then. £8,000 then for the first. 8,000 for the second. Third and last time looking round, sold at 8,000. Thank you very much for your bids, ladies and gents.
Well, someone on YouTube earlier said that I had lots of different facial expressions and that kind of thing. You've no idea what goes on behind this.
Will, I don't know if you heard that, ladies and gents, but Will was just saying, someone on the internet there earlier on said, Will has lots of facial expressions, to which he responded with, you have no idea what goes on these screens. So there you go, thank you. And on to lot number 363, Napier Motors, British made throughout. There we are then. Oh, double-sided, look. Double-sider. Look at that. Lovely. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £200 and we're off. At £200 bid. At 200, 210. At 210. Don't forget it's double-sided. 210, 220, 220, £220 then. At 220, 230, 230. You can tell which side got the sun. 240 at 240, 250 on sale at 250, 250, 260, 260, 260, 270, 270, 280, 280, 290, 300. There's a delay from yours to mine. 310, 310 at £310. 320, 320, at 320, and 30, at 30, and 40, at 40, and 50, 350, at 350, and 350, and 60, 360, 370, 370,
This tenner's your idea or mine?
380.
This tenner's your idea or mine?
Yours. 390, 390, 400 at £400 bid. Derbyshire at £400 bid then. Are we done? At £400 bid then. Hammer's coming up then. At £400 bid, are you sure? At £400 then for the first, second, third and last time at 400. Thank you for your bids, ladies and gents. And on to 364. When I get the right button. There we are then. There we are then. Standard. The old Vanguard there, look, there we go. Going to want a bit of recommissioning, the old girl. It's actually been around on site. Those of you that have been on site will have seen the car, because we've had it around here for a couple of years now, haven't we? Due to bereavement in the family, and I think they forgot about it. And this car was sadly, or not sadly, was owned by some friends really who sadly passed. And anyway, that's enough of that backstory. But the car will want some recommissioning work, but will make a very good project for somebody. So there we are. Then we've got to submit the best bid on the day. I don't know where we're going to be. We want a couple of £1,000 to start. If we can't get a couple of thousand, then we're going to move on, and it'll have to go into the timed auction. Is there a couple of thousand out there? There must be a couple of thousand. Where's Morland? There must be a couple of thousand. There is, exactly right. Yes, absolutely. I should think so as well. We'll have them in 200s as well, Will. Is it 2-2? We've got 2,000 bid, ladies and gents. Is there 2-2 anywhere? At 2-2. We need 2-2, really. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 then. At £2,000 bid, then it's a start. We can talk, can't we? At £2,000 bid, then we'll submit it. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 2,000. I hope you get it. And on to, we need the room. And on to lot 365. Here we are then. Small SO and shell enamel signs. There we go, couple of them. There we are. Where are we going to be with them then? We're going to be 40, 50, £60 bid. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then for the little signs there, two of them. At £60 bid. They can't be dear at that. At £60 bid. At £60 there's the 70. At £60 bid then, give you all plenty of time. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then, we'll have a telephone call. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time. Very provisional. And on to 366, the Carlight Caravan. There we are then. There you go. Sits on site. You've all seen it, I'm sure. Lovely, lovely van. We all saw that one yesterday. They're on the up, these. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be 15, 16, £1,700. At £1,700 then. At 1,700. At £1,700 bid. The Rolls Royce of its day. At £1,700. At 1,700. Is there 18? At £1,700 then. At 1,700 then. Provisionally. At 1,700 then for the first, second, third and last time at 1,700. And on to 367. There we are. Two more little enamel signs, look. Small shell and Firestone tyres enamel signs. There we are then. Where are we going to be with them ones then? They're going to be £40, £40 and we're away. At £40 bid. At £40 bid then. At £40 bid then. £20 a piece, it's for nothing. At £40 bid. At £40 then is a 50. At £40 bid. At 40, 50, £50 bid then I should think so. At £50 bid. At £50 then is the 60. At £50 bid then. At 50. At £50 then. Are we done? At £50 then for the first. 60. At £60. £60 then is the 70. £60 then. Still not dear, are they? At £60 then for the first. Provisionally for the second. Third and last time at £60. There we are. And on to 368. There we are then. Oh, the little shop bus. There you go. Look at that. Look, all proceeds to charity. All proceeds. So what you pay, what you bid is what you pay. There's nothing else. We must stop doing so many of these. So what you bid is what you pay. There's no charges. That's it. It's done.
What's the charity?
I'm just skipping through that. I don't know. No. Oh, Yorkshire Air Ambulance. There you go. Yes, in small print. There you go. So all proceeds of the sale of this are to go to the Yorkshire Air Ambulance. So there you go. That's lovely, isn't it? There we are then. There we go then. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be £1,000 and we're off. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 then. At £1,000. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 then. Doesn't look like it's had a hard life, that little thing, does it? At £1,000. At 1,000, is there 11? At £1,000 bid. At £1,000. Have you actually had it going?
I haven't.
No, I don't think we have. It's light enough just to push, innit? At £1,000 bid then. At £1,000 then. Is there 11 anywhere? At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 then. Hammer's coming up then on a very provisional basis. At £1,000. We'll see. I wouldn't take it if it were mine. And just before we do these next few, we have got lot number 121, a BMW 2002, has been sold. Lot 145, a Land Rover, has been sold. Lot 258, a Peugeot 205, has been sold. Lot 318, a Ford Caterham, has been sold. Lot 153, a Rotary Gold Watch, has been sold. Lot 75, a Gamages Gold Watch, has been sold. And lot 326, a Yamaha FS1, has been sold. So there you go. That's the importance of getting your name in the frame. Thank you very much, Gregor. Good man. And on to lot number 369, a wooden handmade Ferrari Dino Arrow. It's down there. There you go, look, there you go. We've got a giant one up there. We've got several smaller ones hanging around. They're lovely things. They all come from the same stable. He makes a lovely job. There we go then. Where are we going to be then? Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 50, 60, £70 bid. At £70 then. At £70 then for the little Ferrari Arrow. It's not too big, that one, is it? You don't need a warehouse for it. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then. Is there 80? At £70 bid. At £70. At £70 bid then for the first, very provisionally. At £70, £80, I should think so as well. £80 then. Is there 90? At £80 bid then. £80 then. £80 then. Are you sure you don't want 90? £80 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at £80. Thank you. Ooh. Could soon have a disaster there, Jack. And on to lot number 370, the Velo Solex. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? There we are. We're going to be £500 as per that bid there to start with, please, Will. It says on a submit the best bid, this little bike. So wherever we end up is where we end up. So there we are then. So it's on a provisional basis from the word go at £500 bid. At 550, says Jack. At £550 then, Jack on the telephone. At £550 then. At 550 is the 600. At £550 then, the little Velosolex. I went round Thorntondale on one of these once. They're real quirky, yeah. At £550. At £550 then, Jack there on the telephone. It is on a submit best bid, so we have got to submit it. At £550 then for the first. At £550 for the second. Provisionally, £550 third and last time. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. And on to lot number 371, the Whitby Town Railway enamel sign. There we go then. There you go. I wonder how many people have missed their stop. There we are. There we go. Nice little sign there, look. And we've got £80 bid and we're off. At £80 then. £80 bid then. At £80. £80 then. Do you want 90? At £80 then. Oh.
No, sorry, I'm just going to take that back because I'm just an increment.
Oh, I see. Yes, yes. Hang on a minute, Derby. Don't panic. We're at £80 in the room at the moment. At £80 bid.
Right, so 80.
Yes, there you go. We're still asking 180 on here, though,
Yeah,
Will.
so we're going to intense, yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
£90, he says. At £90 then. Andy on the telephone at 90 and 100 with me. Sorry, Alan. 100 here with me. At £100. 110, says Alan. At £110. At 110 was Alan, not Derby, I'm afraid. This is the trouble, isn't it? 120, says Andy. At £120. At £120 then Andy on the telephone. At £120 then on sale. 130, Derby, hello. 140. At 140. At 140, 150, says Andy. at 150, at £150 then Andy on the phone, 160, at 160, I'm glad you got the bid in the end, Derby, 170 he says, at 170, at £170 then Andy on the telephone there, at £170, at 170, 180, 180, 180, 190 he says, at 190, that was a telephone bid to 190, Will, sorry York, 190 is Andy on the phone there, 190, 200, at 200, at 200, 210 he says, 210, at 210 was on the phone, sorry, sorry York, the time delay, at £210 is Andy on the phone there, make no mistake, 220 online, at 220 there, Cumbria, hope it's not raining, 230 says Andy, at 230, £230 then Andy on the telephone there, at £230, are we done? At 230, 240 says York, you got there in the end, not for long, 250, 260 he says, at £260. Whose idea was this £10 thing? £260 then Andy on the telephone there then, at £260 then, at £260 then, are we done and dusted? At £260, 270, at 270, at 270, 280, at £280 then, at £280 then Andy on the telephone there then, 290, 290, at 290, 300 he says, at £300. Is it getting heavy yet? At £300 then, £300 then, 310, 310. There's two or three guys here, they all want to live in Whitby. At £310 then, Derby, at £310, 320, 320 he says, at £320, at 320, 330, 330, 330, 340, 340, at 340, at £340 then, at £340 then, Hammer's coming up then, 350, 350, 360, we're not stopping for lunch, are we? 360, at £360 then, Andy on the telephone, then the Hammer's flying about, look, 360, 370, 370, at 370, 380, at £380, at £380 then, 390, 390, 390, do you want 400? We might as well, he's come this far, 390, Hammer's coming up, at 390, £400, at £400 then, sorry Derbyshire, but I'm giving you time as well, 410, 410, at £410 then, Hammer's coming up then at £410 then, going off down to Derbyshire, well done, thank you very much, 410, well done, well done.
Tell you what, Paul, in the early days of the internet live bidding,
yes,
the auctioneer was quite happy to watch the screen and that was fine.
yes.
But these days, have you seen how tough it is? You've got to shout out.
Oh, you've got to shout, yeah, absolutely, you've got to shout, yeah, absolutely, yeah,
Let's do this, I'll give you a break.
yeah, okay, no problem. And on to lot number 372, the Sunbeam Rapier. Dave's going to tell me.
I think we can all agree it's a two-door Sunbeam Rapier in red.
Right.
A little bit of confusion, maybe as to whether it's a H120, I think.
Oh yeah, H120, yeah.
There's a bit of confusion as to whether it's a reason. I just tweaked the description the other day, but what it is a very nice Sunbeam Rapier with a
Right.
engine in bright red.
Right, well you guys at home maybe can't hear that, but Dave's just saying it is a definite Sunbeam Rapier two-door in red. There is a possibility of the H120 bit not being correct. So forget that, it's a red two-door Sunbeam Rapier. That's the top and bottom of it, in lovely order. And it is a lovely car, yeah, that's right, yeah. So there you are then, make of that what you will. It's a Rapier, a pillarless coupe, four-seater as we all know. Recent expenditure, recent this and that, tyres, exhaust, there look, manual gearbox, overdrive on third and fourth. There we go. Fitted with high sports seats for comfortable cruising. Original seats are indeed available. There we are then. There we go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 66264. Look, Will, please. At 6,004. £6,400 bid. At 6,400. At £6,400 then. You can't find these two doors, can you? At 6,400. At 6,400. I think we ought to stay in twos just for a minute. Thanks, Will. At 6,004 and 6. At 6,600 then. At 6,600. At 6,600. 6.8 with me, will please. At £6,800. At £6,800 then. £7,000 then, I should think so as well. At £7,000 is there two. At £7,000 then, is there 200 anywhere? At £7,000 then, we can talk. At 7,000, are you sure, everybody? At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 then, are you sure you don't want two? At 7,000, there you go, look, he does, Loughborough, morning Loughborough. At 7,274, back at you. At 7,400. At £7,400 then. At 7,004. Just drop that 200, Will, and just as Dave quite rightly said, if there was a gent stood there, he'd be shouting. So £7,400 bid. Do you want five? At 7,400 then. At 7,400, you can't find two-door rapiers, not in this condition for this sort of money, can you? 7,004 and 5, and 5 and 6. At 7,600. At 7,600. At 7,006 and 7. 7. At £7,700 then. At 7,007, 7.8. 7,008. At £7,800 there. At £7,800 then. £7,800 then, are you done? At £7,800 then. 7.9. At 7,900 and 8. 8,000. At 8,000. £8,000 then. At £8,000 then, are we done and dusted then? £8,000 then, we'll submit then for the first, provisionally. £8,000 then for the second, on a provisional basis. £8,000 for the third and last time. Thank you for your bids, chaps. Are you coming on? Or you want to be on?
Yeah, come do.
It's up to you, mate. There you go. Jack's going to do one or two, ladies and gents, and I'll drink my tea. Thank you very much.
That microphone off you.
Oh, you want this?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
That'll do.
There you go, you're on.
There we go, we're on.
There you go.
We're on. A couple of solds quick, ladies and gentlemen. It must be a Yamaha day today. Look, 144 Yamaha R1. That one got away. 332, the 1990 Yamaha, I think that's the YB100. That one sold. 338, the Yamaha TY175. And 342, the Yamaha GT80. There you go, Yamaha day. Moving on then, lot 373 is the VW Neon sign. There we go, Mick's holding it up there as you can see. We're sold from the off, we've got bids online at 40, I've got bids here with me at 50 and 60. So a £60 bid, at £60 bid then and away at 60. At £60 bid, 70, 80 back at you. £80 bid then on the books at £80 bid. £80 bid then selling and away at £80, 19 North Allerton. At £90 bid. At £90 bid then, selling and away at £90, are we all done? At £90 bid, internet, you're in, I'm out. At £90 then, selling for the first, second, third and final time. Sold, internet. Lot 374, 1974, Jensen Healy. There we go, sits up in Mick's unit up the road there, I'm sure you've seen it. A little bit of surface stuff in places, wants a bit of TLC, but a genuine looking car.
Been in store for some time, turns over, has compression, resisting to start with us the other day. Brakes are tight, if you recall, we put it on skates. We'll make a lovely project.
There you go, you heard. Where are we then? We have got £2,500 bid then and away at 2.5, 2.6, at 2,600, at £2,600 then for the Jensen Healy, at £2,600 bid, at 2,600, 7, 8, 2,008, at £2,800 bid then, I can sell it, no reserve on this one, ladies and gentlemen. At £2,800 bid, at 2,800, well worthwhile project, at £2,800 bid at 6000326, at £2,800, 2.9, at 2,900, at £2,900 bid, 3,000 in Harrogate, at £3,000 bid then selling and away at 3, at £3,000 bid then are we all done, at 3,000, 3.1, 31 at 3,100 bid, at 3,100 in Snaith at 3,001, at £3,100 bid, 3.2 back in Harrogate, at 3,200 internet bid at 3.2, I'm out on the books, at £3,200 bid then selling and away at 32, at 3,200 then I'm selling for the first, 32 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold, 32 internet, lot 375 Beetle's production sign, there we go, look. Mick's just grabbing it there for you. You want to sing a song?
Sing a song.
Sing it. Oh, you don't want to hear me singing. There we go, look, £80 bid, then selling and away at £80. £80 bid, at £80 bid, then selling and away at £80. At £80 bid, then are we all done? At £80, then I'm going to sell it. 90, 100, back at you, internet. Cleveland, you're out, I'm in. £100 bid on the books with me at 100. At £100 bid then, at £100 bid, selling and away at 100. At £100 bid, giving you plenty of time, internet. At £100 bid then, are we all done? At 100 then I'm going to sell it for the first, selling for the second, third and final time. 100, top right. Lot 376, oh, the Mercedes SL 500, hell of a car. Yeah, convertible with electric roof. You've seen it working on the video. I did it myself. Owned the vehicle since 2014. Only driven 2,000 miles in the last 5 years. There you go. It's not been very busy. Full service history. MOT till May next year with no advisories. Only ever serviced by Mercedes dealers themselves. Obviously, it's got the 7-speed Tronic Auto gearbox. There you go. Loads of bits and pieces. £85,000 when it was new. Blimey, stunning car. Have you given it the chef's kiss, Michael? He has, it must be lovely. There we go then, well we will start. Yeah, we got 10-1 on the floor there. I've got 10-2, 10-3, 10-4. At 10,400, at £10,400 bid, a lot of car. At 10,405, 6 back at you, Jack. At 10,006, at £10,600 bid. At 10,006, 7 he says. 8, 9, 10, 9. 10,900 bids with me here at 10.9. You're out on the phones. He's back in 11. £11,000 bid. Selling and away at 11. At £11,000 bid, then I'm out. Jack, it's you in on the phones at 11. £11,000 bid. 1 on the internet, Jack. 11.1. 11.2. 11.2 in Cheshire. 11.3. Just got the internet before you then. 11,300. Would you like 4? 4 he says. 11,400 bid. 11,405 back on the internet. 11.5. 6 he says. 11.6. 11,600. And 7. 11.7. 11,700 and 8. 11.8 on the phones. I just got Jack before the internet then. Sorry, Will. 9. 11.9. 11,900. Proper car. £12,000. £12,000 bid on the telephones. It's Jack on the phones. 12-1 internet. You're back in at 12-1. 12,100. 12-2. 12-2. At 12,200. 12-3. £85,000 new. Blimey. 12-3 and 4. 12,400. Jack on the phones at 12-4 and 5. 12,005. At 12,500 bid and 6. 12-6. At 12,600. 12.7. 12,007. At 12,700. It's a proper car. 12.8. I just got the internet then, Jack, I'm afraid. Cheshire at 12.8. 12.9. 12.9. Next bid's 13. At 12,900. 13,000 on the net. £13,000 bid and 1. 13.1. 13.1. Thank you for letting me know. At 13,100 then internet. You're in at 13.1. At 13,100 then it's going to be sold for the first. 13.1 for the second. Third and final time. 13.1 internet, thank you for your bids. 377, the genuine shell forecourt sign. There we go, look. You see it on your screen there, I'm sure. Who got it, Mick? Oh, it's down there somewhere, look, there we go. Bids creeping up on the internet, so we got 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, at £160 bid, then and away, 170, at £170 bid, at £170 bid, at 170 then asking 80, there is 90 back at you internet, 190, at £190 bid, at 190 we're going to fill it up, 200, 210, at 210, Gisbury you're out, I'm in at 210, at £210 bid, at £210 bid, then are we all done? At £210 bid, Gisbury you're back in 220, 230 here with me, at £230 bid, at £230, at 230, at 230 then and selling 240, 250, 260, at £260 bid here with me, at 260 bid on the books, bid of 600035, £260 bid, at 260 then are we all done, at 260 then I'm going to sell it internet, at 260 then bids here with me, 260 I'm selling it for the first, 260 for the second, third and final time,
You can say that or not?
I knocked it down, I'm afraid, sorry.
That's fine, yeah.
Didn't rush it. 378, oh, the aerial. There we go, look, nice clean looking bike, lovely and straight on the fairings. I did the video myself the other day. Yeah, lovely usable bike. Where are we then? I've got a couple of low bids here with me. I've got 1,000, 11, £1,100 bid and away. 1,100 then for the aerial, 1960 look, at £1,100 bid. At 1,100, at £1,100 bid then 13 foot. Where are we?
It's the...
Still with me?
Yeah, 1,100, yes.
£1,100 bid here with me. At £1,100 bid. Sorry, internet just got carried away there. Look, 1,100 still with me. £1,100 bid then for nothing. At 1,100. At £1,100 bid then. We need more, but we'll make a phone call. We'll submit it. At 1,100 then. Selling provisionally for the first, second, third and final time. 1,100. Top right.
Yeah.
Lot 379, York Railway enamel sign. There we go, another one, look. Where are we then? Someone start me. I've got 180, 190. I'm going to have to go 215 just to be a little bit difficult there, Will, I'm afraid, just the increments. 215, but keep it in tens, please. There we go, 215 at £215. At £215 bid then, bid at 50016 at £215 bid. Selling and away at 215.
Being difficult is not in the job description, mate.
I know. 215's with me, by the way. Well, if that's okay, or is that a bid coming through? Got to accept it on there, look.
Yeah, there we go.
Are you there? We've got auto accept on.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go, 220. £220 bid on the internet at 220. £220 bid, tens please, Will. At 200, never mind, 225. At £225 bid in York. At £225 bid, then are we all done? 230. At £230 bid. At £230 bid, then Derby. At £230 bid, then selling and away at 230. At 240 back in York. At £240 bid, he's sick of missing his bus stop, look, or train stop, should I say. At £250 bid. At £250 bid back in Derby. 260, 260, selling and away, 260 and 70. £270 bid. 280, 280, 280. At £280 bid, then are we all done? At £280 bid. 290 back in York. At £290 bid. 300. £300 at £300 bid, at £300 bid then, at 300 in Derby, are we all done? At £300 bid then, I'm going to sell it, at £300 bid for the first, 300 giving you plenty of time for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. 300 Derby. 380, 2002 MGTF. Oh, clean little car. I videoed this one the other day, sits across the road there, look. There we go. It's had a recent replacement head gasket using improved laminated design. There you go, look. Head skim, good tyres, stainless steel exhaust, main cooling pipes. There you go, selling due to lack of space. There we go, nice little runabout for somebody then. Where are we? Showing us £500 asking for the little MGTF. Cheap little runabout for somebody through the summer. What we got left? Asking 500. If no one wants to jump in, we'll have to move on. Surely it's worth £500 then. 500 asking. There's a few lined up there, ready? No, if not, we'll have to move on. Make a phone call to the office, guys. No.
Makes a new car, that.
Yeah, makes a new little runabout. There you go. Where are we? You all right?
Max is better.
Max is runabout. 381, the Shell gasoline enamel sign. There we go. Mix on it up. Nice little wall filler, as we say. There we go, just brightens up a garage wall. I've got 30, 40, £50 bid then and away at £50. At £50 bid then for the Shell gasoline little sign. At £50 bid in 60 in Aberdeenshire, £70 West Sussex. At £70 bid then in West Sussex and 80. £80 bid, £80 bid, £80 bid then. At £80 bid and away at £80. £90 West Sussex, you're back in. £90 bid, one more bid, I can put it on sale. At £90 bid then, are we all done? At £90 bid then, we're going to fill it up. At £90 bid then, at £90 bid then, at £90 I'm going to have to mark it down provisional, but I'm sure it'll come. At £90 bid then, West Sussex for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time. Provisional, West Sussex, it'll come. 382, 1994 Peugeot 405 Le Mans. There we go, look. Obviously, they did a limited edition running with these, didn't they? To obviously commemorate Peugeot's winning Le Mans. Can't remember what year that was. But anyway, there you go. Peugeot 405 Milan, rare and exclusive edition, built to celebrate Peugeot's dominance at the legendary 24 Hours Le Mans. Sleek design, powerful performance, and motorsport-inspired engineering. There you go. This special edition pays homage to Peugeot's racing pedigree. There you go. Obviously, the MI 16 in these, aren't they? There we go then. Where are we? Someone start me. Someone start me then. I got 4, 4, 1, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4, 3, 4, 4. £4,400 bid, then and away 45. £4,500 bid. 4,500 then. £4,500 bid then for the 405 Le Mans. 4,500. Watch these going to money. £4,500 bid. £4,500 bid then and away at 45. £4,500 bid. £4,500. 6. 46. £4,600 bid. £4,600 then. £4,600. £4,600 bid. We'll clean up well the car. £4,600 for the 405 Le Mans. £4,600 bid then, and we all done. £4,600 bid. £4,600 then, we'll mark it down provisional, we'll make a phone call. £4,600 then provisionally for the first, 46 provisionally for the second, third and last time. 46 provisional, lot 383, the Porsche alloy wheel clock. There we go. Is it hung up behind somewhere? Is it down there, Nick, that clock? There we go, you can see it on the screen, look, lovely alloy wheel there, look, there we go. Bids from the off, sold and away, I've got 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160. £160 bid, then selling and away at 160. £160 bid, lovely in the garage, set up above your car. £160 bid, then being sold. £160 bid, and 70, Doncaster. 170, internet you're in. £170 bid, then selling and away at 170. And 80. 180, £180 bid, £180 bid and 90 back in Doncaster, £190, someone going to fill it up, £190 bid then, 200, £200 bid, £200 bid then being sold, £200 bid in Lancashire, 210 back in Doncaster, £210 bid, £210 bid then, and we all done. £210 bid then, it's going to be sold at 210 and 20 and 30. Bridge end at 230, 240, £240 bid. At £240 bid then, and we all done. At 240 then, it's going to be sold for the first, 250, 250, 260, at £260, at £260, at £260 bid. At £260 bid. At 260 then, Doncaster. At 260 then, it's going to be sold. At 260 and 70, 270. At £270 bid, at £270 bid, 280, at 280, at £280 bid then, I'm selling it, at 280 then, it's going to be sold for the first, 290, 290, 300, there we go, £300 bid, at £300 bid, you're trying hard, Doncaster, at £300 bid then, it's going to be sold, at £300, are you sure you're all done? At £300 bid then, I'm selling for the first, second, third and final time. 300, Doncaster. No, sorry, Bridgend. There we go. Oh, Escort RS Turbo. Here we go, look. Series 1. 4 previous keepers. Car was fully restored back in 2014. Full strip down and basically a nut and bolt rebuild. There you go. Engine and turbo were stripped and completely rebuilt. New suspension, bushes, brakes, fuel lines, all the rest of it there, look, bearings, anything that couldn't be bought new was shot blasted and powder coated. New clutch, there you go. Loads and loads of bits and pieces have been done. Only covered 2,000 miles in it, always been dry stored, and has only gotten wet once in the last 11 years. There you go, change of circumstances has led to the sale. There we go, I'm sure you've seen it, really, really straight level car. A lot of interest here with me on the books. Where do we start? We got 17.5 on the internet. Yeah, we might as well wipe all of these out then and go straight to 17.5. Can I have 17.5 with me though, please, Will? Is that okay? That's on the floor with me.
Yes. So what increment?
That's okay. Yeah, 250s, please. There you go. 17.5 with me. 17.5. 17,500. 750, Jack. 17,750. Jack on the telephone at 17,750. 18 with Mick, 18,000, £18,000 bid and 250 he says, 18,250 Jack on the telephones, 18,5, 18.5, 750 with Mick. Mick on the phones at 18,750. 19, is that bid a starer?
Yeah.
£19,000 bid on the rooms, in the hall, on the phones. £19,000 bid. 250. 19,250. 5. 19.5. 19,500. At 19,500. 750. At 19,750. At 19,750, £20,000 a star on the telephones at 20. At £20,000 bid and 250. On the phones at 250 and 5. 20,500 on the telephones. A star you're in. Jack, you're back into 20,750. 20,750. Would you like 21, Mick? 21, he says. £21,000 bid on the telephones at 21. Sorry, Birmingham. Mick just picked you in at £21,000 bid. Mick on the telephones at 21. Birmingham, you're out. They're back in. 21,250 on the internet. 21.5. Alan snuck in. Even asleep. He's snuck in. Look, fresh bidder. 21,500 and 750. And is that 22, Mick? 22, he says. £22,000 bid. Mick's telephone at 22. £22,000 bid. Internet, you're out. Alan, you're back in. 22 and a quarter. At 22,250. At 22,250 and 5. Back in Birmingham at 22.5. At 22,500. Next bid 22,750. He says 22,750 at 22,750 bid. Mick on the telephones. Internet, you're out. Alan, you're out. He's back in. 23. Sorry, Alan. 23 on the internet.
Yeah.
£23,000 bid on the internet. Internet bid at 23 and a quarter, he says. 23 and a quarter on the telephones. 23.5, 23,500. Nice car. 23,750 at 23,750 in Birmingham. Internet bid. Next bid's 24. 23,750 in Birmingham at 23,750. Internet bid. Telephones, you're out. 23,750 on the internet at 23,750. At 23,750. 24. 24, Alan's telephone, 24, at £24,000 bid then, at 24,000 and a quarter online, 24,250 online, 5, 24 and a quarter, Birmingham you're in, at 24,250 on the internet, phones you're out, at 24,250, then it's going to be sold, at 24,250, would he like 5? Sorry Alan, 5, 24.5 on the phone with me. At 24,005. Would he like 750? He does, he says. 24,750. Alan's phone. 24,750. Alan's telephone at 24,750. 25 on the internet. 25. Would he like a quarter? At 25,250 on the phones. 25,250. At 25,250 bid. At 25,250, 25 at 5, 25,500 back in Birmingham. At 25,500, are we all done? At £25,500 bid then, and 3 quarters, we're not. 25 and 3 quarters, Alan's telephone, 25,750. And 6, 26, £26,000 bid. At £26,000 bid on the internet, telephones you're out at 26 and a quarter, back with Alan. Got some good bidders here, they're all trying really hard. 26 and a quarter, Alan on the phone at 26 and a quarter, at 26,250 bid, 26.5, 26.5, at 26,500 on the internet and 3 quarters, 26,750, Alan's phone at 26,750. At 26,750. Does he want 27, Mick? At 26,750. 27, too late. 27,000 on the internet. At £27,000 bid. At £27,000 bid, then are we all done? At 27,000 then, and just giving you all plenty of time. At 27,000, don't miss it for 250 quid. At 27,000, at £27,000 bid, then I'm going to have to drop the hammer. At 27,000 then, it's going to be sold. One more, he says, 27,250. Thank you for letting me know. 27,250. At 27,250 bid. On Alan's phone, internet you're out, Mick you're out, Jack you're out. Alan, you're in on the telephones at 27,250. At 27,250 bid, then it's going to be sold. At 27,250 for the first, 27,250 for the second, third and final time. 27,250. Well done, everyone. Thank you for your bids. Lot number 385, the Goodrich Tyres wooden hand-painted sign. There we go, look, just sits down there, you'll see it in a minute, the lads will hold it up. Where are we then? I've got 50, £60 bid then, selling and away at 60. At £60 bid then, Mick's just going to grab it, there you go, look. Hold it up to the camera for you. At £60 bid then, selling and away at 60, bids here with me, 600193. At £60 bid then, it's going to be sold for the first, 60 for the second, third and final time. £60, top right. 386, the Fiat Barchetta. There we go, look. Yeah, bold statement to say, words from the vendor here, probably one of the best around. There you go, but he thinks it is. New roof fitted last week, cam belt water pump new, less than 50 miles ago. Service book stamped, ready for summer, one former keeper, and the last owner had the car for over 20 years. There you go, and you can tell the car has been cherished. There you go, look. Lovely car, I'm sure you've seen it. It sits up in Mick's unit on the road. I think I did the video on this one the other day. There we go then, I've got £2,300 bid then and away at 2.3. At £2,300 bid then. At 2,300 then. At 2,300 for the little Barchetta there, really clean example, this one guys. At 2,300, at £2,300 then and away at 23. At £2,300 bid. At 2,300, are you sure you're all done? I think you're missing a trick. At £2,300 bid then, we're a little bit off, but I'm sure it'll come. At 2,300, 2.4, Derbyshire 2.4. At 2,400, internet you're in, I'm out. At £2,400 bid then, Derbyshire. We'll just make a telephone call, Derbyshire. I've got two different figures in front of me there, but we'll put a deal together, don't worry. At 2,400, then you're going to miss it. At 2,400, then Derbyshire for the first, selling for the second, provisionally, sorry, for the second, third and final time. Provisional. 387, the Golden Shell motorcycle lubricating oil enamel sign. There we go. We've got a lot of these in. Look, these wall fillers, they're great. There you go. Where are we then? Someone start me. 50, 60, 70, £80 bid then, selling and away at £80. £80 bid then and selling. At £80 bid then. At £80 bid then and selling. £90 West Sussex. At £90 bid on the internet. I'm out. Internet you're in. £90 bid West Sussex. At £90 bid then. At £90 bid it's going to be sold. At £90 bid then I'm selling it for the first, second, third and last time. £90 West Sussex. 388, 1976 Leyland Cars Mini. Oh, there we go, look, little pickup. Lovely little thing. There you go, look, I'm sure you've all seen it. Real bright little motor there, look, there you go. Where are we then? I've got 12, 12.2, 12.4, 12,400 and 12.5, please, Will. Sorry, just the increments there. At £12,500 bid. At 12,500 and away then at 12.5. At £12,500 bid then. 12.6. 12,006. At 12,006 on the telephones. At 12,607. 12.7. 80 says. 12.8. At £12,800 bid. At 12,800. Are you coming in, Mick? At 12,800. It's Jack on the telephone at 12.8. At £12,800 bid then. At 12,800. On the telephones with Jack. I'm out. Jack, you're in. 12,800. We're a little bit off, but we'll make a phone call. At £12,800 bid then. Are we all done? At 12,800. It's going to go provisional. At 12,800. Would you like 9? Thank you for letting me know. Jack, it's you at 12,800 then, provisionally for the first, 12.8 for the second, third and final time. 12.8, Jack's telephone. 389, Harley Davidson motorcycles enamel sign. There we go, look, I got 40, 50, £60 bid then, selling and away at £60 bid. My bid, please, Will, yeah, bid of 600193. There we go, £60 bids here with me. There we go, just get the figures right. £60 then here with me, 70 not anymore, on the internet, West Midlands at £70 bid then, selling and away at 70. At £70 bid it's going to be sold. At £70 bid, internet you're in, I'm out on my sheet. At £70 bid then I'm going to sell it for the first, 70 for the second, third and final time. £70, internet bid. 390, 1989 Mercedes 420 SEC. There you go, this looks a lot of car. 15 stamps in the book. There you go, various invoices and MOT certificates. It just looks a lot of car, doesn't it? Nice car, Mick says, nice car. I've got 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, £8,000 bid then and away at 8,000. £8,000 bid for the 420 SEC at £8,000 bid then and away. £8,000 bid. £8,000 bid then here with me, bid of 600253. £8,000 bid then, sorry, 81. 8,100, not anymore. 8,100, it's Alan on the telephone at 81. £8,100 bid then, on the phones here with us at 81. £8,100 bid then, we're close, I'm sure it'll come, 82. 8,200 on another phone, 8,200. £8,200 bid, 83, back with Alan, 83, 8,300, £8,300 bid, is he coming back? 8,300, 84, one more bid and I can put it on sale, 8,400, it's Andy on the telephones at the moment at 84, it's on sale Alan, 85, 8,500, selling and away at 85. £8,500 bid then and being sold at 8,506. 860 says. 860 says on the telephones. Andy's telephone. Alan, you're out. Andy, you're in. £8,600 bid. 8,600. Would you like 7? 8,600. Then it's going to be sold. He's going to miss it. 87. Rightly so. 8,700. Alan's telephone. Would he like 8? 8,700. It's Alan on the telephones. Don't miss it for 100 quid. 88, 88, 88 on the other phone at 8,800, then selling and away at 88. £8,800 bid and 9, 89, 8,900. 8,900, 9,000's the next bid. 9,000 he says. 9,000, would you like 1? At £9,000 bid, Andy's telephone at 9,001, not anymore. 9,001, Alan on the phones at 91, 92, 92, at 9,200, at £9,200 bid, 93, 93, at 9,300, selling and away at 93, 94, 9,004, does he want 5? 5 he says, 95, at 9,500 then, Alan's telephone at 95, at 9,500, 96, 9,600, Andy's phone, 96, 97, 9,007. You can hear a pin drop in here now, can't you? Look at this.
Tense.
97, 98, 98, at 9,800 then, selling and away, 99. Would he like 10? At 9,900, it's Alan's telephone, 10,000 he says, 10,000, at £10,000 bid. At 10,000 then, at 10,001, 10,1, 10,1, at 10,102, 10,2, at 10,200, at £10,200 bid, at 10,200, 10, with the increments there, yeah, 10,3, 10,003.
You notice they're dead serious as well.
They are really serious.
There's
Look
no
at them faces, they are
all.
dead straight, stone cold. They're going to have a punch up in a minute. 10,003, was that a bid? 10,4, 10,400 with Andy. Yeah, keep them separated, Jack. We're going to be throwing fists in a minute. 10,400 then. Andy's telephone, 10,5, not anymore. Back with Alan at 10,500. At 10,500. 10,6, 10,6. At £10,600 bid. At 10,600. 10,7. Two strong bidders at 10,000. Where was I? I'm losing track now. 10,8. Andy, 10,8. At 10,800. At 10,800. You're a bit behind, Will, look.
Yeah, no, it's a slow.
Oh, is it? Sorry, internet, going a bit slow. 10,8. 11,000. Now he's not messing about. He's put you in his place, hasn't he? £11,000 bid on the telephones with Alan. £11,000. He's brave. 11,1. 11,100. 11,100, Andy's phone, 11,1, 11,2, 11,002. Nice car, that's the thing, you see.
Cars,
proper car, proper money. 10,4.
10,3.
10,4, I think that, is that internet not working?
It's just slow. We've got 10,4.
11,4 with Andy, wasn't it?
11,4, yeah.
11,4 with Andy, yeah. 11,400, there we go, internet's caught back up. 11,5, Alan's phone, 11,5. 11,500. Alan's telephone, 11,6. 11,6. Would he like a 50? No, I'm joking. 11,600. 11,600. I'm going to have to drop the hammer. 11,600. Thank him for his bids. Andy, it's you at 11,600. Then it's going to be sold. 11,600 for the first, second, third, and final time. 11,600. Well done. Thank you for your bids. Lot 391, 2013 Mercedes-Benz E300. There we go, look, the estate. Came in, bit of a project this one, suspected turbo or something. Anyway, wants a mechanical overhaul anyway, so a well worthwhile project for the price what's on here. I've got 1,000, 11, 12, £1,300 bid, then and away at 13. £1,300 bid, nice modern looking estate car there, look, at £1,300 bid. At £1,300 bid then, are we all done? Looks cheap. At £1,300 bid then. At £1,300 bid, are you sure you're all done? I think you're missing a trick. At £1,300 bid then. Nice modern looking car. Put a private plate on there and it'll look 3 times as much. There you go, Ripon, 1,400. At £1,400 bid then, North Yorkshire. I'll still mark it down provisional just to be safe. At £1,400 bid then is provisional for the first, second, third and last time. 1,400 provisional. No, not dear. 392, 1960, Morris Minor. There we go, look. I've had it running. Yeah, I did the video the other day, so she's up and running. Just wants a general sort of tidy up, really, but nice, smart, usable looking at little car. Asking 1,000 then. Asking 1,000. I've got nothing on my sheet, I'm afraid. £1,000 bid, asking if anyone wants to jump in. If not, you'll have to make a phone call to the office. Is there £1,000 anywhere? If not, we'll move on. No, okie dokie. Lot 393, the at cost enamel sign. There we go. Mick's just going to grab it there for you. Roughly 29 by 12 inches. There we go, look. 10, 20, £20 bid then. At £20 bid then for the at cost sign. At £20 bid then, that's cheap enough just to throw up on the wall. At £20 bid then. At £20 bid and away. At £20 bid here with me at £20. 30, thank you. At £30 bid. At £30 bid then, are we all done? At £30 bid then is provisional, but we'll make a phone call. At £30 bid then for the first, 30 for the second, third and final time. £30. Lot 394, 1960 Rover 100. There she is, look. Nice bright looking car. I'm sure you've seen it. You've seen this one. Is it? It's in here. Oh yeah, there you go. Look, it's that one there. Just when you walk in the door, everyone's seen it this week. They've been looking round it. There you go, in flat grey. There you go, where are we? I've got 2, 2, 1, at £2,100 bid then and away at 2, 1, and 2, 2, 2, at 2,200, at £2,200 bid then for the Rover 100, at 2,200, that looks good value, at £2,200 bid. At £2,200 bid then, are we all done? 2, 3, 2, 3 on the internet at 2, 3, at £2,300 bid, that looks for nothing, at 2,300, at 2,300 it's worth more, at £2,300 bid, at 2,300, are you sure you're all done? At £2,300 bid then, we'll make a phone call, we'll make a note, at 2,300 it's very provisional, but we'll make a phone call, at £2,300 then, Norfolk 23 for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. 23, very provisional. 395, the Ford Cosworth light up sign. There she is, look, Mick's pointing it down there beneath me. Where's all the fast Ford men? There we go, look, I've got 50, 60, £60 bid then and away at £60. At £60 bid then for the Cosworth light up sign. Nice big box there for you, look lovely in the garage above your fast Ford. At £60 bid then and away at £60 bid. At £60 bid then, are we all done? At £60 bid then. At £60 bid it's provisional. At £60 bid then. £70 bid Northallerton. At £70 bid. At £70 bid on the internet at £70. At £70 bid then it's provisional for the first, provisional for the second, third and final time. £70 provisional. 396 Alfa Romeo Giulietta RS. There she is, look, this looks a real bright car. There you go, look. Yeah, 1985 she is, MOT certificates, bit of service, promotional booklet and various invoices. There you go, looks a real clean, straight car, doesn't it? Really level car. There we go then. I've got interest here with me, I've got 67, 68, 69. At £6,900 bid then and away at 69. At 6,900, really straight level car. At £6,900 bid. At 6,900. At 6,900. 7, thank you. £7,000 bid. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 bid then. At £7,000 bid for nothing. At £7,000 bid then. Really, really clean, straight car. I'm sure you've seen it. Looks the business. I like it. At £7,000 bid then and away it's provisional. At £7,000 bid then, are we all done? 7-1 Hampshire. At at 7,100, at £7,100 bid then, still provisional Hampshire, at 7,100, at £7,100 bid, at £7,100 bid then, at 7,100 is provisional for the first, 7-1 for the second, third and final time, 7-1, Hampshire. Lot 397, Texaco, at your service sign. There we go, another wall filler, look. We got loads of lovely little signs this time again, haven't we? There we go. I've got £40 bid, thank you Staffordshire, £40 bid then and away at £40 bid. At £40 bid then, at £40 bid, nice size little sign, go anywhere. At £40 bid then in Staffordshire, at £40 bid and 50. £50 bid Southwell, 50, 60, £60 bid then and away at 60. At £60 bid then are we all done? At £60 bid, I'll mark it down provisional, I'm sure it'll come. £70 bid, one more bid, I can put it on sale. There we go, it's sold. £80 bid then selling and away. £80 bid then for the Texaco at your service sign. £80 bid then it's going to be sold. At £80 then for the first, second, third and final time. £80 sold. Austin Mini 1000. Oh, here we go. Look, this is a clean little car. This is up at yours, isn't it, Mick? Up at Mick's. Up in Unit 3 there, full restoration, and I mean a big restoration a couple of years ago. So what you see is what you get. There's going to be no hidden surprises anytime soon. Obviously, it stood 2 years very well. I'm sure you've seen it. Lovely looking car. So yeah, there you go. I had a lot of people look around it. I've got 17,250, 17,500, 17,750, £18,000 bid then and away in 250, 18,250 bid, 18,250 bid, lovely car, 18,250 and 5, 18,500, 18,500 at £18,500, 1964 look, 18,500, 18,500, 18,500 and 750, 18,750 in Cumbria, rightly so, 18,750 bid, that looks for nothing, 18,750 in Cumbria, we're going to fill it up, 18,750, at 18,750 bid, we're a bit off, 18,750, I think it's worth more, 18,750 bid then, Cumbria you're in, I'm out, Cumbria 18,750 at 18,750. We'll make a phone call, Cumbria, at 18,750 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time. You're in the driving seat. Lot 399, the Rolex style wall clock. There we go. I think there's a few dotted about underneath me here. Look, there we go. Oh, Mick's got it. There you go. Nice looking thing. Where are we then? I've got 20, 30, £40 bid and away at £40 bid. At £40 bid then, at £40 bid, you're out Sheffield, I'm in at 40, Northallerton are in at 50 and 60. £60 bid then and away at £60. At £60 bid and 70. £70 bid, Northallerton, £80 and sold. £80 bid then, selling and away at 80, 90, 100, £100 bid. At £100 bid then in Northallerton, selling and away at 100, 110, 110, at £110 bid. At £110 bid, are we all done? At £110 then 20, 120, at £120 bid, at £120 bid then it's going to be sold, at 120, 130, 130 in Sheffield, 140 back in North Yorkshire, at £140 bid then, selling and away at 140, at 140 then for the first, selling for the second, third and final time, 140. Lot number 400, the 1999 Rover Mini Cooper. There she is, bought by the gentleman himself in November 2000. One previous owner, 75,500 miles. It's had a full respray approximately 10 years ago. So again, what you see is what you get. Including one within the last 6 months. New battery, other services carried out within the last 6 months. New battery, 4 new tyres. There you go. Just a real straight, usable little car, I think. There you go. Well, I've got 3,000, 3-1 at £3,100 bid, then and away for the little Mini at 31. £3,100 bid. At £3,100 bid, then 2, thank you, 3-2. At £3,200 bid for nothing. At £3,200 bid and 3, 33. At 3,300. At £3,300 bid then. At 3,300 down in Staffordshire. At 3,300. At £3,300 bid then, are we all done? At £3,300 bid then is provisional for the first, 3-3 for the second, third and final time. 3-3 provisional 401, the Texaco enamel sign. There we go. 10, 20, £30 bid then. At £30 bid then and away. At £30 bid then. At £30 bid for the Texaco sign there, look, as you can see. At £30 bid then, one more bid and I can put it on sale. At £30 bid then, nice little wall filler. At £30 bid then and away. At £30 bid then, are we all done? At £30 then for the first, second, third and last time. £30 provisional. 402, 2001 MGF. Oh, there we go, we've got a tractor reverse here. Look, oh, this is a nice car. Again, arrived at a similar time to the silver one we had a few lots ago. Obviously 1.8 factory 16-inch wheels, there you go, all correct, nearly new Goodyear Eagle tyres, mileage supported by all the 8 service stamps.
Is that the one with the spare wheels and the hard top stand to go with it?
I think you might be right, Charlie. Yes, hang on.
Let me double check that
yeah,
guys,
don't,
I think it is.
Oh yeah, spare set of unmarked 15-inch spoked wheels, there you go, and yeah, matching tyres as well, so there's an immaculate spare set of wheels and tyres, well remembered, and there is a hard top stand to go with it as well. But yeah, really, really straight car. There you go, current ownership for 16 years. Speaks for itself, really. I'm sure you've seen it. So there you go. Where are we then? Someone start me. I've got 28, 29, 3,000, £3,000 bid and away at 3. At £3,000 bid, really, really straight car. Really, you can tell it's been well cherished. At £3,000 bid then. At £3,000 bid then is the one. At 3,100, 3-1 Driftfield, thank you, rightly so. At £3,100 bid then for nothing. At £3,100 bid. At 3,100. At £3,100 bid then, are we all done? At 3,100. At £3,100 bid, you'll be pleased if it comes, Driftfield. At £3,100 bid then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 31. 403, the Kendall Motor Oils enamel sign. There we go, look. Mix, hold it up there, you can see it. Sold from the off, £80 bid then and away and selling at £80. At £80 bid then, £80 bid then, nice size little sign, fit anywhere. At £80 bid then, are we all done? At £80 bid then, I just let internet cut, there we go. £90 bid Northallerton, sorry internet going a little bit slow today. £80 bid, £90 bid Northallerton. At £90 bid, I'm out. Internet, you're in at £90, selling and away at £90. At £90 bid, then I'm going to sell it for the first, second, third and final time. £90, internet. Oh, the 250 SL. There we go, look, lovely looking car. It speaks for itself, doesn't it? They're lovely, aren't they? Aren't they such an elegant shape? Yeah, really, really nice. Purchased by the current owner in July 81. There you go, that's the 2 former keepers when purchased. Been painted in metallic blue by the previous owner, so it's duck egg blue. The car is badged as a 280 as it is fitted with a 280 engine. There you go, this was fitted before purchase, I remember now. The engine was rebuilt shortly after. There you go, so it's had loads of bits and pieces carried out. Yeah, approximately 20,000 miles in the current owner's ownership, only 3,000 miles since 2002. So there you go, look, being part of a collection for a number of years, so there's a hardtop with it too. So yeah, there you go, it speaks for itself. Hardtop's never been on the car since he purchased it. So there you go, someone start me then. I've got a bit of interest here with me. I've got 40, 41, 42. At £42,000 bid then and away. At £42,000 bid for the 250 SL. Looks an awful lot of car for that. At 42, 43, thank you Ken. At 43, at £43,000 bid. At £43,000 bid then for the 250 SL. At £43,000 bid. 44, thank you London. 44, at £44,000 bid. 44, 45, 45, at 45,000, at £45,000 bid and 6, 46, at 46,000, that'd be nice, £46,000 bid then and away at 46, 47, at 47, at £47,000 bid. At £47,000 bid, lovely car. At £47,000 bid, we'll try 500 if it helps, everyone will. At 47,500. At £47,500 bid. At 47,500. At 47,500, 48, thank you, 48. At £48,000 bid in Kent. At £48,000 bid. At £48,000 bid, are we all done internet? At £48,000 then it's in Kent, I'm out. Kent, you're in on the internet at 48. At £48,000 bid then for the Mercedes. Are we all done? At £48,000 bid. We're a little bit off, but I'm sure we'll be able to put a deal together, Ken. At £48,000 then it's going to be provisional, but we'll make a phone call straight away.
Yes.
48.5 back down in London. 48.5 at 48,500. At 48,500. What are you thinking, Kent?
That's Lisa, is that 48?
That's Lisa. Lisa at 48.
It was.
Who's in Ken? Justin, you're in. 49,000. Lisa, you're out.
Is just in.
Justin is just in. Yeah, Justin is just in. At £49,000 bid then. At 49,000, Justin is just in. At £49,000 bid. At 49,000, I'm giving you plenty of time, Lisa, have a think. At £49,000 bid. Don't miss it for 500 quid, blimey, you'll be kicking yourself later on. At £49,000 then. With Justin in Kent. At 49,000, are you sure you're all done? At 49,000 then it's going to be provisional. We'll make a phone call, but I'm sure it'll come. At 49,000 then in Kent for the first. Provisionally for the second. Third and final time, Justin at 49. 49, thank you for your bids.
Do you want a break?
Yeah, please, my voice is going. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Lisa, for trying.
You want to just maybe give Charlie a break? Or
Yeah, we'll do.
break or vice versa or something?
Yeah, 2 seconds, I'll be with you.
Right, okay, right. Oh, right, I've been bogged down with emails for the last hour or so. But anyway, back on again now. Here we go, lot number 405, the Cadbury's Chocolates Free Pro sign. There we are, £50 and away straight away and sold and done at £50. £50 it's sold and £50 then at £50. Oh, excuse me. A couple of T's repeating on me. At £50 we've got, at £50 then I'm going to sell. Yep. At £50, £60 says Andy down there at 60. At £60 then, at £60 bid. £60 we've got. Andy, your bid down there at 60. At £60 then, at £60 are we all done and dusted at £60. Sold at 60. Moving on to 406. The Porsche wheels. There we are, the 996 wheels and tyres. If you need some, there they are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £100 away, thank you. 100, 125, 125, 150, 175, 175 we have at 175. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At 175, just let the internet catch up. At 175, 175, then are we all done at 175? 175 for the first, 175 then for the second. Are you sure we're all there at 175? 407 is the Shell gasoline enamel sign. Again, there we go. Where are we going to be on that? We have got 160 there, Will. 160 on my screen there. 160, 170, 180 we've got. At £180 I'm going to sell. At 180 sound. At 180 then. At 180. At 180, 180, 190, 200 with me on the sheet at 200. At £200 I've got. At £200 I've got at 200. At £200 then I have at 210 says Alan at 210. I'm out. Alan, you're in. At 210. 210, they're going to be sold at 210. At 210 then. At 210, are we all there at 210? Hammers coming down 220. Nottinghamshire internet bid at 220. £220 we have. 230 down there. 230. 230 at 230 then at 230. £230 at 230 going once, twice, third and last time. Alan's bid at 230. Be warned. Sold. 408 is the Motor Guzzi. Yeah. We are on sport. Nice bit of information there about it. Look at that. Tells you all there is. So need to know where we're going to be on that. You tell me. You want to start me at 3,000, Will? Yep. Let's drop it down to 3. We've all seen what they've been achieving. We all see what this achieved before now. Where we are. I know where bikes are. They are cheap, basically. That's where bikes are. There's no way of putting it other than the fact they are cheap at the moment. And they've got to be cheap, otherwise they don't go anywhere. And I think at £3,000 you could argue the bike is cheap. Can't start any lower than 3. Anyone want to jump in at 3? It's changed hands for considerably more in the past. If not, we'll have to move on. It will go in our timed auction if we don't have a phone call in the meantime. No, I can't start any lower than 3. There's not a lot of point, Will. Yeah. And on to the best of all, Woodbine sign. Here we are then, the Woodbine sign. Where are we going to be on that? Nice little sign there. 40, sorry, Will. £40 we've got there. At £40 bid. At 40. £40, £50 we have at £50. At £50 then, at £50 done at 50. At £50 then, £50 then are we all starting at £50, 60 I've got, thank you, at 60. At £60, at £60 then at 60. £60 then, at £60, that's cheap enough at £60 are we all done at £60. Moving on to 410. is the Honda, where's my screen? Come on, screen. Honda XBR 500. That's a fair machine, and look at that. I've got some interest here as well. I've got loads of bids here, Will, but to be fair, we might as well start with that one there, that 1,400 quid on the screen. At 1,400 there, 12 bids have taken us to 1,400 and it's sold. At £1,400 and it's sold at 14. At £1,400 then we're going to sell at 1,400. At £1,400 then it's going at 14. Hammer's coming down. I'll take a 50 anywhere, Will, if it helps, just in case. If the people were here, they may shout up 50s and 100s, as we know. Anyone want to jump in at a 50? If not, it's going to be sold at £1,400. Then Hammer's coming down. Off it goes at 14. 411 is the Sinclair aircraft enamel there. A later reproduction sign there. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. We got 40. 40, £50 then. At £50 we have. At £50 then. Nice sign there at £50. At £50 then are we all done at 50? £60 I see there in Thornaby. Thank you, Thornaby. Oh, just been outbid by Aberdeenshire there. £70 we've got. At £70 I'm going to put it on sale at 70. It's going to go. At £70 it's off. At £80 we've got. Back in Thornaby there at 80. £80 we have. £80 it's going to go at 80. We all done at 80. £80 then. I'm going to drop the hammer down at £80 then. Are we all done and dusted? Off it goes then. Up to Thornaby then at £80. 412, the VW Corrado G60. There we are, the one you want,
Real
G60. Clean car, says Charlie. There, nice bit of information there. Current owner, it says there, I was a boy working on which I did. I've owned the car for the last 20 years. There we are. That's lovely, isn't it? We all like to see long-term ownership. It does install confidence, and that confidence is often justified because it normally represents a nice car. There we are then. Where are we going to be? 7,000, I bet. 7,000, it's a start. At 7,000, £7,000 we've got 1, 2, 7, 2, 7, 3, 4, 7, 4. 7-4, 7-5. It is the G60, 7-5. 7-5, 7-6, 7-7, 7-7, 7-8, at 7,008. 7,008, at £7,800. 7-8, 7-9, 7-9, 7,009, 7,009. That's not a dear car. It is the Corrado G60. If you're going to get one, it's the one you want. 7,009. Are we all done at 7,009? 7,009. £8,000 bid. £8,000 then. £8,000. Internet, you're in there. You guys are out. It's £8,000 on the internet there at 8,000. £8,000 then we have at 8,000. £8,000. £8,000 then. £8,000. Are we all done and dusted at 8? £8,000. £8,000 for the first. £8,000 for the second. Third and last time then at £8,000. That's very provisional. 413 is the Ferrari Shell V-Power sign there. Wall art. There we go then. Looks quite tidy there. Where's that, Michael? Where's that, Jacko? Have we got it here somewhere? Where's Mickey gone? It's quite a big one, is it? Oh, quite a big sign says, oh, it's 36. Well, 36. It's not huge, but there you go. Okay, then where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £50 away, £50, £60 we've got, 60, 70, 80, 80, £90 then, £90 we have at 90, at £100 then at 100, at £100 we've got, £100 then are we all done at 1, at £100 then, £100 then are we all done and dusted at 100, at £100 then, 100 then are we all finished then, at £100 then, that's very provisional at £100, £100 very provisional. And then moving on to 414, the little Bella Solex. Here she is, bless her, the one you've all been waiting for. There we go then, the little Bella Solex there, look at that. Bright little thing. Every time I see one of these, I think of Mr. Bean. There we are. Where are we then? You tell me. £200, thank you. 200 we have. 200, 225 and 50. 250, 250, 275, 275, £300, 325, 325 we've got, 325. 325, 350, 350 at 350 then, 350, 375, 375, 375 at 375, 375, very, very provisional, 375, 375, I'll put you down Aberdeenshire, but he's looking for more, at 375, it's extremely provisional, at 375, at 375 for the first. 375 for the second, third and last time, very provisional at 375. 415, never give up a later repro enamel sign there. There you go then. Oh, we had one earlier on. £120 on the screen there, Jack, straight away at 120. At £120 we've got. At 120 then, £120 we have at 120, then 120, 120, 120, 130 in Driffield. Back in again, Driffield, I think you tried last time. 120, 130, 140, 140 we've got on 150. At 150 then, Driffield's back in again at 150. At 150 and £60 then. At £160. 170 we've got Driffield doing again at 170. At 170, £170 we're going to sell at 170. At 180 we've got. At £180 then 180. At 180, 180, 190. At 190, £190 then at 190. At 190, at 190, then Hammer's coming down, off it goes to Driffield at £190. Oh! Yeah, I know, Nottinghamshire, it was on its way down there, blimey, don't leave it to the last minute, guys, it's not a timed auction, when it goes down, it's gone. And I'm going to knock it down now, unless you're sharpish, to Driffield at £207 for the first, second, third and last time. 220, 220.
Internet is going a little bit.
220, okay, 220 then, 220. 220, same applies. I'm going to bang it down at 220 then. Are we there at 220 then for the first? 220 for the second. Third and last time, fair warning. You've had a while now. If that's it, it's going at 220. 220. Right, the little Honda, 78 Honda, little pedal and pop. Here we go again. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Who wants to start me at 4? Who wants to start me at 3? Start me at 3, anyone? It is a start. It's a way off, but it's a start. Just let the internet just catch up there while I have a mouthful of tea. Anyone want to jump in at 3? Thank you. Aberdeenshire again. At £300 then, at 300 we've got. £300 then, at £300 then. £300 then, are we all done at £300? 300, at £300, same again. Very, very provisional then at 300. At £300 then, at 325. 325, 325. 325 then for nothing really at 325 and 50. 350 at 350. 350 is open for double this at 350. Open for twice as much he is really at 350. That's extremely provisional at 350 and 375. Apologise, 375 at 375. At 375 and £400. Well, we're getting closer by the minute, aren't we? 400 we've got. At £400 then. At £400 we have. At £400. At £400 then, are we going to submit the 4? We'll try for you. You're going to have to find a bit more, I think, but we'll try. At 400 then, Hammer's coming down at £400. Very provisional. Lot number 417 is the handmade Porsche sign. As I've said earlier on in the day, Mark from York makes these for us. He does them of an evening, bit of spare time. They are lovely. Can you get it up, Andy? Someone going to pick it up. Where's Mick when you want him? Come on, Michael, look sharp. Where's this sign? There we are. Porsche sign. Where is it? There we are. Porsche sign there. Second to none this. There you are. Where are we then? Makes a lovely job of these. Where are we going to be? £100 away straight away. £100. There you go. £100 then. £100 we've got. £100 then. Always thinking in your stomach you are. £100 then. £100 then. £100 we've got. 110, 120, 130, 140. At 140 then. At 140. At 140. 140 then, just let the internet catch up. 140, 150, thank you, at 150. At £150 then, at 150, at 150, we all done at 150. At 150 and £60 in Buckinghamshire at 160. At £160. At 160, 170. £170. At 170, I'm going to put it on sale at 180. Driffield, hello, you're there again at 180. 180 back in bucks at 190. £200 we've got, £200 bid at 200, at £200 and 10. 210, 220, 220, at 220 we have at 220. At 220, 230. 230, at £230 are we all in? Driffield's back in 240. 240. At 240, you're trying hard today, Driffield, I'll give you that. At 240, 250 we've got 260. At 260. At £260, £260, 270, 270, 270 we have, 280, 280, 280, 290, 290, 290 then, at 290, 290 then. Hammer's going to drop down at 290 for the first, second, third and last time. Be warned, it's going at 290. It's gone. 418, the Mercedes 260E. We've got some bids already on this one. Jack, we've got £2,500 on this already on the screen there. At 2005, on sale. 2005, 2006 we've got. At £2,600 bid. At 2006. And 7 on my sheet here, 27 at 2007, at £2,700. We're going to pull the lever, it's going to go at £2,700, at £2,700 then, at 2007, 28. 2008 we've got 28, 29 on my sheet, 29, 29, £3,000 on my sheet. Actually another bid there, £3,000 on my sheet at 3,000. £3,000 we have on my sheet at 3,000. Internet, you're out. £3,000 is in at £3,000. £3,000 then. I'll take a 50 if it helps. If not, the hammer's going down at 3,000. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 then. At 3,000. £3,000 we've got. £3,000 then. Hope that's okay for you, Peter. At £3,000. I was very pleased to hear the news the other day in the office up there. I wish you all the very best, Peter. What a lovely man. At £3,000, are we all done then? At £3,000 for the first. £3,000 for the second, third and last time at £3,000. Oh, 3,050. At 3,050. At 3,050. You are in by £50, sir. At 3,050 we've got. At £3,050. At £3,050. That's paid for your petrol the other day, Peter, if nothing else. At 3,050. At 3,050 we all done. At £3,050 for the first. Second, third and last time, only just in at 3,050. Sold. 419 is the Brexton Brown Picnic Samped. Here we are. £70 straight away and £80 on my sheet here, Jack. £80 I've got. £80 then. £80 it's going to be sold at 80. It's going to go. £80 we have. Just let the internet catch up. We've got £80 there. £80, 80 and £90 coming. At £90 then. £90 then we've got at 90. £90 I'm going to sell at 90. £100. Perfect for the back of your classic car. Perfect. At £100 we've got. £100 then. At 100 then. Are we all done at 100? At 110. £110 at 110. At 110. £110 bid we've got at 110 going for the 120. And he went then at 120. At £120 then. At 120, a must-have accessory. At £120 then. Hammer's coming down. Are we all done and dusted at £120? 130. 130. Bingley, don't leave it to the last minute. 130 we've got. 130 at £130 at 130 then. 130 at 130 then. I'm going to drop the lever again now at 130 for the first. 130 for the second. 130 for the third and last time. Hammer's coming down. It's going. 420 is the little 73 Mobility here. There we are. Nice little lightweight again. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. 480 I see there. 480, 500 we've got. At 500 then. At 500 then. At 500. 500 then at 500. At 500 then at 500. Are we all done at 500? At £500 we've got. 520. At 520. At 520. At 520 then. At 520 then we have at 520. At £520 then at 520. At 520 then. 520. At £520 then. Are we all done? It's very provisional at 520. And we are on to 421. The BP Motor enamel sign. There we are. Nice one there. £180 bid there, Jack, on the screen. Look, 180. 5 bids already on the system. £180 we've got. £180 bid at 180. At 180. At 180 then. 180 we've got. I'm going to pull the lever then at 180. 190 then. At 190 in Derby. At 190 we have. At £190. 190 going to be sold at 190. At £190 then. £200 and away at £200 and 10. 210. At £210. At 210. At 210 then. 210 going once. 220 we've got. North Allerton, hello there. 220. Derby back in again. 230. Mouth for the tea. Give you a second. Not a bad cup of tea then, just getting the hang of them. At 230. At 230 and 240. Better than your tea, Gregor. Better than your tea. I'm sorry, mate. I'm better than your team. Your team will be a lot better on Monday when Linda's not here. £250, then are we okay at 250? At 250. At £250, then at 250. Off to Derby by the looks of things at £250, then are we all done? At £250 then for the first, second, third and last time. 422 is the Morris Minor. The more observant among you would realise that the roof comes down on this one. So there you go then, the little soft top Moggy Minor. Dead sensible on the money. Look at that. Soft top Moggy Minor for the price of a hard top. Look at that. Dead sensible. Where are we going to be on that? £2,800, I bet. 28, 29, £3,000 bid. At 3,000 then. £3,000 then at £3,000 we've got. 3,132. £3,200. 3,002, that's a cheap little Moggy Minor. At 3,200, you'll have a load of fun with that. At 3,002. At £3,200, that's hard top money. £3,200 we have at 3,002. 3,3. 3,003. At £3,300 bid. At 3,003, that's very provisional Cheshire, obviously. At 3,003. At £3,300 we have at 3,3. At 3,300. £3,300 then at 33 then. At £3,300, that's provisional then, Cheshire at 3-3. And 423 is the Shell Motor Spirit sign there. Or Motor, is it Motor Spirit? Yeah, Motor Spirit, sorry. Motor Spirit, there we are then. Michael's got that somewhere. There we are there. Nice size again. We've got a nice few of these little signs there coming in. They can go anywhere, can't they? In your office, in the house somewhere, in the workshop, in the shed. They're not too big. Where are we then? £50 on the way, thank you, at 50. £50, 60, £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 off it goes at 70. Nice little sign there. At £70 then. At £70 then for the first. At £70 for the second, third and last time at £70. 424 is the little midget. There we are. Ah, now this is the midget with the K-series in. Yeah, this is fantastic, this little thing. Yeah. What a lovely little thing this is. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there we are then, the little midget then, with the K-Series engine in. There you go, Ford Type 9 box. There we go. Internet bid we've got there, some interest I've got here with me. Don't cry back next week when you ring the insurance company and you tell them everything and they say, oh, no, we won't insure it because it's got a different gearbox in it or different this. This is what it is. It's obviously been insured. This man's insured it. I could insure it. Most people can insure it. Everyone can insure it. I'm just thinking ahead. Honestly, we get the most ridiculous excuses later on sometimes moving forward. There you go then. It is what it is. The MG Midget then, I think it's a fantastic little car. A little spaceship, little rocket. A real fun little car. There we are with a modern tweak. We've got 6,005 there. 6,005 we've got. 6,5, 6,6. 6,7, 6,007, 6,8 here with me on my sheet, 6,008 on my sheet at £6,800, 6,800 we've got, 6,008, £6,800, 6,9 there, 6,9, 6,009 at 6,900. I have got £7,000 on my sheet. Bidder number 6000281, £7,000 on my sheet here. £7,000 absentee bid on my sheet here at £7,000, and I'm going to sell it at £7,000. It's on sale, it's going to go at £7,000 then. At £7,000, are we all done? Hammer's going to come down, you'll have a load of fun with that. At £7,000 then, are we all done and dusted at 7,000? Sold. Lot number 425. Three light up signs. They are there, nice, aren't they? There you go. We have got £70 out the traps. There we are. £70 we've got. At £70 we've got. At £70 then. £70 we have at 70. £80 bid. £80, 90 and £100 then. At £100 then. At £100 we have at 100. At £100. They're cheap, aren't they? £100 we've got. At 100 then. At £100 then. They're cheap enough at 100 then. Hammer's coming down at 110 and £20. 120. At 120. At £120 bid at 120 going for the first, second, third and last time. 120. And we have got, what's the next one? Excuse me, let me just update my screen there. We have got, Black Cat cigarettes. There we are, Black Cat cigarette sign, there we are. Again, Michael's got it. Where are we? We have got 50, 60, 70 pound, 80 pound we've got. At 80 pound then, 80 pound then, are we all done and dusted at 80 pound? 80 pound then, 80 pound, Black Cat cigarette sign there, 80 pound. At 80 pound bid, are we all finished at 80? 80 pound then, 80 pound then, 80 pound then, off we go at 80 pound for the first. 80 pound for the second, third and last time at 80 pounds. And 427 is the renovated Shell motor oil pump. Again, we've had a couple in already today. Phil there has been doing these now for the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, I think. Sadly, they're coming to an end, which is a real terrible shame, but I wish Phil all the very best with his retirement. There we are, they're fantastic, they're great. Here we are, we've got £500 straight out the trap. At £500 we've got, at £500 then 550, 550, £600 we have. At £600 bid, at 600 then, at £650, 650. At £650 is Andy's bid at 650. At 650. At 650 we have, at 650 then, at £650. At £650 are we all done at 650? At 650, £700 then at 700. At 700, 750 with Andy there, 750. At 750, at 750. There's the last few to do this sale and next. Then sadly there will be no more. At 750 they're a fantastic piece of art. At £750 it's your bid, Andy, I believe, at 750. At 750 then, off to a good home, I know all that'll be. At £750 are we all done at 750? Sold, 750. 428 is the Army trailer. There we are then, the Army trailer. If you've got the Army Jeep, you need the Army trailer. I couldn't quite work out why whoever bought the Jeep last time didn't buy the trailer, because I would have bought it without a doubt. But there we are, we've got £1,000 then, £1,000 bid, £1,000 then, I'm going to sell it. £1,000 then, an absolute must if you've got an Army Jeep, or obviously a Willis or equivalent. £1,000 then we're going to sell. At £1,000 worth every penny. At £1,000 then, at £1,000 are we all done? We're going to sell it at £1,000. £1,000 then, that's cheap enough, isn't it? At £1,000 you should be queuing up for this if you've got a Jeep. At £1,000 then, at £1,000 are we all done? If you're going to France with a Jeep, you need that to put your gear in. At £1,000 then, at £1,000 for the first, £1,000 for the second, third and last time, an absolute must-have, £1,000. 429 is the Sinclair gasoline enamel sign. Again, later reproduction sign there. We've got 50 in the bag here, Jack, straight away. We've got 50. We've got 60, £70 we've got. At £70 bid, at 70. At £70 then, at £70, £80 bid, £80 on sale. I'm going to sell at 80. Off it goes at £80. At £80 are we all done then? Off we go now, £80 then. Hammer's coming down, be warned. It's going to be sold. It's off to Staffordshire at £80. Going. It's gone. And 430, the Westfield. Now these are fun car, aren't they? I never really loved them until I actually got in one and drove one. And we were at Blighton, a friend of mine, and he's down there, and he almost forced me in it. And then 15 laps later, I came back into the service area with a massive grin. It was about out of petrol. He said, I take it you like it then. I said, I think it's absolutely brilliant, that. He said, yeah, I thought as much. And there we are. I think they're great, these. Where are we going to be on that? £5,000 we've got. £5,000 and away. 5,000, 5,2, 5,4, 5,6, 5,8, £6,000. At £6,000 then. At £6,000 we've got. At £6,000 then, worth every penny, 6,002 and 4, 6,4, 6,6, 6,600. The most fun you can have with your clothes on. 6,600 then, 6,006, 6,008 says young Jackie down there at 6,008. I'll take 100 if it helps. I'd like to try and get him into the sevens. At 6,008 it's Jack's. 6,009 says Alan down there, 6,009. At 6,009, £7,000. It's been very, very sensibly priced from the out. At 7,001 we've got with Alan, 7,001, 7,001, 7172, 72, 72, 73, 73. 7-3 we have, 7-3, 7-4, 7-4, 7-4 we've got, 7-5, 7-5. I'm going to put it on sale. Don't miss it, 7-5, 7-6, sure. 7-6. In the world of Westfields Caterers, that's not dear. 7-7, 7-7, 7,007, 7-8, £7,800 we've got at 7-8 with Jack. 7-8, 7-9, 7-9. 7-9, 7-9, £8,000 says young Jack at £8,000. £8,000, 8-1, 8-1. It'll be a frying machine. Look, Duratec on throttle body's doing 280 brake. 8-2, 8,002, 8,002, 8,3, 8,003, 8,003, 8,4, 8,004, 8,4 we've got. In the bag is 8,4, 8,5's there. £8,500 we have. 8,005 and 8,6 with our Jack there at 8,6. 8,6, 8,7, 8,007, 8,007, 8,8, 8,008, 8,008, 8,9, 8,009, 8,009, £9,000 we've got, £9,000, 9,000, 9,1, £9,100 we have at 9,1, at 9,001, 9,2, 9,2, 9,3, 9,3, 9,3, 9,5, 9,5. I see what you did there, Jacko. At 9,5, 9,6 though. The old silver fox there, he knows what you're up to. 9,006, 9,7, 9,7, 9,8, 9,8. You wait, you can see what's coming. Oh, I thought you were going to say 10 then. 9,9, 9,009, 9,009, £10,000, £10,000, £10,000. This will make you smile every time you go out in it. Where are we going, Jacko? Is that you done? 10-1, he says, 10-1, 10-1, 10-1, 10-2, 10,002. Is there a chink in the armour? 10,002, 10,002. There is, 10,002, are you sure? 10,002, Alan, I think you got it. At 10,002 then, at 10,002, the tortoise and hare, £10,200, here we go at 10,002, Alan's got it at £10,200. Hope that's all right for you, Steve, well done. Lot number 431, the Golden Shell Lubrication Oil Motorcycles and Painted Sign. Jesus, that's a mouthful, isn't it? Wowzers, there you go then. Where's the oxygen bottle? Right, here we go then. Ray does these for us. He has done them for the last 10 years. He knocks them out. No, maybe we'll rephrase that. Yeah, he does these while he's watching television of an evening. Yeah, there we are. He produces these while he does his... There we are then. They're just wall fillers. They're on timber. We've got them all round our unit. We've got them all round Thorntondale. They do the job. They're great. We have got £100 bid there. At £100 we've got 110 here, and I've got 120 on here, Jacko. 120 I've got at 120 here. At 120. At 120 then. At £120. Are we all done at 120? At £120 at 120. £120 then. Are we all done and dusted at 120 then? At 120 then. Hammer's coming down at £120. Sold. Number 432, the Mercedes SL 320. There we are. Oh, it's been, we supplied it in 2020. Used as summer only, factory hardtop. There you go. We supplied it almost 5 years ago. There you are then, and look at the money. Look how sensible the vendor has been with his expectations on value. Look, dead sensible. They should be lit up now, Jack, at that sort of money. I'm not going to start any lower than £2,000. £2,000 and we're off. At £2,000 asking. £2,000 we're away at £2,000, thank you. Oh, not 4. We'll just unwind that, Nottingham, because you've just hit it at the wrong time. Hang on a second. Let Jack just tweak it. There you go. He'd had a heart attack then. He just thought he'd give 4,000 quid for it. Oh. Yeah, there we are. £2,000 we've got. At £2,000 then, at £2,000. 2,100, thank you, at 21. 21. 2,100 then, 22 we've got at 22. At 22 then, at 22. At 22, at 2,002. At £2,200, I don't think it'll bite Nottingham, but thanks for your bids. At 2,203, 2,3, Filey, Sunny Filey, there you are. £2,300 he has at 2,3. At £2,300. At 2,300, £100 then 23, very provisional. At £2,300 in Filey. At £2,300 then. £2,300 then, very provisional Filey. Excuse me. We'll see what we can do though. It's a talking point, isn't it? 2003. It's a start at £2,300. And are we all done? We'll put you down provisional at £2,300. Just don't dig your money out the garden yet. You might need a bit more. 433. The Carberine Motor Spirit Enamel Sign. There you go. Later Repro 1 there. Michael's got it. Where are we going to be? £70 there, Jack, I see at 70, thank you, 70. At 75, £80 we've got. At £80 then, that's cheap enough at £80. At £80 then, are we all done at 80? At £80 then, £80 are we all done and dusted at £80? Amber's coming down at 80, are we all done? £80, are you sure? It's going to go at 80. 434 is the Land Rover Range Rover Sport. Here we are, HSE TDV6. These look a lot of car for the money, don't they? They really do nowadays. I followed one in this morning and I thought I still like the look of those old Range Rovers. And aren't they? When they again, like a lot of these things, we used to be a little bit scared with them, didn't we? That TDV6, like we used to be scared with the Cosworth lump. Nowadays, it's nothing. It's TD5. I mean, you've got plenty of TD5s. Back in the day, you used to think, oh my God, what's that? Now it's like a twin. It's like a well, not even. It's like an overhead valve. It's like so basic, isn't it?
Knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There you go. Anyway, what are we going to be? 2,500. Thank you. £2,500 at 25. 25, 26, 27, 27, 28. It looks a right straight thing, this. 28, £2,900 we've got. At 29, £2,900, £3,000. £3,000. What can you buy with this sort of level for £3,000? At £3,000 we have at 3,000. At £3,000 then, £3,000 then it's for nothing at 3,000. 31 at £3,100 in Doncaster, 31. At 3,001. At £3,100. At 3,002. 3,002. 3,002. I mean, that's screaming £3.5, £4 grand, isn't it? All day long. 3,003. £3,300 we've got. 3,003. £3,300. £3,300. What a lot of car for 3,300. 3,003. 3,004. 3,004 we have. 3,004. 3,500. £3,500 bid. 3,005. £3,500 for nothing in it really. At 3,500. At £3,500, I'm going to put it on sale at £3,600, believe it or not. It's on sale, it's going to go. Someone's going to get themselves what look appears to be a very straight then Range Rover Sport at £3,600 then and 37. £3,700 we've got. £3,700 then at 3,700 at 37. £100 then 37. 38. 38. 3,008. £3,800 then at 3,008. At 3,008. At 3,008. If we were in the market for one, I'd be buying this. £3,800. At 3,008. £3,800. We've got enough Defenders floating around though, or Land Rovers in general. 3,008. 3,008. 3,9. 3,009. How many you got now?
3, I think.
3. Oh, you're down to 3. Oh, the therapy's working then.
Yeah,
you're down to 3. Oh, Charlie's down to 3 now. At £4,000. £4,000 we've got. At £4,000. At £4,000 then we have at 4,000. At £4,000 then we're going to pull the lever then at £4,000 are we all done? At £4,000 for the first. £4,000 for the second, third and last time at £4,000. Sold at 4,000. 435 is the Shell duplication oil sign. There we are then. £40 there bid on the screen, Jack. 40, 50, 60, £70, £80 I've got bid. £80 bit of interest here. £80 I have. £80 then we're going to sell. 90 says Andy down there at 90. At £90 then I'm out. Andy, you're in. At £90 then. At £90 are we all done at 90. At £90 then. At £90 are we all done at 90. Andy's bid. Hammer's coming down. Be warned. £100 on the net. £100 on the screen. 110 we've got with Andy again at 110. £110. Internet, you're out. Andy is in at £110 bid. At 110. £110. Then are we all done and dusted at £110? It's going to go to Andy's phone. It's gone. There it goes. 436 is a Jaguar 4.2 XJ6. What a lovely bright car. Nice car, Michael. Nice car, says Michael. Yeah, Michael there. Yeah, as I said in the past, he looks after Unit 3 and he gets himself all excited when a nice car comes in. And you're all excited, aren't you? You're all excited. I know you do. All excited. There we are. Lovely car. Very, very 70s colour. Someone said the other day about the colour. I said, well, not about the colour. I said, well, if you're going to get a 70s car, you might as well get a 70s colour. And that is a 70s colour, isn't it? That is it. Exactly so. So where are we going to be? You tell me. £12,000, Jack. Thank you at 12,000. 12,000 and a quarter. 12,250. At 12,250. 12,500. At £12,500. What a lovely old car. At 12,500. At 12,500 and 750. 12,750. At 12,750 then. At 12,750. We're there at 12,750. Cheap car that. At 12,750. At £12,750 then. At 12,750, we all done at 12,750. At £12,750. At 12,750. 12,750 then. At 12,750. We need a bit more. You'll have to have a word with the girls upstairs. It's worth a bit more than that, guys. Have a word with the office upstairs and see what deal they can put together for you. In the meantime, Jack, flick over to 437, which is the Rolex enamel sign. There we are, £80 there. Clear away and done and sold at £80. £80 we've got. £80 then, are we all done at £80? At £80 bid. £80 then. Hammer's coming down. Off it goes. Going to be sold at £80 then. Here we go at £80. Sold. And 438 is the keep left bollard sign. All proceeds to charity. There we are, all proceeds to charity, it says there. We might have a bit of fun with it in your garden. £40. Well done, Redcar. Good lad. Well done. Thank you very much. No, whatever you pay for charitable items, there's no commission charges, boys and girls. What you pay is what you bid is what you pay, should I say. You bid 50, you pay 50. There you go, and the money goes off to the charity in question. That's the fairest way of approaching these. £50 and off we go at £50. It's going to be sold at £50 then. Off it goes. £60 bid in Redcar then. At Redcar, they like to keep left in Redcar or keep right. At £60 we've got. At £60 then. Are we all done and dusted then? Off it goes to Redcar then. Probably back where it was stolen from. At £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 we have at £70. At £70 then. £70 then. Are we all done at 70? At 70. At £70 then. At 70 are we all done then at £70. Sold. 439 is 4 Formula 1 frame prints. There we go, 4 Formula 1s. I'll just let you have a quick look at them while I have a mouth in my tea before it goes cold. Oh, Michael's getting them out of the box.
Mike's been asked to say hello to his fan club on YouTube at one point.
Who has, sorry?
Mike, because he's got a fan club.
Mickey?
Yeah.
Has he? Yeah. Mickey's got a fan club on YouTube? Yeah. Has he?
Yeah.
What, like more than 2? Really?
Mickey? You've been asked to say... could you
Mickey, you've got to say into that camera over there, you've got to say hello to your fan club on YouTube. There you are. Yeah. On FaceTube over there, look, say hello to your fan club. There you are, Mickey's there, there you go. Yeah. And that one over there, yeah. That's it. Well, I didn't realise that care homes now had YouTube. I didn't realise, but anyhow, there you go. We're beaming it everywhere, Michael, now. We're beamed everywhere, that's it. We're not age discrimination there, no age discrimination here, there you go. So to all Mickey's care home followers, thank you very much. There you go. Anyhow, 439 we've got. The 4 frame prints there. 4 frame prints, what we got? 4. 2 4s are 8, 20 quid a piece. Let's have a go at 80 quid. Oh, we've got 80 quid there, Will. £80 we've got. £80 then, £80 then, £80. They're nice for your office, aren't they? £80 then. £80 then, £80 we have at £80. £80 then, at £80 then, 80 and £90 then in Hull at £90. At £90. At £90 then, at 90. At £90 then, at £90 are we all done at 90. At £90 then, £90 bid then at 90, we all done at 90. At 90, I'll take a fiver if it helps. I'd like to try and get Carol 100, but 90 we've got. At 90 we've got then. At £90 then, I'll pull the lever at £90. Are we all done? At £90 for the first, £90 for the second, third and last time at £90. We're going to go at 90. There you go. Now this is a car and a half. Oh man, is this a car and a half? There you are. Filmed by yourself. Who went on this? Jake? Oh yeah, but who went with the camera? Somebody. Jake, who went with the camera? Yeah. Who went? Did you go on the day out? I think it was me. I think it was Jet Set Joe. Jet Set Joe that went on the camera. I think, there you go. There you go. Well, I think it was Jet Set Joe and Jack went on the collection with this and another car from Colin. made to feel very welcome, I would love to believe. Jack certainly enjoyed his time there. The other car is coming up a bit later on. The other car is the other extreme to this. Yeah, so we've got the lovely 1930 AC, and the other car, believe it or not, Colin, has a massive range of different things. The other car is the Aerial Atom. I mean, you couldn't get further apart, could you? Now, this car has had an absolute fortune spent on it. It's a super car, beautiful car there. Where are we going to be on this? You tell me. You tell me who's going to start me. I really shouldn't be starting less than 20, but I'll start at 17.5, Will.
Yeah.
I'll start at 17.5, but we all know where we need to be, which is less than half of what Colin actually has. Calm yourself down, Jack. I ain't started yet. Calm yourself down. He's getting all excited. It's only because he's won a few lots today.
Yeah.
He's won a few lots and he's getting all excited now. Right. Would you like 17,500, Jack? Thank you. 17,500, 17,500, 17,500, 18,000 pound, 18,500, 18,500, 19,000 pound and 19,500, 19,500, 19,500 pound, 20,000 pound there in Kent, 20, 20,500, at 20,500 pound, at 20,500, 21 we've got, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21,500. 21.5. I can't remember the exact figures, and Colin's wife may be watching, so I won't. But let's just say 3 times, 4 times this figure has been invested in the car. It's like a bangers and cash scenario. This at 22,500, 22,500, 22,500, 22,500. Press the button, Will, whenever you can. 22.5. I know you're busy. At 23,000. At 23,000, we've got 23,000. 23,000 pound. That's not you, Jacko. 23 and 5.
The history?
I haven't mentioned the history, but you, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, stop it mid-flow. But Jack actually went and added some time with Colin.
Yeah, no, Colin, lovely fella. Obviously, I collected this in the Aerial Atom from him. A little bit chalk and cheese, but he's literally from the ground up. You ought to see the lovely folder in there of the photos from start to finish of the build.
It's a wow car, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is stunning.
It is
really
a wow car.
Lovely.
23,500 we've got. 23.4 says Jack at 24,000 pound. Just beat you in there, Kent, did Jack, when we were waffling on. Apologise, keep focused. 24,000 pound we've got. 24,000 pound is here with Jack on the telephone at 24,000 pound. At 24,000 pound. Like I say, there's 3 times that figure been invested in this car. At 24,000 pound. At 24,000 pound. It's a beauty. At 24,000 pound. At 24. No. 24,000 pound. Oh no, Will. At 24,000 pound. At 24,000 pound we've got 24,000. At 24,000 pound then. You're missing out, Ken. You're going to miss out on a 75,000 pound restoration plus car for 500 quid. At 24,000 pound we've got 24,000, 24,000, 24,000 pound then and a half. 24,500, 24,500 we've got at 24,500. Press the button, Will, at 24,500. At 24,500, 25 says Jack down there at 25. At 25,000 pound. At 25,000 pound. At 25,000 pound, it should be worth an awful lot more. At 25,000. 25,000 pound. At 25,000 pound. At 25,000 pound then. At 25. I'm sweating here. At 25 it should be worth more. If it was mine I'd want a lot more, but I appreciate your bids. We can only do so much. 25, Jack, you've been in from the start. At 25,000 pound then. I'm going to pull the lever at 25,000 pound. At 25,000 pound then. It's Jack's bid at 25,000 pound then. What a fantastic car at 25,000 pound then. I might just take a 250 now, Will, just in case there's a sleeper. At 25,000 pound, I might just for a second or two, but not for long. If not, it's going to Jack at 25,000 pound then. At 25 I'm going, but I've got to be fair, it's worth a lot more really. I've got to be fair. At 25,000 pound and it's Jack's at 25,000 pounds. 25,000 pounds, blimey. Yeah, it just shows you what the market's like at the moment, doesn't it? There you go. Yeah. We have got a Lines T enamel sign now, so we're going from one extreme to the other. We've got a Line T sign there we are then, £30 on the way. At £30 bid at 30 we've got. At £30 then, at £30 are we all done at 30? At £30 then, at 30, £40 we have at 40. At £40, £40 bid, at 40 then, at £40 then, at £40 then, at £40, at £40, excuse me, at £40 then, at £40, anyone got a fiver? At £40 we have, at £40 then, at £40 then we've got, at £40 then, are we all done at 40 then, at £45 then, £45. At £45, at 45 are we all done? Could do we getting 50 back for her really? Lady owned at £45, then are we all done? 50, thank you Lincoln. At £50, at £50, that's the minimum level really. At 50, at £50 then we're going to sell. At £50 then and 55 we've got. At 55, thank you, at 55. At 55, at £55 then, at 55 then, off to Aberdeen. At 55, Hammer's coming down at 55. 442 is the Vortex, the MNR Vortex. There you go. I looked at these when, after I'd had that track day with the Caterham and the Westfield, I looked at these and I thought, I concluded that these actually were probably the best value for money out of all that type of looking car. But then life got in the way and I never got round actually to having one. But there you go. She's turbocharged Mazda MX-5 lump, is it, Jack?
Yeah, mega, yeah.
Mega thing. Mazda MX-5, isn't it? 1.8 Mazda MX-5 or 2 litre?
1.8.
Is it? Right, okay, with a 6-speed gearbox, limited slip diff. This is it, it's my chance, yeah. Thank you, Michael. That's very nice of you. There you go, then Michael said it's my chance to have one. There you go, you're quite right. All I now need is a little bit of time. But when I'm managing you lot, I haven't got any time, have I? That's the trouble. Oh, thank you. Very nice of you, mate. No, yeah. The only time I'll have is when I'm with your care home group in there. That's where I'll have a bit of time. Yeah, there you go then. So where are we going to be? You tell me. £12,000 on the way. At 12,000 we've got 12 and a quarter, 12,250, 12,500, at 12,500. It's a new build, I believe, from memory. I'm doing this from memory because I've spoken to Sean a good few weeks ago now, and I've probably spoken to 1,000 people about cars since. There you go then. There it is then. 12,500. What's the point in even thinking about building one when you can actually buy one and go out and use it? There we go. There it is. A fraction of the cost. At 12,500 then. At 12,500. At 12,500. Good. Great bit of fun. Brilliant bit of fun. 12,500. At £12,500. It's not really enough. I think Sean's right. I think it's worth more. I'm going to hold back, guys. If you want to have a word with the office up there, you can do and see if you can put a deal together. Failing that, I think we'll put it in the timed auction. I am with Sean on that. I think the car's worth more. I think it is. We'll put it in, worst case scenario, we'll put it in July. There you go. But you've got a chance today. Ring the office and see if you can do something. Now then. Now we go. Here we're talking. So the Yamaha RD500 LC. We did a bit with, I think we maybe did a bit with you, Tom, on social media. I don't know if we did. I think we did a little bit on social media. Oh, there she is there, bless her. Oh, there she is, look. And we've certainly done a bit with the camera crew and the team there. Brings back all sorts of memories from me back when I was 14/15. And we had one. Exactly that. So it really was a massive nostalgia trip for me. There you go. And money-wise, I think it's super sensible on the money. It's some of the recommissioning work has been undertaken. It came in, actual fact, without any fuel in, without running. Alan had the tank and things off, put some new pipe on and so forth, put some new fuel in it, and then said it's down to me to get it going. Sadly, I just haven't had 5 minutes spare to actually and charge the battery. It's got plenty of compassion there, but I haven't had a chance to give it a few kicks and see where we are. But there you go. It is what it is. That bike would have been £20,000 plus not long ago. I think it's the most sensibly priced RD500 on the market today. Off we go. There it is. Your chance to buy it. Even if you buy it and put it away as an investment, whatever. Where are we going to be? We've got £8,000 there. Jack, we'll take. Sorry, Will, you're on the keys, aren't you? He was on the keys. £8,000 we've got there. £8,000. 8,250. 8,250. 8,500. £8,500. 8,750. At 8,750. 8,750. £9,000. At 9,000 we've got. At £9,000 then. At £9,000. £9,000. 9,250. Pickering bid. Good afternoon, Pickering. 9 1/4 at 9,250. It's not your missus, is it, Al? But buying that for you at 9,250. Is that Anne on the phone? Is that Anne? 9,250 at 9,250 at 9,250. 9,250. Pickering bid there 9,250. Can I just inquire to that name of that? Oh, it's too late. It's gone, isn't it? At 9,005.
Julie.
Sorry.
Julie.
Julie.
Julie, okay.
Julie, I love Julie. She's lovely, isn't she? £10,000. £10,000. Then at £10,000 we got. Julie, you're out at the moment. 10,000. You're back in again. 10 1/4. 10,250. 10,5. 10,005. 10,005. 10,750. 10,750. £11,000 we've got. £11,000. £11,000 we have. £11,000. 11,250. They do not come up at this sort of money. 11,005. 11,750. 11,750. £12,000 we've got. £12,000.
It's good to see the female petrol heads giving the look.
12,250 it is. At 12,005.
Yeah.
At £12,500. 12,500 we've got. 12,750. 12,750. 13,000. £13,000. We better go to hundreds, Will. £13,000 because they would be shouting 100 at me if we had a crowd. £13,000 we've got. 13,000. I'll take 100 if it helps. 13,1. 13,1. 13,2. 13,2. 13,3. 13,4. 13,4. 13,004. 13,5. 13,6. 13,6. Who's that, Will?
Tim.
Tim. 13,6. Thanks, Tim. 13,6. 13,006. Tim's bid at the moment at 13,600. 13,007. Julie, Tim. It would appear 13,8. 13,8. £13,800 we've got. £13,800 for the RD 500. 13,800. 13,9. £14,000. 14,000. £14,000 we've got. £14,000. At 14,000. £14,000 we've got bid then. That's Tim's bid, I believe, with at 14,000. At 14,000. Sadly, Julie, you're out. I'd love for it to be in Pickford. I'd love to see it on the road. I might do, yeah. Look, 14,1. 14,2. 14,2. Does it say where Tim is based? 14,2. 14,2. 14,2. 14,2. At £14,200. 14,002. Are we all there at 14,200? Probably the cheapest 500 you're going to buy at 14,3. 14,3. 14,4. Both trying hard. Tim, you're trying hard. Judy, you certainly are. 14,4. 14,4. £14,400. Can hear a pin drop in the hall here at 14,4. 14,4. 14,5. 14,6. 14,6. 14,6 we've got. We're very close to that magic 15,000 increment, aren't we? That's where we all sort of set ourselves at 5, 10, 15. 14,6. 14,6 we've got. At £14,600, then are we all done at 14,600? At £14,600 then. I'm going to have to bring the hammer down. I'm sorry, someone's got to lose it. I genuinely am. At 14,600, though, I'm thrilled if it's you, Tim, at 14,600 for the first, 14,600 for the second, third and last time at fair warning at 14,600. 14,600. Oh, well done. Thank you very much, Judy. You tried real hard there. Thank you. Adele, I hope that's okay for you. I hope that would have worked out really well. I hope that would have had the blessing. There we go then. 444 is the ball taco, which is obviously what you're on the phone for, Alan. I thought, there we are. Full taco. There we are. £2,300 straight out the trap. Sold. £2,300. Are we all done at 23? At £2,300 then. At 2,300 then at 2,300 for the first. 2,300 for the second. Third and last time. Are we all done at £2,300? 2,300. That was a waste of a phone call. 445. Esso, put a tiger in your tank sign. There you are. We've got £70 bid on the screen at £70. At £70 then, at £70. Next time now, I'll do a reverse charges call on there. At £70 then, at 70, £80 we've got, £80 we've got. At 80, £80 then, 85 Will, please. £85 if I can, 85. Andy, do you want 90? 85 I've got. Do you want 90? He does. £90 we have. At £90 then. At £90 are we all done at 90? At £90 then. At £90 going for the first. at £90 for the second, third and last time at £90, no, at £90. £90. In a minute, will you relieve Jack and so Jack can have the dogs out? You having the dogs out?
No.
I'm giving them a bit of lunch. Time's marching on. Look, 446 is a Chevrolet Corvette. Now, are we there? Yeah, I'm on the wrong one. Hang on a minute. To get three very straight American Corvettes in at the same time. So here we are. This is the first one, I think. Don't think we had the other one in yet. There's a lovely red one hanging around somewhere. Here we are. Anyway, look, lovely bit of information there from Peter. Tells you all about it there. Oh, it's the anniversary model, it would appear. There we are then. Excuse me. Nice thing. Where are we going to be on that? £12,000 we've got. At £12,000 at 12 and a quarter. At 12,250, 12,250, 12,500. At 12,500, at £12,500. What a lot of car for the money. At 12,500. At 12,500 then we have at 12,500. £12,500 at 12,500 at 12,500, and that's good value for money, isn't it? At 12,500 at 12,500, 12,600 12,600 excuse me, 12,700 at 12,700 at £12,700 at 12,700 at £12,700 then at £12,700 at 12,700. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office at 12,700. I think we need a little bit more. I think it's perhaps worth a bit more. 447 meanwhile is a Firestone Tyres enamel sign. There we are then, £40 on the way at £40, £50 we've got. At £50 then, £50 then it's going to go at 50, at £50 bid. At £50 then, at 50 for the first. At 50 for the second, third and last time hammers coming down at £50. 448 is the Mercedes SLK alloy wheels set off then. There we are, four of them there, 16-inch wheels. Where are we? £80 bid straight away at £80. £80 bid, £80, that's cheap enough at £80, isn't it? £80 then for a set of nice Mercedes wheels at £80 then, £80 bid. £80 we've got, £80 then, £80. If you've got an SLK with some tired wheels here, that's the best 80 quid you're ever going to spend. At £80 then, excuse me, £80 we've got, £80 then, £80 then, £80. We'll put them down provisional to you then at £80. Moving on to 449 is the way this is another one of Mark's signs from York. As I said earlier, Mark in York does these for us. He does these and the clocks. They are lovely. You will be very impressed with the quality of finish. Makes a stunning job. There you go. Where are we going to be on that? £80 we've got. I don't blame. £80, £90, £100 we've got. At £100 we've got. At £100. These are lovely. 110 with Andy down there. At £110. At 110 we have. At £110 worth every penny. At £110 there. Andy's bid at 110. At 110. At £110 then at 110. At £110. Are we all done at 110? That's cheap, is that? At £110. At 110. 120. 120 we've got. At £120. At 120, 130. At 130, thank you, 130. At £130. At £130 then. At 130. At 130 we've got. 130. £130 then. Hammer's going to come down at 130. At 130, and it's you. At £130 then. I'll put it down provisional. It needs 150 really. At 130 then. It's with Andy's bid at 130. Got to be 150 really though. Otherwise there's no point in Mark even doing them. Now then. Now we're talking, aren't we? So we just sold Colin's lovely AC. We've now got Colin's midlife crisis car. Obviously the 2010 Ariel. I would think probably the fastest thing in the world, this thing. Did I see just somewhere there about 600 horsepower? No,
600 brake per tonne, yeah.
600 horsepower per tonne. There isn't a lot that's any quicker than that, is there? That must be the quickest thing on four wheels, really. There you go. Yeah, 600 brake horsepower per tonne. Yeah, that's all. There you go. A Honda K20 supercharged 2 litre producing 300 and obviously weighs nothing. Away we go. Scarily fast.
Just like 1000cc superbike fast, it's just like, you can't get it out, it's not...
Scary fast.
Just the other day, I know the GoPros obviously on the programme,
Jack just said they've done a fair bit of filming with it. It'll appear on the programme and so forth. And Jack's been around the villages with it and so forth, and a couple of GoPros and things and bits and pieces. So obviously we'd like to see the car through to the new owner. So please bear that in mind. So there you go. And like you said, you just can't compute it. It is just so much fun and so quick the thing. There you go. Anyhow.
Is this exam from the low emissions zone in London?
Probably not.
Somebody's asked.
Somebody not. Probably not. I don't know. I don't know about that. I doubt it.
Like commuter guy, see?
I don't. A commuter. London, yeah. London, yeah. Where the average speed is 15 mile an hour.
Exactly, yeah.
Why not buy a car that's capable of doing 200? Yeah, exactly. There you go. So it is what it is. If you're looking at it, you know what it is. It really shouldn't be made, should it? But it is, and it's here, and you can use it and have fun with it, and there you go. So where we're going to be, you tell me. £25,000 bid at 25, at 25.5, 25.5, at 25.5, £26,000, at £26,000, 26,500, at 26,005, at £26,500, at 26,005, £27,000 at 27, at 27,000. At £27,000 then, at £27,000, 27,000 and a quarter, 27,250, at 27,250, at 27,250, 27,250. In the world of our aerial atoms, that must be cheap, that surely. At 27,250, at 27,250 we have at 27,250. Very provisional at 27,250, at £27,250. At 27,250. Are we all done? At 27,250. That is very provisional at 27,250. We'll see what we can do for you at 27,250. You may have to find a bit more money yet. At 27,250 then, 27,005. 27,500.
This is a calendar to cure your constipation.
Yeah, it will cure the constipation. Yeah, very true. At 27,500. Well, the gentleman bidding, or the lady bidding at the moment, has got the perfect road for it. That Billsdale road up there, Beetle, that way, all that road up there is fantastic road for one of these things. 27,500 we've got. At 27,500. At £27,500. We'll have to make a phone call. Can I ask who that is, please, Will?
This is Ian.
Ian? Yeah. Ian, we'll have to make a phone call, but we'll see what we can do for you at 27,500. We'll put you down at 27,500. Make it crystal clear. It's Ian here at 27,500. That's the bid at £27,500. Then we'll put you down. We'll see what we can do. I'd love to see the other side of all this when it all goes out and gets finished at £27,500 provisional. There you go. Thank you very much. 451 is the air raid shelter. Might need that soon, the way things are going. There you go. Where are we going to be? We have got £60 bid there. We've got £60 bid. We've got 60, 70, 80, £90 bid. At £90 then at 90. At £90 then are we all done at 90? At £90 then. At £90 going once. At £90 going twice. Third and last time, hammers coming down. I'm going to sell at 90. Oh, £100. At £100. 110, 120 on my sheet. 120 on my sheet here. We're at £120. At 120, press the button at 120. 120 we've got. At £120 then at £120. At £120 then. At 120 for the first. At 120 for the second. Third and last time, 120. It's going. It's gone. 452 is the little Vespa. There we are, the little 50cc Vespa there. Oh, it's been fitted with a 104. Big bore kit. Oh, it should be a flying machine. Be wheeling everywhere. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? 800 £800 we've got. 800, 850, £900 bid at 900 then at 950. At £950 then, 950 then. At 950, that's a cheap little bike, isn't it? 950. At £950 then for the little Vespa. With a big bore kit, 950 we've got. At 950 then, 950, £1,000 in Cheshire, £1,000, £1,000, £1,000 and £1,050 we've got, £1,050, £1,050 then, £1,050 and £1,050 and £1,100 we have, 1,100, 1,150, 1150, very provisional then, £1,150, 1,150 and £1,200 bid, at £1,200, then at 1,200, at 1250, thank you, at 1250, at 1250, at £1,250, at £1,250, and are we all done at 1250, 1300, at £1,300 we've got, at 1300, £1,300, and are there at 1300, at £1,300 for the first, £1,300 for the second, third and last time at 13, hammers coming down, provisionally sold. 453 is the Ocean Roof Box. There we are then in gloss black. £180 there on the screen there with at 180 bid and 190 I've got. £190 bid at 190. At £190 bid, excuse me, 190 we've got. £200 in Ripon at £200 bid. At £200 then, at £200 we've got. At £200 then and 10, 210, at £210 bid at 210, at 210, £210 then at 210, are we all done at 210, at 210 then, hammers coming down at 220, at £220 then, £220 then 220, at 220 we have at 220, £220 then 220, at £220 then 220, 230, at 230, £230 bid at 230, £230 then, at 230 going once, 230 going twice, are we there, cheap enough at that, at £230 then, hammer's going to drop at 230, 230, there we are, and moving on to, the Disco, here we are, Disco V8, there we go then, the V8 Disco, 3.9, final year of the Discovery 1 production there, is that Discovery 1?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Discovery 1. So what's the earlier one then? Without... I thought the Discovery 1 was...
No, that's Disco 1.
Is
that's
it?
Like, because it's a V8, it'll have a bit of a facelift.
Oh, okay.
It's like a pre-facelift one you're thinking of, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the plain one with the black grille around the headlamps.
Yeah.
The plastic around the headlamps, yeah. So anyway, there we are. Sorry, Charlie and I just did have a little bit of a debate about Land Rovers. 4 bids there on the screen, Will, and the highest one being £6,000. So £6,000 we've got there, at £6,000 bid, at 6,000 then, at £6,000 then, £6,000 then I'm going to sell it at 6,000. It's on sale, it's going to go, £6,100 bid, at 61 then, at £6,100 we've got at 61. At £6,100 then, at £6,100 it's on sale, it's off. At 6,100 then, at £6,100 then, are we all done at 6,001? 6-1, I'll take a 50 if it helps, if not I'm going to bang the hammer down at £6,100, at 6,100 then, at 6,100 then, Will, what are you doing? What are you doing, Will? There we are, 6,100, at £6,100 then, at 6,001, hammer's going to come down at £6,100, it's off to Cheshire.
Yeah, we've got 50, I think.
And a 50 is slowly coming. There we are, Holyhead there at 6,150. At 6,150. At 6,150. At £6,150. Yes. 6,002. At 6,002. We always drop down to hundreds and 50s and sometimes even 25s because if there were a crowd in front, that's exactly what someone would be shouting. They'd be saying, you know, little one, do a 50, do a 25. So we always try and act on that, Will, don't we, as we go along. Yeah. £6,200 we've got, 6,002. It's on sale, it's going to go. At 6,200 then, hammer's coming down at 6,250. At 6,250. At £6,250. At 6,250 then for the first. At 6,250 then for the second. Third and last time at £6,250. Hammers coming down.
Well,
off it goes.
The current state of the economy doesn't mean that we're going down to Fargus, though.
No, not going down too far. We'll stop at a point. Where we are, we've got 455, the Goodyear Tyres enamel sign. That's a nice sign, isn't it? I like that. £50 then we've got. At £50, that's a nice sign, that. That is lovely. Here we come. Here comes the hostess with the mostess. Here comes Madge. Yeah. £60 we've got, 70, Dame Edwards Madge we've got here. At £70 we've got there, at £70 then, at £70 then. Oh my word, she's looking after you. Toasty. Yeah. At £70, £80, £90 bit. At £90 then, at £90. At £90 then, at £90, are we all done at 90? At £90 then, at £90 then. Hammer's coming down, we're going to sell it at £90, be warned. Gone. The Mondeo. And an estate car. Oh wow. Estate car as well. As we said earlier on when I sold an estate car, they're normally worked to death, these. 11,000 miles, says Michael. There we are, 11,000 miles. 1 owner from you, 11,600 miles. 14 service stamps. Talk about being over-serviced then. Almost every 1,000 miles or more. Yeah, look at that. Blimey, look at that. Find another one of them. Look at that. 11,600 miles there, or approximately. There you go. Wow, look at that. And as I said earlier on, estate cars are obviously, they were bought for a purpose, weren't they? Which normally involved family and dogs and lots of use. And then they got to an age where they became a van, and then they were squashed. Simple as that. £3,200, worth every penny, I would suggest. Yeah, that's it. There's 10 years left in that car, isn't there? At £3,200 we've got. £3,200 then at 32, at 3,002. Very provisional at 3,002. I'll take a 50 again in a minute if it helps, Will. 3,003. £3,300 at 3,003. 3,003. One owner, 11,000 miles, it says on my sheet here. At 3,350. At £3,350. Find another. At 3,350. £3,350. I bet she drives lovely. 3,004. At £3,400 we've got. At 3,004. £3,400 then. At 3,400. At £3,400. At 3,004. Do you know the spooky thing is? That would actually go down really well at a show.
Yeah.
And we all regard Mondeos as being fairly modern.
Yeah.
But when you look at it there, look, 1997, yeah, these lot don't know what it is.
No idea.
No idea, Charlie. They're not. Jacko, do you know what that is? Not a clue. There you go, not a clue. 3,400. At £3,400 we've got. 3,400. £3,400. At 3,400. I'm going to pull the lever then. Off it goes. It's going to be provisional Cheshire, but we'll put a deal together for you, I'm sure. At £3,400 then are we all done at 34. 457 is the gasoline wooden hand painted sign. There we are then, another one, a wall filler as we call it. £60 bid and sold straight away at 60, 70, £80 I've got on my sheet here. £80 the top bid I've got here at £80 are we all done? At £80 then, £80 are we all done and dusted? I'm going to pull the lever at £80 it's going to go. At £80 then are we there? At £80 going first, second, third and last time. Sold. 458 the Honda. Here we are, the Honda CB450. Now, what a pretty looking bike that is, isn't it? Look at that. A very pretty looking bike. 2,500 quid, I bet 25, 25, 26, 27, £2,800 at 28, at 28, at 28, 29, at 29 then we've got at £2,900 then for nothing, at £2,900 then, at 29, £3,000 says Jack at £3,000, at £3,000 then, £3,000 Jack's telephone bid, it's provisional at the moment, Jack at £3,000, at £3,000 we have, £3,000 then, Jack's bid then provisional, what a lot of bike for £3,000, £3,000 then, at £3,000 Jack's bid it is provisional at £3,000, be warned it's going, £3,000. On the subject of going, I better just do some of these, because as I say all the time, we convert over 90% of all our provisional sales. So 352, the Peugeot 205 GTI, that has been sold. 254, the Kawasaki, that's also been sold. 364, the 1953 Standard, that's also been sold. 309, the Shirka motorcycle, the trial bike, that's been sold. On the subject of trial bikes, there we are, 310, the Bull Taco, that's been sold. And continuing with the theme of trial bikes, 325, I apologise, the Yamaha, that's been sold. And 212, the Mini Cooper, sold. And 391, the Mercedes E300, has been sold. There you go. And just keep you up to speed with them. Like I say, we do convert all these provisionals, or just about. Now we've got the Sonacle oil enamel sign. One I've been rabbiting on. We've got 50, 60, 70 pound bid. We've got 70, 80 pound bid. We've got at 80 pound then. 80 pound are we all done at 80 pound then. 90 pound with Andy down there at 90. At 90 pound then was Andy's bid on the floor at 90 on the phone. At 90 pound we have. At 90 pound, 100 pound we've got a Catterick at 100 we've got and 10. 110 pound sold. At 110 pound we've got. At 110 pound bid. At 110 pound we have. At 110 Andy's bid. At 110 pound. At 110 going once, twice, third and last time. Be warned at 110. Sold. And another. Try and repeat this scenario. Lot number 460, the 969 Renault Traffic T400 1400. There we are then. Drop side little flatbed truck there. Look at that. And that is super clean, that, Michael. In the world of commercial vehicles, this is super clean. It really is. There we are then. 2.5, it says there, 80,000 miles, recently serviced. Some recent tyres on it as well. Where are we going to be on that? 3,500 quid, yep, 35, at 3,500 quid, at 3,005, 3,536, 3,006, 3,600, at 3,600 pound we've got, at 36, 37, at 37 then, at 37, at 3,700 then we've got at 37, at 3,700 pound we have at 3,007. Are we all done? At 3,700 pound, that's cheap, is that? At 3,007, I'll take the 50 there, Will, 3,750, at 3,750, 3,750 pound then, 3,750, it's spit clean this little thing, at 3,750, at 3,750 we need a bit more, have a word with the team upstairs, we do need a bit more for that, I think it's worth a bit more than that. 461 is the underground enamel sign, the underground enamel sign, here we go then, where are we going to be on that? £20 of the way, thank you, at £20 we have at 20, at £20 then, £20 then we've got, at £20 then, at £20, £30 we have, at £30 then I'll take a fiver if it helps, we've got 30 on the board at the moment. At £30 we've got, at £30 then, at £30 then, at £30 then it's going to go I think at 30, at £30 then, let's get it gone at £30 then, at £30 then, are we all done at £30 then, let's move it on at £30, 462, yes, 462 is the 1958 match list, there we are, there she is, re-registered in 1993. There we are, aren't they lovely, these old girls? They are smashing, such good value, such good value. Where are we going to be? You tell me, who wants to start me at £2,000? At £2,000, I can't start any lower than that, guys. It's not going to be sold unless it does £2,000 or more. Anyone want to start me at £2,000? And we'll try for you. Failing that, we're not going to go any lower than that. We can't do. I think a lot of these owners will just wheel the bikes back into the garden shed and leave them there for another year until they come back out the other side worth more. And I don't blame them in the slightest. It must be worth £2,000. How could you begin to make that and build that for that sort of money? If you have got some interest in £2,000 or above, please have a word with the team upstairs. 463 is the Kawasaki quad, which has just had new pistons and rings, it says here. There we are there. Who's going to start me at 500? Someone start me at 500 quid for the little quad then. Start me then. Who's going to start me at 5? Can't start much lower. It must be worth 5. Jack's there at 500 quid. Submit the best bid and we will. At £500 we've got. Jack's bid at 500. At £500 then, at 500 for the quad. We'll take a 50 if it helps anywhere, will. At £500 we've got. At £500 then. At £500 then. Jack's telephone bid at 500. At £500 then we'll submit it. At £500 then we'll see what we can do on 50. At 550. At 550. Do you want £600, Jack? 6 he does at £600. At £600 then, at £600 we've got. At £600 then, at £600 we'll soon it for you, Jack, at 600. At £600 then for the quad. Jack's bid at 600. For over 416, here we are. I'm just reading through a bit now. The car only got the mileage today is 35,000 miles. There we go, 35,000 miles of original dealer sales invoices included. A very genuine little Rover car there. Excuse me, very genuine. Where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me at £1,000? £1,000 to start and get away. Who's going to start me at 1,000? Must be worth 1,000 surely. Must be worth £1,000. Are we going to get away at 1,000? If not, again, you'll have to have a word with the girls upstairs and see if a deal can be done. In the meantime, we've got to press on. We've still got a few more to do. We've still got 136 to sue. So there you go. 465 is the Hell Drivers enamel sign. Hell Drivers enamel sign. Who's going to start me at £30 on that? 30 then, 30 anywhere. £40, thank you. At £40 we've got at 40. At £40 then. At £40 then, are we all done at 40? At £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 I'm going to sell. At £40, £50, 50, £60 on the way. At £60 then. At £60 then. £60 it's sold. Voice is going a bit at £60. £70 bid. At £70 we've got. At £70 then. £70 then, are we all done at 70? At £70, £70 then, are we all done and dusted at £70 then for the first, second, third and last time at £70. Sold. And lot number 466, the Morris Minor. Little bit of a project there for you, but look, Priced accordingly. £1,400 on that screen there, Will, straight away. 1,400 we've got.
It does run and drive. Brakes want servicing up, but it does have handbrake.
Runs and drives, says Charlie, for loading purposes and so forth. Brakes want bleeding up or whatever looking at, but we have got a bit of an handbrake to stop.
Yeah.
There you are. But goes without saying, don't drive it home. There you go. The clue is in the lights, the indicators, the windscreen, you name it. There we are, £1,400 we've got at 14. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At 14, £1,500 then. At £1,500 we have at 15. At £1,500 then. At £1,500 then. At £1,500 then. At £1,500 then. 15 I'm going to sell. It's here to be sold at 1,500 then. Hammer's coming down at £1,500. Are we all done at 15? Sold. 467, 2 times James Purdy signs. There we go. They're nice, aren't they? We have got £80 on the screen there. Will straight away at £80. £80 we've got. £80 then sold at £80. £80 at the internet catch up. We've got 80. Next one's 90. Well, if you want to do a tenner. £80 we've got. Next one's 90. £80, £90 on the screen. £100 with me. At £100 I've got on my sheet at £100. At £100 I've got. £100 then I'm going to sell at 100. At £110 then. At £110 then. On sale and sold and done at 110. At £110. At £110. Hammer's coming down at 110. Sold. 468, the little Rover, 100 Knightsbridge. There we are. There you go then. Where we're going to be on that? 750 on my screen there, Will. 750 we've got. 750 we've got 8. 850. 900 we've got at £900 bid. At 900, that's a cheap little car, isn't it? At £900 we have. At £900 then. At £900 we've got. At 900. At £900 bid. At 900. At £900 then. Are we all done at 900? That's a cheap little car. At £900 then. £900 we've got. At £900 then. 900. At £950 bid. At 950. At 950. I think I can sell it at 950. It's going to sell. At £950 then. Hammer's coming down at £950. It's going to be sold at 950. Be warned, it's going. It's gone. 469 is the gargoyle. Mobile oil enamel sign again. Nice size one there from Michael. One size fits all. There you go. Look. £10, thank you, £10, 20, 30, £40 bid and 40, £50, thank you. At £50 then, at £50 done and dusted on the way at £50. At £50 we're going to sell. At £50 then, are we all done then? At £50 then, Hammer's coming down, that's cheap enough at £50. 470 is the Ford Capri, the little Project Capri. Again, look at the money. Very, very sensible, giving you bags of room for restoration and so forth. There we go.
Is that the one that I had to do that video on?
That's the one out there.
I did get it running.
Yep.
It started, it ran, it conked.
Right.
And the starter's real intermittent.
Oh,
basically,
I remember.
It's going to want the starter.
I remember. Yeah, Charlie has had it running. It started, and then obviously it stopped, as they do. And then the starter is very amiss on the starter motor, but we can say it ran.
It did, yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Maybe 10 seconds.
There you go. Charlie said it ran. It may only have run for 10 or 15 seconds, but it ran. There you go. That's the main thing, isn't it? We've got £4,000 there, Will. At £4,000 we've got £4,000. 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4 we've got £4,004. At £4,400. At £4,004, 4-5, 4,005, 4-6, 4-7 with me, 4-7, 4,007 with me, 4-8 on the internet, 4-8. 4,008, 4-8, 4-8 we've got, 4-9's gone, 4-9, 5's gone, 5-1's gone, 5-1 has gone, 5-1 is with me on my absentee list, 5-2, 5-2, 5-2, 5,002, 5-3, 5-3, 5,300, 5-4, 5-5, 5,005, at 5,500, 5,005, 5-6, 5,600, at 5,006, 5,006 and 7, 5-7, 5-7, 5,007, 5-8, 5-9, 5-9, 5-9, £6,000, 6-1 with me here, Will, on my sheet, 6-1, 6-1, 6-1 with me, 6-1. Is with me. Hammer's going to drop down then at 6,001. 6-2. Hartlepool. 6-3 with me. 6-3 with me. Here. On my sheet. 6,003. Absentee bid. 6-4. 6-5 with me. 6,005. £6,500 is with me. 6,005. 6,005. 6, 6, 6, 7. 6,007. 6,007. 6, 8. 6,008. 6,008. 6,009. 6,009 is with me. 6, 9's with me. £7,000 is Hartlepool. 7-1 is with me. 7-1 here on my sheet is 7-1. 7-2 is Hartlepool. You'll be pleased to know, Hartlepool, that I've got instructions to go to 7-1. I can disclose that now because we've surpassed it. 7,001 I had, you bid 7-2. 7,002. At £7,200 we've got. At £7,200 then at 7,002. At £7,200. At £7,200 then it's off to Hartlepool. Are you sure? We all done at £7,200. Sold. 471. I'll just do this one and Jack will just jump on. I'll just do a few just while I have a quick cup of tea. 471 is a box of model cars and trucks. There you go. Instant collection. £50 and sold and done and got. At £50 we've got. At £50 then. £50 they're going to go. At £50 then. At £50, £60 then. Lovely little collection there at £60. At £60 then. At £60 then. At £60 we have. At £60 then. At £60 then. £60 going for the first. £60 going for the second, third and last time at £60 be warned. There you go, sold. If I just pass you over to Jack, you just do one or two for me. Oh, you've got your thing.
I'm here. Have you read these solds out yet?
I haven't.
No.
But you saved them for a rainy day.
Here, look, there we go. Lot number 386, the Fiat Barchetta, the lovely silver one, I think. That one got away, 388 a Mini, 394 the Rover 100, 398 another Mini, 294 a Matchless, 404 the Mercedes 250 SL, well done, 422 the Morris Minor, and 372 the Sunbeam Rapier. There we go, just goes to show how important it is to get your provisionals in. Moving on to lot 472, the Renault Clio 172. There you go, look, Mondial blue, sporty looking little thing there, look, as you can see, I'm sure you've seen it. Loads of information here, look, there you go. So there we go, I got bids in with me, I got 1,000, 11, 12, 13, £1,400 bidding away then please at 14. At £1,400 bid. At £1,400 bid then for the little sporty Clio at 172. Perfect little track car and a bit of a B-road basher really, aren't they? There you go. At £1,400 bid then and away at 14. At 1,400 bid a 600313. At £1,400 bid then and we all done, are you sure? At £1,400 bid then we'll mark it down provisional, we'll make a phone call. At £1,400 bid then for the first. 14 for the second. Third and final time. It's cheap if that comes. 473, Mr. and Mrs. Drip, happy motoring enamel sign. These are popular, aren't they? There we go. That's a lovely sized little thing. Get that for the garage, yeah, exactly, mate. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, what a nice little thing that is. There we go, always do well. I've got 60 on the internet, 70, 80, £90 bid. £90 bid and away and sold at £90. At £90 bid then and we all done. At £90 bid, 100, thank you, £100 bid North Yorkshire. At £100 bid then on the internet, I'm out on the books. At £100 bid then it's being sold. At £100 bid then for the first, 100 for the second and 10, 110. At £110 bid in Gould, 120. At 120. At £120 bid then. At £120 bid it's being sold. At 120 then for the first, 120 for the second, third and final time. 120. Lot 474, the Levada Ghost. There we go, look, sporty looking machine. Get such a lot of bike for your money nowadays, really, don't you? Blimey, look at that. We've got lots of bids here. We will go straight to 16, 17 on the screen, and then £1,800 bid. Away and sold, please, then. At £1,800 bid. At 1,800 then away and sold, it's selling. At 1,800, a lot of bike. At £1,800 bid. At £1,800 bid. At 1,800 then, are you sure you're all done? At 1,800 it's going to go, you're going to miss it. At 1,800 for the first, selling for the second, third and final time. Sold. 475. Set of 4 cast iron signs. There you go, look, got your Mustang, your BM, your VW, your MG. There you go, look. third collection. Be nice if you had one of each for a car to go under them. At £50 bid, then and away at 50, and £60 on the sheet here with me, please. At £60 bid. At £60 bid, then they're away and sold for the 4 of them. At £60 bid, 70 down in Kent, £80 bid Leicestershire. At £80 bid, £90 bid in Kent. At £90 bid, internet bid, I'm out. Internet Kent, you're in. £90 then away and selling. At £90, 100. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid, are we all done? At £100 bid. At £100 bid. At 100 then selling for the first, second, third and final time. 110. 110 back down in Kent. 110. At £110 bid then. At £110 bid on the internet at 110. At 110 selling for the first, selling for the second, third and final time. Is that internet going a bit quicker now, Will? Medium. 476 Morris Mini 1275 GT. There you go. Owned by the lady's husband, late husband, for over 30 years. Always kept in the garage. Lots of paperwork in the little car. There you go. Someone start me then. I've got 25, 26, 27, 28. At £2,800 bid, then and away for the little Mini. At £2,800 bid. At 2,809, 29. At 2,900. At £2,900 bid. At 2,900. At 2,900 then cheap little 1275 GT. At £2,900 bid. At 2,900, do we want to fill it up? At £2,900 bid then. At 2,900, it's very provisional, but we'll try. At £2,900 bid. At 2,900, are you sure you're all done? At 2,900, then we'll have to make a phone call. At 2,900 for the first, 2,009 provisionally for the second, third and final time at 29. 477, the Texaco lorry enamel sign. Oh, that's nice, look. There you go, we've got loads of these little signs. Look, fit anywhere, don't they? Handy to have. There you go, brighten up a wall. I've got 70, £80 bid here with me, £80 bid then, at £80 bid and 90 back in North Yorkshire. £90 bid then sold and away at 90. At £90 bid, at £90 bid then, are we all done? Does someone want to fill it up? At £90 bid then, selling and away at £90 for the first, North Yorkshire for the second, third and final time it's being sold. £90 sold. Lot 478, the Honda. Oh, this is a stunning bit of bike. This is lovely. 1972 Honda CL350. There you go, look. OE Flying Dragon tank and side panels. There you go, look. Real fancy paint job on this one. I'm sure you've seen it. There you go. Where are we then? Someone start me. I've got, where am I here? Yeah, current V5. The vendor has provided the model to be a Honda CL350. Yeah, there you go, Flying Dragon tank and side panels. There you go, fancy machine then. I'm sure you know more about them than me. Where are we? I'll take that 16, please, Will. At 16 then. At £16,000 bid and away in twos, please. At 16,000. At £16,000 bid. At 16,000 then. At £16,000 bid and away. At £16,000. At 16,000 then. Are you sure you're all done? I ain't got anything on my sheet. I've just got that one off the screen. At £16,000 bid. At 16,000 then we'll make a phone call. At £16,000 bid for the first. 16 provisionally, bear that in mind, very provisional for the second. Third and final time we'll have a chat. 16. Lot 479, the Michelin clock. There you go, look. Oh, that's a nice size clock. 10 inches in diameter with the Michelin man in the middle. There you go then, where are we? Someone start me asking 10. Is there £10 anywhere for the clock? £10, thank you. £10 bid. At £10 bid then and away. At £10 then for the little Michelin clock. At £10 bid then. At £10 bid. At £10 20. £20 bid then. At £20 bid and away. At £20 bid Sutton Coldfield. West Midlands, look, £10, 20, 30, £30 bid. At £30 bid then I can sell it. At £30 bid it's being sold. At £30 then for the first, second, third and final time. £30 sold. 480, the Austin A30. There we go, look. Nice little car. I think I did the video around this myself. Looks a really, really bright little thing externally, cosmetically. Obviously tax and MOT exempt. A mere 70 years old, as registered in April 1955. Solid car and has been kept clean. Upgraded wheels. All the original wheels are apparently supplied with the car. Including the chrome caps. A few recent parts including a new exhaust and oil change. There you go, look. Nice, bright, usable little A30. Excuse me, I've got 3, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, please, Will. At £3,400 bid then and away. At 3,400, nice bright little car. At 3,400 bid and 5 on the internet, 6 back at you internet at 36. At 3,600 internet you're out, I'm in at 36. At £3,600 bid. At £3,600 bid for nothing, looks a real bright little thing. At 3,600. At 3,600 internet you're out with me at 36. At 3,607. At 37 you're just in. At £3,700 bid. At £3,700 then worth more. At 3,700 for the little A30. Are you sure you're all done? I think you're missing a trick. At 3,700 then it's very provisional, but we'll make a phone call. At £3,700 bid then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 37. 481 Michelin enamel sign. There you go. Mick's going to hold it up for you. Another nice little one there to put up on the wall. I've got 30, 40, £40 bid then and away at £40. At £40 bid then. At £40 bid for the little enamel sign. At £40 bid then and we all done. At £40 then I'll mark it down provisional for the first. 40 for the second. Third and final time it's provisional. £40 provisional. Lot 482, Olva Sierra, Sapphire Cosworth. There we go. They're so sensible on the money, these now, aren't they? Drop down an awful lot. There you go. Genuine example, good history, and certainly a very usable Cosworth. There you go, look, yeah. Where are we? Vendor, one owner from you. There you go, look. 13 stamps in the book. MOT certificates, various invoices, tracker booklets, you name it, it's got it. There you go, look, 13 stamps, one owner from you, we're led to believe. I'm sure you've checked it out yourself. There you go, super, super sensible. Where are we then? I've got 17, 17, 5, 18, then 18, 250, please, Will, just for these figures here. At 18,250 bid for nothing. At 18,250, how cheap have they got to be? At £18,250 bid. 18,250 and 5. 18,005, thank you, 18,5. 18,500, 750. 18,750 at 18,750 bid. 18,750 bid, then someone fill it up. 18,750. 18,750, nice, smart, usable Cosworth there, look. 18,750 once more. 18,750 then. At 18,750, are you sure you're all done? 18,750 then. Well, you're in the driving seat. We'll make a phone call. At 18,750 then. It's provisional. At 90. Was that a bid somewhere? No. 18,750. 18,750 then. No confusion. 18,750. At 18,750 then. Provisionally for the first. 18,750 for the second. Third and final time. 18,750. Top right. 483, the Oxford Allen Scythe. Oh, there you go, look. Oh, that's a fancy little thing. If I hadn't bought that like, new lawnmower, it would have been away, look. Where are we then? Someone start me. No reserve on this one, guys, so whatever it achieves, there we go. We should have a phone bid somewhere on this one. Have you got a phone bid on this, Mick? No, 483, it says I got someone on the phone. Everyone's disappeared. Look, they've gone home. Where are we? £100 bid then and away. 1 at 25s, please, Will. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid in West Yorkshire. I can sell it, believe it or not. No reserve. Whatever it achieves, it goes. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then and away. At £100 bid. At 100 then for nothing. At £100 bid. Are you sure you're all done? It's going to be sold. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid. At 100 then. Are you sure you're all done? At £100 then. It's going to be sold. At £100 then. I'm going to sell it. At 125 Aberdeenshire. There you go. Someone's awake. At £125 bid. At £125 bid. Jack, can you just check on these boards? I'm supposed to have a telephone bidder on this one and everyone's disappeared. Don't know where they're gone. £125 bid then in Aberdeenshire. Can you see anything? It's not on that board what I was supposed to have, was it? Sorry, guys, I don't want anyone to miss out on this. No? No? Okay, rightio. £125 then, Aberdeenshire. I think I can sell it. That's what it says on my sheet. So 125 then I'm selling for the first, second, third and final time. 125. Don't know who was on that phone bid there. 484, 1960 Rally, RM2 Runabout. There we go, look, little pedal and pop. In running order. There you go, from the vendor there. I think, have we had it running? I can't remember. Anyway, vendor says it's we've had it running. So there you go, sold and away. I've got 150, 175, 200, 225, 250 and 260, please, Will. There you go, £260 bid. Bid a 600264. At £260 bid then and selling. At £260 bid and away. At £260 bid then and we all done. Cheap little runabout for somebody. Use it exactly as it is. I want maybe just address the seat there, look, but just have a load of fun with it. Cracking little thing, look. There we go. 260, 280 down in Cheshire. At £280 bid down in Cheshire then. At 280 it's been sold. You're just in Cheshire. At £280 bid then I can sell it. At 280 then I'm going to sell for the first, second, third and final time. 485, the tag at 1000 Child's electric trial bike. Oh, there you go. I think you pushed it in there earlier, look. Yeah, a little scrambler bike, look. Oh, that's fancy. I'd have loved that as a kid, wouldn't you? Blimey.
Still have it now if you want.
I would still have it now, yeah, look at that. That's lovely. I take it we've had it, it works and that. Does it got a charger with it? Once a battery. Oh, once a battery, there you go, then she'll be away. Where are we then? Someone start me. Lower that down a little bit, please. We'll last 200. There you go, 2015 BSA custom. Look at, oh, to look like a Ducati Scrambler. New battery required, but there is a charger in the box. Oh, there you go then. Asking 200 then if anyone wants to jump in, ladies and gentlemen. If not, we'll move on. Surely it's worth 200 quid to save it until Christmas, can't you, for somebody? There you go, 200 quid. Yeah, I know, yeah, he's not quite big enough yet, otherwise I would. Yeah, I don't think his feet will touch the floor yet. Yeah, another year or two and he will. Asking 200 then, if not, we'll move on. We'll move on from that one. 486, the 2003 MGTF. As always, we have a good handful of these. They're a good little runabout, aren't they? Good car. There you go. There's bound to be one which has tickled your fancy. This one in particular, timing belt service has just been carried out. Hard top and soft top. Decent tyres, new brakes all round and a full respray last year. There you go, well that's freshened it up then. Where are we? Someone start me. I've got £500 bid then and away for nothing. At £500 bid. At £500 bid then. At £500 bid. Please bear in mind the number plate on the car, LAROE, is not being sold with the vehicle, just bear that in mind everybody. At 550 then, Leicestershire 550, £600 bid and away. At £600 bid. At 650, 650. At £650 bid. At £650 bid then, Leicestershire at 650, £700. At £700 bid. At £700 bid then and 50, 750. 750. 750, 800 down in Goole, Yorkshire, £800 bid. £800 bid then for nothing. At 800 and 850. Hard top as well. £900 bid. At £900 bid then. At £900 bid. We're a little bit off. We'll try. One more bid and I'll try and put it on sale for you. At £950 bid. I think he's just got to start with a 1. There you go. I can put it on sale. At £1,000 bid. Still cheap. At £1,000 bid then selling. At £1,050. £1,050. At £1,050 bid, is there 11? At £1,050 bid. At £1,050, how cheap have these got to be? 11, thank you. £1,100 bid then, selling and away at 1100. £1,100 bid and 1150. 1,150. At 1,150. 1,200. £1,200 bid then and away. At £1,200 bid then, it's going to be sold. At 1,250. 1250 at £1,250 bid. At 1,250, 1300 at 1,300 bid, Leicestershire and 50 at 1,350. We should have started at 1,000. 1,350 at £1,350 bid then. Are we away? At 1,350, 14 back in Leicestershire at 14 at 1,400 bid. At 1,400. At £1,400, you'll be out in it at the weekend with the hard top off and the soft top down. At 1,450, at 1,450 is a 15. Surely it's 1,500 quid. At 1,450 bid. At 1,450 then I'm going to sell it. At 1,450 then I'm going to sell for the first. 1,450 for the second. Third and final time it's going to be sold. 1,450, cheap little runabout. 487, the John Deere enamel sign. There we go, look. I've got 20, 30, £40 bid then and away in it. At £40 bid. At £40 bid then for the John Deere enamel sign. At 40, oh there you go, Andy's getting it, look. £40 bid then, where's you tractor men? At £40 bid then, at £40 bid then is provisional. At £40 then is provisional for the first, 40 for the second, third and final time. £40 provisional. Lot 488, the badge bar with 4 badges. Oh, there you go, look, AARAC, Cheshire, and I can't read the other one. There you go, look. Oh, there you go, sat there in front of them gloves. Oh, that's nice, put it straight on your motor. Lift the front end up, no end, wouldn't it? There you go. Where are we? I've got £50 with me, 55 on the internet, £60 back here. At £60 bid, then 65. £65 and an away. At £65 bid, then Wetherby, North Yorkshire, 70, 75. £75 bid. At £75 bid, then and selling. At £75 bid and 80. £80 bid, at £80 bid then, and we all done. At £80 bid then, nice selection of badges on there, look. At £80 then I'm going to sell it. At £80 bid then for the first, 80 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. £80. Lot 489, the Sphinx plugs for all engines hand painted sign. There you go. Oh, nice, another little wall filler there from Ray. There we go. Someone start me then. 10, 20, thank you. £20 bid. At £20 bid, then 30. At £30 bid. At £30 bid, then the cheapest way you're going to lift your garage wall up. At £30 bid. At £30 bid, then are you all done? At £30 bid, then. At £30 bid, we'll mark it down provisional. It takes him a lot of time to get all these signs painted up nicely. It's worth more. At £30 bid. At £30 bid, then it's provisional for the first. 30 for the second. 40 Southwell. £40 bid, still provisional. At £40 bid then. At £40 bid, are we all done? At £40 bid then for the first. Provisional for the second. Third and last time. £40. Lot 490, Lotus Elise. Oh, there we go. This is a nice car. A friend of a friend's, this one. The gentleman has just moved. I think he's moved back over to France. He's got a lovely selection of cars. This one has been stored at a friend's farm down the road from us, and he's asked us to handle the car because obviously he's moved away or back over there. So yeah, a bit of a going on registering it or something or other. Anyway, so we've been asked to move the car on. Done very little in the last probably 12 plus months. But yeah, you washed it off the other day, didn't you, Charlie? The car's cleaned up really well. Done very little from memory in the way of mileage. Just a nice, genuine little Lotus Elise. Well, I've got bids here with me, as we can all see on the screen. I've got 15,000. It's a start at £15,000 bid, then and away. At £15,000 bid. 15,000 then bid a 600353 at £15,000 bid. Nice car. At 15,000 then. At £15,000 bid is a 250. At 15,000 it was a little bit late coming in, so if needs be we will just hold on to it until the timed auction or next sale. Give it a little bit more justice. At 15,000 it's a start though. At £15,000 bid we'll make a phone call, but we'll have to have a chat. At 15,000 I think it's worth more. At £15,000 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 15,000 top right. 491, and there we go, the auto lamping enamel sign. Oh, Osram, there you go, look. Nice size little sign again. Where are we? 30, 40, £50 bid then and away at £50. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid for the little sign. At £50 bid then, and we all done. At £50 bid and 60 on the internet, West Sussex 60. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid then, it's provisional, but it'll come. At £60 bid, then I'm going to sell it provisionally for the first, 60 for the second, third and final time. £60 provisional. 492 Morris Minor. Oh, here she is. Look, Morris Minor convertible. There we go. 3 owners from 1959 to 1970. Yeah, 16 MOT certificates. There's a bit of all sorts in here. Look, mileage when purchased 52. What else have we got? Invoices from March for £1,160 worth of work. There you go. Scissor jack, hood cover and car cover included in the sale. There we go, look. Well, I've got a bit of interest here with me. I've got 35, 36, 37, 38. Sold and away then at 38. At 3,800, extremely good value for money. At £3,800 bid, then bid a 600202. At £3,800 bid, then selling and away at 38. At £3,800 bid. At 3,800. At £3,800 bid, then are you sure you're all done? At £3,800 bid, give it a once over and you'll be out in it this weekend with the top down. At £3,800 bid, then I can sell it. At £3,800 bid, then it's going to be sold for the first, 38 for the second, third and final time. Watch your fingers.
Yeah, Jeff.
493 aluminium garage sign. There we go, look, hang it on the garage door. There you go, look, that's smart, isn't it? Where are we then? I've got 30, 40, 50 pound away then and sold at 50 pound bid. At 50 pound bid then selling and away at 50. At 50 pound bid then are we all done? At 50 pound bid then it's going to be sold at 50 pounds for the first, 50 for the second, third and final time. 60 on the internet, down in Somerset. 60 pound bid, Somerset you're in, I'm out. At 60 pound bid then I'm selling. At 60 pound bid then are you sure you're all done? At 60 pounds for the first, 60 for the second, third and final time. 60 pounds. 494, 1977 MGB. Oh, this is a nice car. Sits up at your unit, doesn't it, Mick? There you go, look. There we go. Yeah, obviously MGB Roadster in white, lovely. Loads of history and documentation. MOT until the 30th of June. It's had a full rebuild. Loads of bits and pieces done in the past. So there you go, I'm sure you've seen it. Nice car, interest on the internet, interested with me. Well, yeah, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 4, 1. Can I do 4, 2 with me, please, Will? Just because this is a fixed one. These guys have got a choice. There you go, £4,200 bids here with me. At 4,200 bid, a 600329. At £4,200 bid. At 4,200 then, at £4,200 bid then and away, 43 on the internet, at 43, at 4,300, at £4,300 bid, looks a nice crisp car, at £4,300 bid then are we all done, I can sell it, at £4,300 bid then, at 43 and 4, 44 Sheffield and rightly so, at 4,400, at £4,400 bid, at 4,400, at 44 and 45, 45, at 45 and 46, £4,600 bid then, 4,600 selling and away, at 4,600 Sheffield, 47, 47, at £4,700 bid then, at 4,700 on the internet then, I'm out, internet you're in, 47, at 4,700 then it's going to be sold, at 4,700 for the first, 47 for the second, third and final time, 47 internet. 495, the Black Capped Virginia cigarette enamel sign. These are always proved to be popular. There we go, look, nice size little sign. We have got 30, 40, 50, £60 bid then and away at £60. At £60 bid then, at £60 bid then and away, at £60 bid. At £60 bid, internet you're out, I'm in, £60. At £60 bid then and 70, I'm out, you're in. At £70 bid, Lincolnshire £70. At £70 bid is provisional, but we'll make a phone call. At £70 bid then I'm going to sell it provisionally for the £80 fresh bid of West Sussex. £80 bid then, at £80 bid, £80 bid then West Sussex at £80. At £80 then I'm going to sell it provisionally for the first, 80 provisionally for the second, third and final time. £80 provisional. Trying to get my tongue in. 496, 1988 Kawasaki ZX 750. There you go, look. Yeah, there we go, A31. Yeah, new tyres, shock absorber, battery, stainless steel brake hoses, rebuilt the calipers with new stainless pistons and seals, new paint and powder coated. There you go, fresh zinc plated fixings, new seat cover, fairings, all the rest of it. Look, there you go. Well, someone start me then, I got 1,000, 11 on the internet, sold and away then 11, at £1,100 bid. At 1,100, at £1,100 bid then, at 1,100, at £1,100 bid then, I can sell it, £1,100 bid then, £1,100 bid then, selling and away at 11, are you all done? At £1,100 bid then, I'm going to sell it for the first, second, third and last time. It's cheap. 497, the Jaguar showroom wall sign. There we go, look, bit of a Jaguar mascot. Mick's just grabbing it there for you. Well, she's sold from the off. I got 80, 90, 100, 110, 20, 30, £130 bid and 140. At 140, 150, 160. At £160 bid, then away and sold at 160. At £160 bid. At £160 bid here with me at 160. At £160 bid then and selling. At 160 for the first, 160 for the second, third and final time it's sold. 160. 498, the Smith's electrical wall clock. There we go, look, where are we? Asking £10 please, Will, to start. Mick's just grabbing it up there for you. Oh, quite a nice sign. Oh, quite a big clock actually, look. There you go, look. Asking 10, if not we'll have to move on. Yeah, asking £10 anywhere for the wall clock. £10 asking no. $4.99, the Metro enamel sign. There we go, look. Mick's just going to grab it for us. Another one down there. There you go, on the rug there, Mick. There you go. There you go, you've all seen it. I've got 30, 40, £40 bid then and away. £40 bid then for the nice size little sign there. Go anywhere. £40 bid then and away. £40 bid then asking 50. £40 bid then. £40 bid is a 50 anywhere. £40 bid then provisional. £50 bid. £50 bid then. £50 bid is provisional. £50 bid then on the internet there. Look, bid of 66135. £50 bid then is provisional. We'll make a phone call. £50 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. £50 provisional. 1974 Triumph Stag. They're getting all excited, look. There we go, Triumph Stag, bit of a project. Sits up against the fence in Unit 3 up the road. Obviously, yeah, V6, unfinished project. We'll actually make a car like anything, obviously, with a bit of time and money spent around it, but it's quite a genuine thing. Hard and soft top required, power steering rack. Requires a power steering rack. One owner for the last 20 years. There you go, look. So anyway, obviously, wants a paint job, wants what it sees, really. So there you go. I've got £1,500 a cheeky bid, 15, 16, £1,700 bid and away then for the Stag. £1,700 bid then and away. £1,700 bid. £1,700. We all know what to do when they're nice. £1,700. Well worthwhile project if it comes at that. £1,700 bid. £1,700. £1,700 worth more. Break for more than that. £1,700 bid. £1,700. We'll submit it. It's cheeky, I know, but we'll make a phone call. £1,700 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 501 Rolex enamel sign. There we go, look, another one. This has caused a lot of interest. 140, 150, 160, 170 pound, £170 and away. £170 bid. £170 bid then for the little Rolex sign there, look. £170 bid then and selling. £170 bid then I'm going to sell it for the first, second, third and last time. 170. Lot number 502, 1980 MG Midget 1500. Another bright looking little car, look. Nice set of wheels on there. There we go. I've got 35, 36, 37, 38 on the internet, 39. Yeah. 4,000 here with me, please, Will, at 4,000. £4,000 bid then and away on 1 and 2 back here. At 42. At £4,200 bid then and away. You're out, Cumbria. I'm in on the sheet. I'm not anymore. You're back in. 43. At £4,300 bid then. Nice bright looking little midget. At £4,300 bid in Cumbria. At 4,300 on sale. At 4,300. At £4,300 bid and 4 in Derby. 44 and 5. 45. At 4,500. At £4,500 bid. At £4,500 bid then, are we all done? At 4,500, you're going to miss it, it's going to be sold, it's going to Cumbria. At 4,500 then, selling for the first, second, third and last time.
Jack,
45.
Someone on YouTube has asked, can we still say midget?
Can we still say midget?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, don't go down that road, can you? I'll take it too far, you can't say anything now, can you?
I think you've got it.
Right, where are we? VW double-sided flag. There you go, the one you've all been waiting for by the looks of it. Oh, it's not loading on my screen here. Oh, there we go, we have now. A little bit slow on the internet today, I apologise. Yeah, there we go, lot 503. Where are we then? Someone start me. Surely there's £10 there for the flag. Put it in your transporter, or you could even make a bit of headlining out of it, couldn't you?
VW up, wouldn't it?
In fact, you know who wants this, don't you? Mickey boy, you've just bought yourself a transporter. There you go, look. There you go. Do you want a tenner for it? Tenner, £10 he says. Mixed bid at £10. £10 bid. No, mixed bid, I'm afraid, internet. You'll have to bid again. £10 bid here with Mick. At £10 bid. Mixed bid in the room there at £10. He's just bought himself a transporter. At £10 bid then. At £10 bid is provisional, Mick, but we'll make a phone call. At £10 bid then provisionally for the first, second, third and final time. £10. Mick. 504, 1990 Jaguar XJS convertible. There you go, look. Owned from new. I'm the sole owner who bought the car new in 1990. There you go, look. Loads of bits and pieces, new front and rear brake pads, oil/brake fluid replaced, MOT completed around completed around week 1, April 2025. Car is petrol driven, light blue with ivory seats, convertible hood in dark blue, and the car was driven to the auction. There you go, look, nice genuine car, owned from new, blimey. There you go, look, where are we then? I've got interest here with me. I've got 9899, £10,000 bid, at £10,000 bid, then and away at 10. At £10,000 bid for the extra S convertible there, look, at £10,000 bid for nothing. At £10,000 bid, what a lot of car. At £10,000 bid, we all like a bit of continuity, so for the gentleman to own it from new is always a good thing. Sorry, Alan, 10,250. At 10,250 bid, Alan on the telephone at 10,250. At 10,250. At 10,250 then, on the telephones at 10,250 and 5, thank you, 10,5. At 10,500, would you like 750? 10,005 we got at the moment, 10,750 he says, at 10,750 bid, at 10,750 bid, we're a little bit off telling but we'll have to make a phone call, at 10,750, at 10,750 then provisional, it's Alan on the telephones, I'm out, internet you're out, at 10,750 then for the first, provisionally for the second Alan, third and final time, 10,750 Alan's telephone, lot 505. There we go, look, what on earth is this? The cream of 100% pure Pennsylvania oil. There you go, look. Bit different, I ain't seen one of them before. £10 bid, then and away at £10. At £10 bid, at £10 bid, at £10 bid, then and 20, thank you. Double-sided, at £20 bid, at £20 bid, then and away at 20. Nice sign, isn't it? Yeah, that's nice. Is it? Yeah, that is good. £20 bid then, at £20 bid, 30, thank you, 30. At £30 bid, then and away. £30 bid then, are we all done? At £30 bid then is provisional for the first, second, third and final time. £30. 506 Honda NT650. Oh, there we go, look. New tyres have recently been put on. There you go, look. So a fresh set of tyres. Nice little touring bike there. They're cheap, aren't they? Look at that. Got the side boxes and the top box and bits and pieces on. Look, as you can see. Where are we then? I've got a £900 bid. At £900 bid then for nothing. At £900 bid then. At £900 bid. Do you want to fill it up? At £900 bid then. Are we all done? At £900 bid then. It's extremely provisional, but we'll make a phone call. At £900 bid. At £900 bid then. At £900 bid. At 900 then provisionally for the first, second, third and final time. 900 provisional. 507 the Rolex enamel sign. There we go, look, another nice one here. A lot of interest again here with me. I got 150, 160, 160, 170 at £170 bid. £170 bid and away. At £170 bid, then are we all done? At £170 bid, it's going to be sold, you're going to miss it. At £170 bid, then I'm going to sell it for the first, second, third and last time. 170. 508, 1974 Yamaha. There we go, look, RD200. There she is. What a bright looking bike that is. I think I did the video of it myself. There we go, look, refurbished rare RD200 1974. There you go, look. Auto Investment Trust Limited correspondence, a previous checklist for vehicle inspection, some printed photographs of the bike, Haynes Owner's Workshop Manual and various invoices. So there's a bit to go with it. Look, there we go. I've got 1,011, 12, £1,200 bid then and away. At £1,200 bid then for nothing. At £1,200 bid then. At 1,200, 13, thank you, 13 and 14. At £1,400 bid, you're out Cheshire, back with me at 14. At £1,400 bid then and away. At £1,400 bid, 15 back in Cheshire. At £1,500 bid, super sensible on the guide on this one, ladies and gentlemen. At £1,500 bid, then in Cheshire. At £1,500 bid. At £1,500 bid, nice tidy little bike. At £1,500 bid, then it's provisional. At £1,500 bid, then for the first. 1,500 if we're all done for the second, third and final time. Provisional internet. The Guinness enamel sign, lot 509, £80 bid and away, look. Can I have that here with me, please, Will? I'm afraid. Thank you. £80 bid on my sheet. £80 bid here with me. Internet, I'm sorry, you'll have to bid again. £80 here with me, I saw that first. £80 bid then and away. £80 bid then on my absentee bid. At £80 bid then are we all done? £90 bid on the internet. At £90 bid, internet, you're back in, thank you. At £90 bid. At £90 bid then sold and away at £90. £90. No, sold. Yeah. Sold and away. 510, 1928, Austin 12. Oh, this is a lovely old girl, this. Lovely old car. It's at yours, isn't it? Yeah, I did the walk around the vinyls. Lovely on the car, isn't it?
Runs like a Swiss watch.
Doesn't it just? It runs beautiful, doesn't it? You can hardly hear it ticking over. It runs that sweet.
It runs better than most of the
It
cars,
does. It runs. Yeah, it runs better than most modern bits and pieces. Honestly, it ticks over absolutely lovely. I think you drove it up into the shed. I moved it around myself, and seriously, sweet as a nut. Lovely old car. Yeah, there you go. Look, Austin Heavy 12 in fabric, 6 light saloon. There you go. Extremely original looking car. I've got a lot of interest here with me. We may as well go 6.5, 6.6, 6.7, 6.8, 6.9. At £6,900 bid, then selling and away. Lovely old car. At £6,900 bid. At £6,900 bid, then in 7, thank you, 7. At £7,000 then. At £7,000 and 1 with me. At 7,100. At £7,100 bid then. At 7,100, then I can sell it. At 7,100, lovely old girl. At 7,100, then it's going to be sold. You're going to miss it. At 7,100, at £7,100 bid, then and selling and away at 71. At 71, then for the first, second, third, and last time. 71. 511, Pratt's Perfection Motor Spirit, wooden hand painted sign. Another wall filler there. Look, there you go. You got it, Jacko. Right, he's got it. Don't panic, everyone. At £10 bid, then £10, £10 bid. At £10 bid, then and 20, thank you, 20. At £20 bid, then 30. At £30 bid. At £30 bid, then and away at £30. At £30 bid, then. At £30 bid, are we all done? At £30 bid, then 40, thank you, 40. At £40 bid. At £40 bid, then are we all done? One more bid and I can put it on sale. At £40 bid, then. At £40 bid, then are you sure you're all done? At £40 bid, then I'll have to market provisional. At £40 bid, then for the first, second, third, and last time. Lot number 512, 1951 Matchless. Here she is, look. Recently rebuilt and fairly easy to start. There you go, look. Words from the vendor there. Yeah, a bit of all sorts. Matchless G11 CS. Please confirm upon your own inspection. I'm sure you have. There you go, look. So where are we then? We'll just we can lower it down to maybe 1,500, but we can't go any lower. I know bikes aren't that flamboyant at the moment, but a lot of bike for that, isn't it? If someone wants to jump in at 15, then you're more than welcome to. I haven't got any bids on my sheet, I'm afraid, guys. Is a 15 asking? If not, we'll have to move on and we'll put it in the timed auction. No. Lot number 513 then, the rotary 24 karat gold plated watch. Blimey. There you go, look. Well, suits you that, Michael. There we go, look. That's a nice watch there, look. Where are we then? Someone start me. I've got 80, 90, £100 bid. £100 bid then for the rotary 24 karat gold plated watch. There you go, sounds fancy. £100 bid then and away at 100. £100 bid then is the 10. £100 bid then, nice wristwatch there for somebody. £100 bid then, are we all done? £100 bid then, we'll make a phone call at £100 for the first, second, third, and last time. 100 provisional. 514 1959 BSA. There we go, look. Bike is still in original condition and an easy starter. There you go. Well, I've got interest here with me. I've got 16, 17, 18, 19, £2,000 bid then and away. At £2,000 bid then for the Beezer. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid then bids here with me. 600269. At £2,000 bid then and away. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then. We're a little bit off. At £2,000 bid. I'm sure we'll put a deal together for you. At £2,000 then it's provisionally for the first, second, third, and last time. 2,000. 515 AA £2 reward enamel sign. There we go, look. That's quite quirky, I like that. There we go. Again, sold from the off, 1890, £100 bid then and away. At £100 bid then for the AA sign there, look. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then it's being sold. At 100 then for the first. I'm selling for the second, third, and final time. It's off. £100. 516 1971 GT6. Oh, there we go. Look, yeah, the maroon one sits through there, doesn't it? There we go. It's had new seals and rear valances, reconditioned seats, new carpets, brakes and clutch hydraulics rebuilt, carbs have been rebuilt, re-chromed, there you go, look, all the rest of it. Dogs are getting all excited. Where are we then? I've got a lot of interest here with me. We may as well start at 7, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, 7-5, 7-6 and 7-7, please, Will. Get all of them out of the way. £7,700 bid then and away. At 7,700, at £7,700 bid. 8 on the internet, 9 back at you and 8,000. £8,000 bid. At £8,000 bid then selling and away for the GT6. £8,000 bid then bid at 6000292. Oh, Pickering, you're in. 8-1. 8,100 just. 8,100 in Pickering. Down in Suffolk now at 8-2. £8,200 bid then and away at 82. I'm selling it. 8,200 Pickering. Are you coming back?
83.
83. Fresh bidder. 83. 8,300. £8,300 bid then and away. 8,300 internet. You're in. I'm out. £8,300 and 4 down in Suffolk. 84. 8,400 bid. Selling and away at 84. Are we all done? 85. 8,500. 8,500. £8,500 bid. Then I'm going to sell it. You're going to miss it. 86. Back down in Suffolk at 86. 8,600 bid. At 8,607. 87. 8,700. £8,700 bid. Then I'm going to bring the hammer down at 87. No, I'm not. 88. 8,800 at £8,800 bid. 89. Someone fill it up. 89. 8,900. 8,900 and 9,000 back down in Suffolk. £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid. Then are we all done? At £9,000 bid. Then it's going to be sold. You're going to miss it. Don't lose it for 100 quid. At £9,000 then and 1. 91. 9,001.
I'm working down there on Saturday, I could drive it down.
Yeah, not half, yeah. 92, back in Suffolk. 92, at £9,200 bid then, are we all done? At 92, I'll have to bring the hammer down then at 9,200 in Suffolk. At 9,200 then I'm going to sell it for the first. 9-2 for the second, giving you plenty of warning. Third and final time it's going to be sold. 9-2 Suffolk, thank you for your bids. 517, the metal VW size. There we go, look. Another one down there. Where's that, Michael? Mick's just getting it there for you, look. Where are we? Asking £10 to start, look. Oh, that's fancy, isn't it? Oh, I ticked it all together. Yeah, there you go, look. Someone spent some time doing it. There we go, £10 bid. West Midlands, thank you, at £10 and away at £10 bid. At £10 bid, then £10 bid. Are we all done? At £10 bid, then. At £10 bid. At £10 bid, then it's provisional, obviously. At £10 bid, then West Midlands, it's a start. We'll make a phone call. At £10 then provisionally for the first, second, third and final time. 518, the circa 1961 Velocette. There we go, look. Oh, this is a lovely old bike. There we go, look. Used to ride to work on them, didn't they? There we go. Oh, still got the side casings on and bits and pieces. Bit of an oily rag, really. Get it mechanically sound and use it as it is and enjoy it. Anyway, there we go. Where are we? I've got 5, 6, 7, £800 bid then and away. At £800 bid then, bid at 50040. At £800 bid then. At £800 bid then, that's for nothing. At £800 bid. £800 bid then and 9 in Ireland. £900 bid. At £900 bid then in Cork. You were there the other day, weren't you?
Ireland, yeah.
Yeah, you were in Cork, weren't you? There you go, Charlie was there the other day.
Just outside of
Just outside of Cork, were you? Ireland then, £900 bid. Do we want to fill it up? At £900 bid then, are we all done? We'll make a phone call. I'm sure we'll put a deal together. At £900 bid then, I'm going to sell it provisionally to Ireland for the first, second, third and last time. £900 provisional Ireland. Got my voice is going. Just have a drink. Excuse me, everybody. 519 is the first class enamel sign, though. There we go, look, Mick's holding it up. Again, bids are on the sheet. I've got 30, 40, £50 bid then. At £50 bid then and away for the first class sign. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then and away. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid. Can we change increments, Will? At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. Are we all done? At £50 bid then. It's provisional. At £50. Oh, we got loads of them, look. At £50 bid. Yeah, no bother. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid then. It's provisionally for the first, second, third and final time. £50 provisional. 520. 1956 Willys M38A1. There you go, look. Yours. I thought you were saying something then. All-weather canvas sides, panels and doors, three-wheel hubs, sirens, new clutch and refurbished carburettor, fitted in 2024. The service kit, fan belt, spark plugs, oil filter, points, condenser. There you go. Vehicle was driven to the auction as well. There you go, look, she's great. I love this old army stuff. There you go, look. Where are we then? I've got 6, 6,250, 6,5, 6,750, £7,000 bid. At £7,000 bid, then and away at 7. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 bid, then. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 bid for the Willys M38A1. At £7,000 bid and one on the internet in Shropshire, thank you Shropshire. At 71, at 7,100, how cheap have these got to be? At £7,100 bid then, in Shropshire at 71, at 7,100, at £7,100 bid then, we're a bit off, they'd like a little bit more for it, and rightly so, 7172 in Snaith, at £7,200 bid. At 7,200, I think you're all missing a trick. At £7,200 bid. At £7,200 bid, then are we all done? 73 back down in Shropshire. At 73, you're out Snaith, Shropshire you're in. At £7,300 bid. At £7,300 bid. At 73 and 4, Snaith you're back in. Rightly so. At 7,400. At £7,400 bid. At £7,400 bid then. Are we all done? At 74 and 5. Back down in Telford, 75, at 7,500, at 7,500 bid, at 7,500, you're out Snaith, at Telford you're in, at 7,500, 76, 76, at 7,600 bid, at 7,600 for nothing, at 7,600 then it's provisional, we'll make a phone call, at 7,607, rightly so, at 77, at 7,700, at £7,700 bid, at 77 then I'm going to mark it down provisional, I'll have to drop the hammer, at 7,700 then for the first, 77 for the second, third and final time, 77 provisional.
That's for you from Gregor, that.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, please, if you don't mind, leave my voice a bit.
I love that headset.
You want to pinch that?
Yeah, it's better than the other one.
Yes. I haven't read any of them out yet.
Well done, Jack. There we are then. Thank you very much. Well done. And on to, where are we? Lot number 521. Here we are then. Bird car enamel, or emblem, sorry, mascot. There we are then. There we go. And we have £30 bid and we're away. At £30 then, £30 bid. At £30 bid then, do we say 40? At £30 bid then, the little mascot, there we are. At £30 bid. At £30 and on sale, ladies and gentlemen, at £30. It looks for nothing. There must be £40 for that somewhere. There must be. At £30 bid. At £30 bid then. At £30 then for the first. £30 only for the second, third and last time, sold it away at £30. And just before we get too excited there, we have got lot number 413, a Ferrari shell sign has been sold. Lot 345, an Amiga watches sign, sold. Lot 381, a shell sign, sold. Lot 489, a Sphinx plug sign, sold. 335, a mobile sign. 463, a Kawasaki quad. 356 Isuzu D-Max and 480 an Austin A30 have been sold. So thank you very, very much. Thank you to the girls and myself doing them provisionals. There we are. So we are on to lot number 522. Here we go then. What we got, Shell Motor Spirit sign, there we are, Mick's got it there for you. Where are we going to be with that one then? 20, 30, £40 bid. At £40 bid then and on sale from the off. At £40 bid. At £40 then is the 50. At £40 then, looks a nice bright little sign that. At £40 bid. At 40. £40 then for the first. £40 bid there. 50. £50. At £50 bid. Brighten up a corner for you. At £50 is the 60. At £50 bid then, on sale, make no mistake, it is on sale. At £50 bid then for the first, second, third and last time at £50. Thank you. And on to 523, Dairy Queen enamel sign. There we are then. You got it there, Mick, he has. Oh, there you go. size of a brick, only a little one, look. There we are then, we've got £20 bid, 30, £30 bid then, at £30 bid, £30 bid then is the 40. At £30 bid, you're getting there, you're all right, Will. At £30 bid then, the little Dairy Queen sign, there we are. You don't need a big wall for it, look. At £30 bid. At £30 bid then is the 40. At £30 only. At £30 then if there's not, we shall submit and we'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At £30 provisionally for the first, second and third and last. That's it, mate. Yeah, oh, sorry, that's the next one, is it? Sorry, I thought you were giving it back to me. And on to lot number 524, Skoda Felicia. Oh, that's a lovely old car. We used to rally one, we used to sell them. Good old car. There we go, with lots of interest. You've all seen it, I know. Try and find a better one. Good luck. They are all over the place. There's loads of interest here with me. You're just going to come and tell me how lovely it is, aren't you? There you are. Mick says it's lovely. There you go. Mick drives a Skoda every day. He said they're up there. There you go. So we have got 15, 16, 17, 18. We go all the way up here, Will, with me up to 2001, 2002, please. At 2,200. At £2,200 bid then. The little Skoda.
Bear with me, because I need just to...
All right, Will's just doing what he does with that little machine there, look. At 2,200 with me, though.
2-3.
There you go, 2-3 in Essex, 2-4 with me, please, Will. At £2,400 bid. At 2,400 then, the little Skoda Felicia, the little classic. At 2,400, bidder number 200167. At £2,400 then. At 2,400 is the 5. At 2,400 then, is that it? 2-5, there is. We're in Brig. At 2,005. That's me out, that's this gentleman out. At £2,500 then, is there 6? At £2,500 then, the little Skoda there would see you out, wouldn't it? At £2,500 fitness windows all the way, no electric windows, I don't think these, did they? Don't think so. At 2,500 then for the first, 2,500 for the second, third and last time looking round, 2-5, thank you. Got a good little car there. No frills, not a lot to go wrong there, is there? And on to lot number 525, Michelin Man and tyre, around about 18 inches tall. There we are. There we go. Look, Mick's got it there, look. There you go. Stick it on a shelf. Lovely. There we go. That's been doing what it does. This has been doing what it does. And we're up to 200, 210, 220 there, look. Will, please. At £220 bid. At £220 bid. Yeah, no, you're all right, that's fine. At £220 bid, bidder number 600134. At £220 bid then.
10s.
At 200, yeah, that's it. At 220. At £220 bid then. At 220 and 30. At £230 there, Walsall. Hello. At £230 is the 40. At £230 then, I'm out. At £230. At 230 and 40 and 50. At £250 then. At 250 is the 60. At £250 bid. At £250 bid then, is that it? At 250. £250 then, going for the first, for the second, third and last time at 250. Thank you. And on to 526. There we are, Ford Escort XR3i. There we are then. Bit of interest here with me again. Bit of interest there with you, I'm sure. We have 7,400 bid there, look, Will.
Yeah.
So that's where we've got to already. The car was restored 20 years ago, parked in a dry garage undercover, just got out, took for MOT and a service. So there we are. Vendor says it's standard apart from an exhaust. So there we are. There you go, make of that what you will. There you go, looks a nice bright car, I know that. At £7,400 then. At 7,400. At 7,400. £7,400 bid. At 7,004 is there 5. At £7,400 bid then. Is that it? At £7,400 then. Giving everyone plenty of time. At £7,400 bid. 7,400 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 7-4. To that man on there, thank you. And on to 527. Here we are then. A little Firestone tyres enamel sign. There we go. Mick's got it there, look. Nice little sign, little wall filler again. And we've got 10, 20, 30, £40 bid. At £40 bid then the little Firestone sign. At £40 bid. At £40 bid then is the 50. At £40 bid then the little Firestone sign. There you go, look. Nice little wall filler. At £40 bid. At £40 then is the 50 anywhere. At £40 for the first then. Provisionally 40 for the second. Third and last time at £40. And on to 528. There we are then. Mercedes SEL 500 front bumper. I've been wanting one of them. There we go. There we go. I knew one would turn up. There we go then. Where are we going to be then? Can we get £100 there, Will?
We can.
Surely we can get £100 bid. If we can't get £100 then we're off. We're off. We're going to move on. Is there £100 for a 500 front bumper? No? Is there anyone there, Will?
No, we've got two looking, but...
We've got two hovering, thinking about it. Do they really need one in their life? The answer seems to be no. We're moving on, ladies and gents, on to 529. It takes all sorts, doesn't it, really? Yeah. If you're going to have the bumper, I want the battery. And on to 529, a box of supercar collection models. There's a box full there, look, Mick's got them. You see the photographs of them there, look, when we have 40, 50, £60 bid. At £60 bid then, Will. At £60 bid, here with me, bidder number 600094. At £60 bid then is the 70. With £60 bid here with me, at £60 bid then. At £60 then. Do you want 70? Be sharp. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then is the 70. No. At £60 bid then for the first. At £60 for the second. Third and last time sold at 60. There you go. Thank you. And on to lot 530. Dunlop Repro sign. There we are. That's a nice looking sign again, look. Lovely looking sign there, look. And we've 10, 20, 30, £40 here with me. At £40 bid. At £40 bid then, here with me. £40 bid then is the 50. At £40 bid. At £40 bid is the 50 anywhere. £40 bid then there's 50 and 60 with me. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid. At £60 bid. 60, £60, 70, £70 bid. At £70 then is there 80. At £70 bid then. At £70 then. Sold and away then for the first. £70 for the second. Third and last time £70. There you go. Thank you. And on to 531. Michelin Man on a motorcycle. There we are then. Are we down there, Mick? Similar looking fella to me. There you go, look, good looking fella. There you go. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, Will. That's where we're going to be. At £140 bid. At £140 then is the 50. At £140. At £140 bid. At £140 then is there 50 anywhere. There is 150, 160 back with me. At 160, at £160 bid. Yes. And 70 and 80 with me, please, Will. At 180, at 180, 190, 200 with me, Will, I'm afraid. At £200 bid. At £200 then 210. At £210 I'm out. At £210 then Catrick Garrison. At £210, I think I know you. At £210, 220, 220, at 220, 230, 230, at 230, 240, £240 bid, 250, at £250, at £250 then 260, at £260. 260 then is the 70, at £260 then Hammer's coming up, at £260 for the first, 270, 270, 270, 280, 280, Hammer's still up, at £280 bid, Sutton Coldfield, at 280, 290, at £290, at £290 there, £300, at £300 bid, at £300 then, Sutton Coldfield, at £300 then for the first, second, Third and last time at 300. Thank you for your bids, chaps. And on to 532. There we are then. A little MX-5. They're great, aren't they? Lovely little cars. We've all had them, got them, whatever it might be. I got one the other day for Kate for a field car to practice and stuff. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So there we go. We are at £1,900. We're actually on there, Will, but it doesn't matter. 2,000 here with me, actually, Charlie. Sorry, £2,000 here with me. My bid at £2,000. At 2,000. Do you want one? At £2,000 here with me. At 2 1s on there. You missed it. 2 1, 2 2 with me, Charlie. At 2 2 was with me, in all fairness, Will. But anyway, at 2,002. 2 3's just gone as well. It's a delay on that phone. 2 3, 2 4 with me, to be fair. £2,400 then here with me, ladies and gentlemen, at 2,400, 2,500. There you go, you got there. There you go, Charlie. At 2,005 is Charlie's bid, there we are. At £2,500 then is the 6. At 2,500, there's 2 6. At 2,006, 2,006. Does he want 7, Charlie? At 2,600. On the internet there, Lytham St Anne's to 7 at Boroughbridge, afternoon, £2,700. At 2,007 in Boroughbridge, £2,700 then. On sale, the little Mazda, great bit of fun, £2,800. Back over at Lytham St Anne's. Hope the sun's shining over there. £2,800 bid. At 2,800 then are we there. At £2,800 we're not 2,900. At 2,009, £2,900 then, at £2,900 for the first. At 2,900 there for the second, 3,000. At 3,000, £3,000 then. Lytham St Anne's again, you've been there from the beginning. At £3,000 bid then, the hammer's coming up. At £3,000 then, sold and away for the first. No, it's not. 3-1, 3-1 Essex, Newman. At 3, or lady, you never know. At £3,100 then. At 3,100. Stephen. It doesn't pay to assume nowadays. At £3,100 bid. At 3,100, well, you shouldn't, should you? Going down to Essex then, the hammer's coming up then. £3,100 then. 3-2. At 3-2. 3-2. At £3,200. 3,200 then for the first. For the second, for the third and last time at 3,200. There you go. Well done, everybody. Oh, you have to pull that one back. Look, Will, he missed the hammer. You can't accuse me of dwelling on that one. And on to 533. There we are then. Avenger. An Avenger Breitling style wall clock. There you go. Mick's got it held up there. There we are then. We've got £80 bid on here, please, Will, and we're away. At £80 bid. At 80, 90, £90 bid then. At £90 then is the 100. At £90 bid. Nice, pretty looking clock that. At £90 bid. And 100. At £100. At £100 bid then. At £100 is the 10. At £100 bid then. Driffield staying local. At £100 then. Who's in Driffield? Do we know him? At £100. Graham? Maybe not. At 110. 110, 120, at £120 bid. At 120 is the 30. At 120 there's 30. At 130 and 40. At 140 there must be neighbours. At £140. 150. At £150 bid. At £150 bid then, and 60. At 160. At £160 and 70. 170. At £170. At 170 are we done? At £170 then for the first, second, at 170 for the third and last time. 170, thank you, going to Hornsey. And on to 534, the Bedford, there we are then. The CF van, there we go. It's got a 2-litre Ford Pinto engine in it, which is a massive upgrade, and a 5-speed gearbox, which is a massive upgrade from the old slanty 2.3, I would have thought. Certainly from the old diesel or whatever it would have had in it. There we are then anyway, it's 2-litre Pinto now, so a very usable van. Where are we going to be then, ladies and gentlemen? Can we get 3,000 to kick us off? Can we, do you think, if there's anyone there? I've got nothing on my sheet, Will. Is there anyone at 3? If not, sorry?
Do you think we could write a bit more?
Yeah, go on then. Go on then. We'll try at 25. Yeah, and if there's a bid, there's a bid. If there's not, then we're off. Anyone there at 2.5?
YouTubers were asking whether there were any camper vans.
Oh, well, there you go. It's practically there. No, we're going to pass on that one then, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll get on with 535. There we are then. Sorry about that, but if you have any interest, ring the girls. And on to 535, SO Happy Motoring Enamel Sign. There we are then. No, he has got it. Yes, he has. There it is. There we are then. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 10, 20, 30, 40 pound and on sale. 50 pound, says Andy. At 50 pound bid there, Andy seated. At 50 pound bid. At 50 pound bid then, and 60. At 60 pound then, 60 pound and 70 he says. At 70 pound bid there, Andy's telephone. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pound bid then, do you want 80? 70 pound bid then, Andy on the telephone there at 70 pound only. For sale, sold and away for the first, second, third and last time at 70 pounds. Andy's phone, thank you. And on to 536, there we are. Volvo 340 GL SR Auto. I believe we've had the car before. It's showing something along the lines of 7,000 or 8,000 miles. I can't quite read it on here. There's loads of numbers on here. But there and thereabouts, it's done very little mileage according to the mileometer. Make your own inquiries on that one, of course. But I think anyone who looked at the car would agree it has done very little mileage. It's a lovely, lovely car. Wants a bit of paintwork around it and just some very careful little blowings. A special old Volvo. So there you go. At £3,200 bid. At 3,002 and 3. At 3,300. At £3,300 there. The car would see you out, wouldn't it? Oil up underneath so it doesn't go rusty. It would see you out. At 3,400. If only you hadn't just bought that Honda. Hey, Gregor, if you hadn't have bought that Honda, perfect for you. Absolutely perfect. There we are then. £3,400 bid. At 3,400. At 3,400 is the 5. At 3,400, it looks a good value little car to me. At £3,400 bid. At 3,400. Are you sure you don't want 5? At £3,400. At 3,400 then, we've got to move on. At £3,400 we'll submit, we'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At £3,400 then, provisionally sold for the first, second, third and last time. 3-4, cheap car if that comes. And on to Michelin Man enamel sign. Here we are then. Mick's got it there, look, another little one. Nice, bright looking little sign, look, little repro enamel sign. There we are then. We've got 20, £30 bid. At £30, £40 bid, thank you, and on sale. At £40 bid then. At £40 is there 50. At £40 bid then, on sale. At £40 bid then, don't miss it for a tenner. And £50 then. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then, shall we say 60? At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. Excuse me, at £50 bid, at 50 for the first then, on sale, sold and away, don't miss it, at £50 for the second, third and last time, £50. And on to 538, Will's Woodbine sign. There we are. Did you smoke Woodbines, Will?
I didn't smoke.
Oh, you didn't smoke? No, very wise.
Good boy, me.
Nasty habit. There we are then, nice little sign there, there you go, Mick's got it there, look, not too big, you don't need a warehouse, there we are, £70 bid and we're off. At £70 bid then, at £70 bid, at £70 then is there 80, at £70 bid then, at £70 then, shall we say 80, at £70 then, next bid it's on sale, there we are, it's on sale, at £80 bid, at £80 bid then, on sale, £90 bid. At £90 bid then, is there 100? At £90 bid. At £90 then, sold and away then, £90 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £90. There you go, thank you. And on to 539. Here we are, Coca-Cola drink, repro sign, give or take 34 inches by 17.5. There we go, where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 20, 30, 40, £50 bid. at £50 bid then, at £50 bid, at £50 bid then. Brighten up a little games room of some sort, won't it? At £50 bid, is there 60? At £50 bid then, is there 60? There is 60, there we are then, £60 then, at £60 bid, at £60 then, £60 bid then, is there 70? At £60 bid. I dare put it on sale at 70, but I can't at 60. At £60 bid then. Are you sure you don't want 70? At £60 bid then. We'll ring it through, we'll get you an answer at £70. There you go, it's on sale then. Catterick Garrison, afternoon. At £70 bid then, on sale. At £70 bid then, is there 80? £70 then. At £70 then for the first, second, third and last time. Looking round at £70. There you go, thank you. And on to Nissan Micra. Here we go. Took me right back when Charlie drove out the shed with this one. Charlie, my granddad was called Charlie, used to run a Micra, all the rest of it. You can imagine what was going on in there, can't you?
What's your first car?
My first car on the road was a Kia Pride. It's the courtesy car from work.
All right.
Yeah, and the name all over it. Yeah, and then shortly followed by an Astra van. Anyway, there we are then, totally unmolested, original 1992 Nissan Micra, 3-door hatchback, 3 former keepers, 55,000 miles, 33-year-old classic, and it'll only increase in value. That's what the vendors put here. There you go, so you can quote him that, can't you? There we go then, can we get 2,000 for the little Micra? We must have a couple of grand for a little Micra. There must be, surely. Is there? Have we got anyone hovering, Will?
We've got 2 interested.
We've got 2 interested, have we?
Yeah.
Well, they want to sharpen up, otherwise they're going to miss it. If we can't get 2,000, then we're going to pass on that and we'll put it in a timed auction, it'll do better. No, we're moving on then, moving on. If you have an interest, either of you two there sat there hovering, ring in. There we go then, lot 541.
I want to explain why we know they're hovering.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, as Will was saying, on our screen here, you guys can't see at home, but on our screen, when somebody's hovering and thinking of bidding, it lets us know that there's somebody there. It changes colour. So I can see there's people there.
They put the mouse over the...
There you go, there you go. So we know there's people there and people thinking, but they're not necessarily... You've just got to sharpen up a bit. Anyhow, there we are then. Lot number 451, where are we going to be with that one then? There we go, we're going to be £400 and we're away, look. At £400 bid. Is it down there somewhere, Charlie? At £400 bid. No, it's in across there. Oh, it's all glass and heavy, and yeah, it's over there. At £400 bid then. At £400 bid then. The car dealership mirror 72 inches thereabouts, so by 28. 425 says Andy. At £425 there on the telephone. At £425 then, and 450 against you. At £450. At 450, does he want 75? He doesn't. He doesn't. At £450 then, Aberdeenshire. At £450 then, is there 75? At £450 then, at 450 it'll come, I'm sure. At 475, now it's going to come, I'm sure it's going to come. At £475 then, at £475, I'm sure it'll come. Next bid it'll come. At £475. At 475 and 500 and on sale. At £500 then, on sale, ladies and gentlemen, don't miss it. At £500 bid. At 500, is there 25 anywhere? B sharp. At £500 then, what was that, sorry? Oh, at £500 for the first then, on sale, don't miss it. At £500 then for the second, third and last time. 500, thank you.
Was that original?
That was sold, that one. Yep, sold outright. Yep, thank you. And on to 542, the Austin Healey, the little frog eye. They're a lovely little thing, aren't they? There we are then. It's purchased in 2020 whilst living in Filey. Most of the mileage was on the lanes over the Yorkshire Wolds. Don't tell everyone, but them lanes are lovely. There's no one on them. We're at 10,000 now, Will, if you just want to just address that figure. Yeah, don't tell the world, but there's no traffic on the Yorkshire Wolds. Beautiful roads. So there you go. Then he moved to Sheffield and the opportunity to drive the car reduced.
Sure at 10,000.
That was a rookie error, wasn't it? Anyway, Sheffield, never mind, not knocking Sheffield, but Filey, Sheffield. Anyhow, there we are then. It's a lovely example, he says, and in the 5 years he's owned it, it's never let him down and raised many smiles. There we go, isn't that lovely? And we're at £10,000, please, Will, yeah? At £10,000 bid, the little frog eye. At £10,000 then. At £10,000 bid, number 600262. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000 then, does somebody want 250? At 10,000, someone does want 250. There we are, I should think so.
So multiply, there's no traffic up there, but there's the odd werewolf.
There's the odd werewolf. At £10,250 bid. At 10,250 is the 5. At 10,250. At £10,250. At £10,250 then we'll submit and we'll talk. At £10,250 then for the first. Provisionally, I might add Lancashire for the second. Third and last time at 10,250. Provisional, thank you. And on to lot number 543, when I get it all in the right order. There we are then. Ford Surface Station enamel sign. There we are. Andy's got it there, thank you very much. There we go, and we've got £40 bid and on sale from the off. At £40 bid then is the 50. At £40 bid then the little Ford authorised service station sign. £50, £60, £60 bid. At £60 bid then there must be something a bit special coming up. There's people everywhere here now. At £60 bid, there's lots of telephones. At £60 then is the 70. At £60 bid then. At £60 then for the first. £60 for the second. You sure you don't want 70? £60 for the third and last time. £60, thank you. Sorry?
You don't see them all there, and
I know, yeah, there's just everyone out the office has arrived on a telephone, so I'm guessing there's something a bit special coming up. And all right then, on to Mercedes SLK 200 compressor automatic, lot number 544. There we are then, we have some interest here with me, Will, we have some interest there with you. We have £2,600 there as the current bid, look, Will. At £2,600 bid, a number 600184. At £2,600 bid. At 2,006 and 7 and 8 with me, Will. At 2,800. At £2,800 then. At 2,809 and 2,009. At 2,900. At 2,900 there at Sheffield. At 2,900 is the 3. At £2,900. At 2,900. 2009. I tell you what, Will, can we do a 50 here? Because this is going to mess my figure work up here if I'm not careful. There we are then, at 2,950. There you go, my bid there. At 2,950 and 3,000. At £3,000 then, at £3,000.
go back to numbers.
Yeah, go on then, yes, that's fine, yes. At £3,000 bid. At 3,003 there for me. Thank you, Will. Yeah, you knew where I was going with that, didn't you? At 3,100 then. Bidder number 600184. At 3,100 and 32. I had no need to worry. At £3,200 then. I'm out. Or he's out. At 3,200. At 3,200 is a 3. At £3,200 then. Is that it? No, 3-3. There we are then. Ross on Y. Good afternoon. At £3,300 bid. At 3,300 is the 4. At 3,000, there is 3,004. Sheffield. At £3,400. At £3,400 bid. 3,400. Then the hammer's coming up. Then at 3,400. 3-5. At 3,005. 3-5. Ross on Y. At £3,500. Then the hammer's coming up. Then 3-5 for the first. 3-6. 3,006. At 3,600. What do you think, Ross on Y? At £3,600 then off to Sheffield. Then the hammer's coming up then at 3,600 for the first. For the second, 3-6 for the third and last time. 3-7. Oh, he's edging his bets. At 3,007. At £3,700 then. Just give Sheffield a few minutes. At £3,700 then for the first. For the second, for the third and last time, 3-7. 3-7, Ross on Y. Thank you, Sheffield. Sorry you had to miss it. I now know why there's an audience.
Well, you know we were talking about lots of jacks and somebody said there's a Jill in the house.
I know, yeah. Will's just saying, we were speaking earlier on about how confusing it can be when you've got Jack on a phone and Jack on a phone, this Jack and that Jack, and we had Jill in the house. And Jill's on the phone. Here we are then. BMW 635 CSI, lot number 545. We have 15,000 on there, please, Will. That's where we're at the moment. There's lots of interest here with me. So there we are. We've got 15,000. We better have that in quarters, Will, at least. Yeah, £15,000 then. 15 and a quarter. 15.5 with me, Will. At £15,500 here with me. 15,750 and 16 and a quarter here, Will, please. Oh, 16 and a quarter there. 16 and a half here then. At 16.5. 16,005 and 17 with me, please, Will. At £17,000 here with me. At 17 and a quarter and 5 with me, please. At 17,005. 17.5, 750 and 18, please, Will. At 18,000. 18,000. 18,000, 18 and a quarter and a half, please, Will. Oh no, and 750, please, Will. 18, 7 and 19, please, Will. And 19,000. I think we'll just let that just do what it does. 19,250 bid. At 19,250 and 5. At 19,5. 19,500 and 750. 19,750. At 19,750. At 19,750 and 20 and 20,000. At 20,000 and a quarter. 22.50. At 20,250 pound then and a half. 20,500. At 20,500 pound bid. At 20,500 and 750. 20,750. At 20,750 and 21. At 21. At 21,250. At 21,250.
Jill's out.
Jill's out. At 21,500. At 21,500 pound then. At 21,500. Get ready on your finger, Will. We've got 750 here with Alan out beat me there. 21,750 is Alan. To be fair, 22 might as well be me. Oh, there you go. It's Bridlington then. Bridlington. 22 with Bridlington. You're out, Alan. And a quarter at Kent. 22,250. 22,250. 22,250.
Yes.
22 and a half. 22 and a half. And 750. At 22,750. At 22,750. I'll have 23 then, Will. At 23,000. At 23,000 here with me. At 23,000. At 23,000 pound then, what do you all think? At 23,000.
250.
Do you want 23 and a half? It's 23,250's just gone in front of you. 23 and a half, says Alan. 23 and a half thousand, says Alan on the telephone. 23 and a half. 23 and a half. And 750 and 24 for me, please, Will. At 24,000. And a quarter, says Alan. 24,250, says Alan. At 24,250 pound. At 24,250 pound, then Alan's bid on the telephone. Then how do we think? Are we done? We're not. 24 and a half. West Midlands. At 24,500 pound, Alan, against you. At 24,500, what's he think? He thinks go again. 24,750. He knows a good car, give him that. At 24,750 pounds. 24,750, then give everyone a little bit of time. 25. Bridlington at 25. 25,000. At 25,000. At 25,000. Does he want 250? At 25,250, he says. He does. At 25,250, Alan there on the telephone. At 25,250 pound. At 25 and a quarter, then Hammer's coming up. Then 25,250. Then the Hammer 25.5. 25.5, Alan. At 25.5. He's been in from the start. Be nice if he finished. At 25,500 pound bid. At 25,500, 25,750, he says. At 25,750 pounds. at £25,750 bid. Alan there on the telephone then, B sharp, £25,750 then for the first. For the second, for the third and last time, 25,750, Alan. Well done, well done. Thank you everybody for your bids there. You had quite a fight there, didn't you? Well done. There you are. So, and after that one there, we've got a few sold here. I'll just read a few of these out, please. We have lot number 255 has been sold, a waiting sign. We have 448, a Mercedes Alloys. Sold. Lot 91, a Willys Jeep. Sold. Lot 439, Formula 1 Prince. 456, a Ford Mondeo. 138, a Triumph Stag. 452, a Vespa. Lot number 7, an Alvis. Lot 414, a Velasolex. 416, a Honda. And 420, a Mobilette have all been sold. There we are, how's that? There you go. And on to lot number 456, a Mercedes SL350 Auto. Lots of interest here with me on my sheet. We have a current bid there, Will, of 9,100. And that's where we are, really. So we've £9,100 bid. At 9,100, lovely car this, 9,002 Aberdeen. I think you came to see it earlier in the week. Hello. At £9,200, you must have got home safe and sound. At 9,002 and 3 says Alan. No, it doesn't. Hang on a minute. It says 9,4. 9,4 was actually a starer. 9,4 on the telephone. Sorry. At 9,400 was a star. At 9,5 says Alan. Andy. I'm getting muddled up here. At £9,500 then Andy on the phone. And 9,6 says Dave. At 9,600, 9,7 says Astara. 9,7, sorry, was in the room. Sorry, Aberdeen. 9,8 says Dave on the phone. 9,800 is Dave's bid there on the telephone. At £9,800 then, I nearly took that as a bid. 9,800 there. It is a bid. 9,9 she says. At £9,900. 10,000 says Dave. At £10,000. We always knew it was going to do good money, didn't we? Let's be fair. At 10,001 says Andy. At 10,001. 10,002 says Dave. At 10,200. £10,200 bid. At 10,200 is Dave there. 10,3 says Andy. At 10,003. 10,003 and 4 says Dave. 10,400. At £10,400 bid. At 10,400 then Dave there on the telephone. 10,5 Aberdeen. At 10,500. At 10,005. 10,6 he says. 10,6 was Dave there, Andy. Yeah, just to keep it all clear. At 10,006 and 7. 10,700. At £10,700 bid. 10,8 says Dave. 10,008. At £10,800 then. 10,9. 10,009. At 10,009, 11,000 he says. 11,000. 11,000. 11,1. 11,1. 11,001, 11,2 says Dave. 11,002. 11,002, 11,3. 11,003. 11,003 and 4. 11,004. £11,400 then Dave there on the telephone. 11,004 and 5. 11,5. 11,005. 11,5. 11,6 he says. 11,600. 11,600. 11,7. 11,7. What's he think, Dave? 11,7. 11,8 he thinks go. £11,800 then Dave on the telephone there. 11,9. Who is that in Aberdeen?
Heather.
Heather.
Yes.
Hello, Heather. 11,9. It's Heather. And 12. 12,000 says Dave. £12,000. 12,1 says Heather. 12,001. 12,100. 12,2. At 12,002. 12,200. 12,3. 12,3. She's with you all the way, Dave. 12,3. 12,4 he says. At 12,004. £12,400 then Dave on the phone there. 12,5. 12,005. At 12,005, clearly they both know a good car. At 12,005, are you sure? Is he out? I don't want any arguments later. No, right, okay, thanks for letting us know. £12,500 then. Heather in Aberdeen, there we are then, Aberdeen Shear at 12,500 then for the first. For the second, for the third and last time at 12,500. Thank you very much. Well done, Dave. Well done, Heather. Good show. And here we are then, 12,500. And on to lot number 547. This dyslexia thing gets you, isn't it? And on to 547. There we are then. An original Dunlop winter tyres poster. Well, there you go. There you are then. There we are. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £10, £20 bid. At £20 bid. £20 bid then. At £20 bid then. At £20 is a 30. At £20 bid then, 25 is there. At £20 bid then, at £20, 25, I should think so. At £25 then is a 30. At £25, £25 then the little poster there, well, quite a big poster, never mind a little poster. At £25. At £25 then we'll submit, we'll get you an answer. At £25 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally 25. Thank you. And on to 548. There we are. What we got, Jack? We have got a limited edition Race of Champions framed print. That's what we've got. There we are then. Number 31 of 70. There you go. You've all read it, I'm sure. And we have got £50 here to start, please, Will. At £50 then. £50 bid then. At £50 bid. At £50 then is the 60. At £50 bid. At £50 then limited edition. There's only a certain number. At £50 bid is the 60. At £50 bid. At £50 then is the 60 anywhere. At £50 bid then provisionally sold then at £50 for the first. For the £60, there we are. At £60 bid then. At £60 then is the 70. At £60 bid. At £60 then, £70, £70, at £70, £70 bid then is the 80, B sharp, £70 bid, provisionally then, £70 for the first, second, third and last time at £70. Thank you. And on to 549. There we are then, Vespa enamel sign. You're taking your eye off the ball there, Michael. There we are, look. There we go then. Nice little Vespa enamel sign. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £20 and off. At £20 bid. At £20 bid. At £20 bid then. £20 bid. 30. £30. £30 bid. At £30 then is the 40. At £30 bid then. On sale from the next bid. At £30 then. £30 then. £40 and on sale. At £40. £40 bid. At £40 then is the 50. £40 bid then, at £40 then on sale, sold and away then, £40 then, looking round for the first, £50, 50, at 50, hang on, stay there, at £50 bid, at £50 bid then, at £50 then for the first, second, third and last time, £50. There you go, now you can go, thanks Mick. And on to lot number 550, here we are then, 2007 Ducati ST3S with ABS. There we are then. Now, these look terrific value, Will. They really, really do. We have a bid there, Will, of 2,600, look. The vendor has provided the following. A Cheris bike in very good condition, not concours, but all sound and tidy. 11,000 miles, Öhlins, shock absorbers, performance ECU, glorious 3-valve engine, right, goes on and on. Look, had major dealer belts, fluid service. Oh, there you go, lovely. £2,600 bid. At 2,600. At £2,600 then, how cheap do they look? At £2,600. At 2,000, it looks a lot newer as well. At 2,600 is the 7. At 2,600, 2,7 he says. 2,8 with me. At 2,800. At £2,800 then, on sale at this money, ladies and gentlemen. At £2,800 then, bidder number 50015. At £2,800 then, is that it? Are you done? At £2,800 then, looking round for the first. 2,800 for the second, third and last time at 2,800. There you go, thank you. And on to lot 551. There we go then, Michelin tin map of England and the bottom of Scotland. There we are. We don't try and go, we try not to go too far up Scotland, don't we, Mick? There we go then, where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £40 there, £40 bid and away. At £40 bid, at £40 bid. At £40 and £50 bid then, at £50 bid, you find your way home with that one. At £50 bid then is the 60, at £50 bid then on sale at £50, don't forget. At £50 bid then, are you sure you don't want 60? At £50 then, he does want 60, I thought he did. At £60 bid then, Gisborough, you might be able to organise a lift home with that. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then for the first, then looking round, £60 then for the second, third and last time at £60. Thank you. And on to 552. There we are. Thank you. Here we are. A large Martini Racing light up sign. There we go. Porsche Martini Racing. Through there, big sign, he says, big sign. 83 inches to be precise. Well, that's what we've got here. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £300 there, look, Will. At £300 bid. At £300 bid then. At £300 bid. At 300 and 405 with me. At £500 bid then. At £500 bid then. Bidder number 600278. At £500 bid. Pardon?
Screen's gone.
The screen's gone. Oh, we've had a technical glitch, everybody. Bear with us, bear with us. Oh, we were doing all right then. Yeah, bear with us.
Oh, it has.
Has it?
Yeah.
What's happened, Will?
It's just probably just internet dropped.
It's just one of them things.
It is.
Oh.
Right, so we're good.
Bear with us, ladies and gents. We're just doing whatever we're doing.
Into the camera.
It'll give me a chance for a drink, though. Yeah.
It was when Mick was confronting his fan club.
No, but not on that screen.
Yeah, no.
No. Uh-oh. No. Here we go. They're like a little army come running in. Is the audio off and everything then?
Yes, it's...
Oh, is it? Like a little army come running in to try and resurrect things. Stand by, fellas at home, if you can hear us. Yeah, we'll be back on in a minute, I'm sure. Tell us a joke. Yeah.
Don't have to sit it.
Yeah. Still nothing on that screen there, Jack. No. Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go, we're coming now.
Yes.
Are we all back?
Yep.
We're nearly there, ladies and gents. Are we on? We're back. Sorry about that, everybody. I don't know quite where we went, but anyway, we're back. In fact, we didn't go anywhere, did we? But anyway, we're back. And we are still on lot 552, the large Porsche Martini light-up sign. There we are then, at £550 bid. At £550 then, and £600 here with me. At £600 bid then, at £600 bid then. Bidder number 600278. At £600 bid. At £600 bid then, the Porsche sign there, the light up sign. At £600 bid then is a 50, at £600. At £600 bid then for the first. At £600 for the second, for the third and last time looking round at £600. £600. Thank you. And on to lot number 553, selection of commemorative coins. There we are then. Now these, don't get excited, loads of you that have got loads of coins. These were a bit of a favour for a long-standing customer turned friend. So we don't want, as nice as they are, we don't want hundreds of these. But anyway, there we are then. Where are we going to be with them then? We're going to be 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 pound bid. That's 60 pound bid then. That's 60 pound bid. That's 60 pound bid then, the commemorative coins. That's 60 pound then is the 70. 60 pound bid then. That's 60 pounds. That's 60 pound bid then. That's 70 anywhere. That's 60 pound bid. Provisionally then, 60 pounds then for the first, second, third and last time at 60 pounds. We'll try for you. And on to 554. Here we are then. Ford Probe, 16 valve. There we are. These are going to grow in money, surely. The vendor has said a one owner club prize winner, so on and so forth. Paperwork's new video. It mentions the car outside the UK. No, not bothered about that, are we? ABS light and so on and so forth. There we are. No, there we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? Have we got 2.5 there somewhere, Charlie? We must have 2.5 to kick us off. There must be 2.5. There must be. There you go. Fastest finger first, isn't it? At 2,500. There we are then. At 2,500. Thank you. 2,005 and 6. At 2,006. At 2,600. 2,006, 2,700 he says. At 2,700 pound. At 2,007. At 2,700 pound bid. At 2,007. At 2,700, 2,800 he says. At 2,008. At 2,800 pound then. At 2,800 pounds. At 2,800 pound bid. At 2,800 is the 9. At 2,800 pound then. At 2,800 pounds we'll talk. At 2,800 pounds then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time 2,800. Very provisional, but we'll try. And on to 555. There we are. Original Goodyear tractor tyre poster. 35 inches thereabouts by 22. There we go. Mick's got it there. Look, there we go. Where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be 10, 20, 30 pound bid. At 30 pound bid then. At 30 pound bid then the poster. There we are. At 30 pound bid is the 40. At 30 pound bid then, should we say 40? At 30 pound bid and 40, I should think so. At 40 pound bid then. At 40 pound then is the 50. At 40 pound bid. 50 pound then, at 50 pound then, is the 60 anywhere? There is 60 pound bid. At 60 pound bid then is the 70, 60 pound bid then, it's off down to Somerset, 60 pound then for the first, 60 pound, 70 pound, 70 pound bid, at 70 pound bid then, 80 pound bid then, Somerset, at 80 pound bid, 80 pound bid then for the first, 90 pound then, at 90 pound bid then, staying a bit nearer Sheffield, at 90 pound bid, 100 pound and 110, at 110, at 110 pound then, at 110 pound then, Somerset bound, 110 pound then for the first, for the second, 120, 130, 130, at 130, 130 pound then, 130, are you done? At 130 pound then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 130. Thank you. And on to 556, little standard 8. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? Little standard 8, family owned for 3 generations, always garaged, or 3 generations from brand new, always garaged, original paperwork, had a leaded conversion, 45,000 miles, they say, chrome, glass, etc. It's been on several TV programmes. Oh, what a lovely, genuine little car that is. So there we are then. There we go. And upgraded front seats. There we go then. And we have £1,000 to start, Charlie. Look, £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 then the little standard 8, £1,100. £1,100 then. At 1,112 says Alan. At £1,200 there, Alan on the telephone. 13, he's against you. At 1,300 and 400. 14 online, I'm afraid, pipped you. And 15's pipped you again at £1,500. 16 says Andy, you got it this time. £1,600 bid. At 1,600 then. 17 says Alan. At £1,700 then, on sale. 18 he says. At £1,800 then. Andrew on the telephone there, 1,819, says Alan. At 1,900 2,000, he says. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid. Andy's phone, 2-1, he says. At 2,100. At 2,100, 2-2. At 2,002. 2,200. At 2,002 and 3. At £2,300 then. Alan on the telephone then, £2,300, 2-4. At 2,004. At 2,400. At £2,400, 2-5. At 2-5. At 2,005. Does he want 6? He does. At 2-6. 2,006. At £2,600 then. Andy there on the phone there, 2,600. At 2,600 then. The hammer's coming up, B sharp. 2,600 then for the first. Second, third and last time at 2-6. Thank you, thank for your bids. And on to lot number 557. Selection of old tins, all the proceeds to charity. There we are then. So what you bid is what you pay. There's no extra charges. Everything goes to charity. There we are then, £30 bid. At £30 bid then for the selection of tins. £30 then. Every garage you used to walk in had a selection of tins like that, full of nuts, bolts, screws. You won't really remember them too much, Charlie, but everybody's garage had all them. £40 bid then. At £40 bid. At £40 bid then. Don't forget there's no charges. At £40 bid is the 50. At £40 bid then. It's all going to charity, to the Yorkshire Air Ambulance. There we are. At £40 bid. At £40, £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid and 60. And £60 then. At £60 is the 70. £60 bid then for the assorted tins. At £60 then. Hammer's coming up then. £60 then to charity for the first, second, third and last time. £60. Well done. And on to lot 558. Now, there we are. Nice, bright, smart-looking Peugeot. There we go. Where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to start at 4,000, Charlie. That's where we're starting. 4,000. At 4,000, 4-1, he says. At 4,001. At 4,001. 4-1-4-2. 4,002. At 4,002. 4-2. At 4,002. No, it's in Mickshed. At 4,200. At £4,200 bid. At 4,243. At 4,003. 4,003. I keep getting a splinter off of here. At 4,003. At £4,300 then and 4-4. At 4,004. At 4,400. At £4,400 bid. At 4,400. 4-5. 4-5. 4-6. At 4,600. At 4,600 then. £4,600. At 4,600 then. Is that it? At 4,600 we'll submit, we'll talk. At 4,600 then for the first, second, third and last time, very provisional. 4-6. Hope you get it. It'd be a cheap car if it came at that, wouldn't it? And on to 559. Here we are then. A very rare MTB version Falcon Team Banana bicycle. There we go. I've been looking for one of these. Here we are. Look, mix on it. There we are. I wondered when my luck would change and one would arrive. There it is, look. There we are.
One time only.
He's the one time only, you're right. There you go, look. There we go then. Where are we going to be then? Is it a one-lady owner? Is it, by Jove? I wouldn't hold him to that, ladies and gents. Anyway, where are we going to be then? Can we get £50 bid? If we can't get 50, you can put it down. Is there 50 out there? There must be £50 out there for that. There must be. Is there? No. There is there. Woo, 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 woo. Just hang on a minute. There's £50 here. Look, there we go. £50. Well done, York. £50 bid. There you go, you see. £50 then is the 60. £50 bid then. We're at £50, ladies and gentlemen. £50. Is there 60 anywhere? Is there 60? £50 bid then. It is provisional, but we'll try for you. At £50 bid then for the first. For the second. Third and last time, provisionally at £50 on your bike. And on to lot number 560. Here we are then. Jaguar XJ RS 6-litre auto. There we are. That's a mouthful getting through that, isn't it? So what do you drive? There we go. lots and lots of information and things on there that you've all seen and read. It's a nice old car. There you go. Mick's giving it the seal of approval there. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 17, 17 and a quarter, 17.5 at 17,507.50 at 17,750 at 17,750 pound bid at 17,750 17,750 bid at 17,750 at 17,750 is there 18 at 17,750 at 17,750 B sharp.
Nice car, Dave says.
Nice car.
It's not a normal XJS.
No, I know. No, it's Dave's just sat down. He's actually sat down. I don't know what he's doing, but anyway, he's sat down there, ladies and gentlemen, saying it's not a normal average XJS. It's a special car. So
It's a very special car.
they are indeed, yeah. So he's just saying the 6-litre model is a very special thing. At 17,750, at 17,750, then looking for 18 anywhere. 17,750 pound bid only at 17,750. Is there 18 at 17,750? Then we'll talk. Looking round for the first, 17,750 for the second, provisionally for the third and last time, 17,750. There we go, we'll talk. And on to 561. There we are then, Hercules Cycles Repro sign, 28 inches by 20 or thereabouts. There we go, we got 10, 20, 30, 40 pound here with me, Charlie, 40 pound bid. At 40 pound bid then, at 40 pound bid here with me. Excuse me, at 40 pounds then is the 50, at 40 pound bid, at 40 pound bid then, is the 50 anywhere, at 40 pound bid then, at 40 pound bid, is that it, at 40 pound then for the first, at 40 pound for the second, he's thinking about it, look, for the third and last time at 40 pound, provisionally at 40, and on to 562, there we are, Volvo Estate. There was a bit of controversy with mileage on this car earlier in the week, and it should be on there somewhere. The mileometer hasn't actually changed in the last few years. Doesn't seem to have filtered through on here, but anyway, it should have done. So make no mistake, the mileometer is incorrect. There you go. So.
Other than that, and a few little bits of trim that maybe want replacing and putting back on, it's actually quite a level car.
Charlie just said, other than the mileometer being incorrect, it's actually a really good car. So a couple of little jobs to do, but generally speaking, I think it was the owner's company car or something. This one. Anyway, there you go. Enough of me rabbiting on. There we are. Look, we're at 2000, 21, 22, 23, 2003, 23, 24. 24, 25, 2005, 26, 27, 2007, 28, 29, 29, 3 with me, Charlie, 3,000 at 3,000 pound bid. At 3,000 pound bid, bidder number 5, treble 028, and 3-1, 3-2, 3,002. At 3,002, 3-3, more room in that than a Transit, you know, 3-3, or a Vivaro, Jack. At 3,300 pound bid. At 3,300, then the old Volvo Estate there, great old workhorse, aren't they? At 3,004 and 5, 3,005. At 3,500, at 3,500 pound bid. At 3,005 is there 6. At 3,500 pound then, is that it? Are we done? At 3,005, no we're not. 3,6. At 3,006 and 7. 3,007. At 3,700 pound, then they're one of them cars you could sell to your next door neighbour, aren't they? Brilliant. At 3,708, 3,008, 3,9, 3,009. At 3,009, someone going to fill it up? At 3,900 pound, then. At 3,900 pound, then the hammer's coming up. Then 3,904, 4,000, 4,000, 4,1. At 4,001, 4,100 pound bid. At 4,100 are we done? At 4,100 then the hammer's coming up then. 4,100 then for the first. For the second, for the third and last time, 4,100. Oh! Just as well I've got quick reactions, Norfolk. There we are then, 4,2 and 4,3. 4,003 at 4,300. At 4,300 then, I'll give you an extra minute or two. At 4,300 pound bid. At 4,300 then, do we want 4? At 4,300, at 4,300 for 4. That was Jack, in all fairness, Charlie. Jack's man's decided to come in. 4-5, you're outbid, Jack. 4-5. At 4,005. 4-6, he says. At 4,006. At 4,006, he nearly missed it. At 4,006 and 7. 4-7. At 4,700 pound. At 4,700 then, the hammer's coming up then. 4,700 pound then for the first, second, third and last time. 4-7. Thank you for your bids, everybody there. And on to 4-5-6-3, that one, 5-6-3. Here we are then, a Rally Bodgy bicycle. There we go, where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, please, Charlie. £100 bid at £100. At £100 then, there you go, Andy's on it, there we go, look, £100 bid, that's my bidder in all fairness. At £100 bid, 110, there you go, I'm out. At 110, 120, at £120, 130, at £130, 140, at £140 then, what a lovely little bike, 150, at 150, 160, 160, 160, is there 70? There is, at £170 bid. At 170, 180, 180, at £180, 190, 190. You might as well have 200. You had, you're right. At £200 bid. At £200 then. At £200 is there 10. There is. At £210 then, Retford. At £210. £210 bid. At 210 then is the 20 B sharp. At £210 then, 220. 220 at £220. At £220, £220 then for the first. At 220 for the second. 230 at 230. Don't leave it till the last minute, you'll miss it. At 230, are we there? No. 240 at £240 bid. At £240 then. At £240 then for the first. For the second, third and last time at 240. There you go. And on to 564. There we are then. MGB. And we have got, Charlie, just for your reference, this side has crept up to 4.9. Look, mate. Thank you. And the vendor has given here, restored a few years ago with photos of the rebuild, lots of historical paperwork and workshop manuals, recent water pump, distributor, etc. And we are at 4.9. Just put that next one up to or put it to a 50, will you, for my numbers here. There we are then at £4,900 bid. And we're looking for 50 because of my increments. At £4,900 then. At 4,900, bidder number 6, treble 092. At 4,900. At 4,900 then, is there 50 anywhere? At £4,900. At 4,900. 4,900, it is on sale at £4,900 bid. At 4,009 then for the first. At 4,009 for the second. Third and last time at 4.9. There we are. And on to 565. Honda CRV.
I drove this to Thornton, it drives really well.
Charlie drove this to Thorntondale. He can confirm it drives really, really well. So that's nice, that's good. And we have £2,000 bid there, look, and we're off. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000. At £2,000 is there one. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 then, £2,000 bid then, looks a lot of car for £2,000. At £2,000 bid then, at £2,000, £2,000 then, just drop that to 50, Charlie, because I've got to give this chap here a chance. At 2,050 with me. At 2,050 here with me, bidder number 60030221. There you go. At 2,100. At £2,100 then. At 2,100 then. At £2,100 then, being sold provisionally, £2,100 bid. At 2,100 then for the first, second, third and last time, looking round at 2-1. Provisionally at 2-1. And on to 566 Triumph TR3. There we are. I love these little cars. They're a lovely little car, these. already been painted, the upholstery has been done, lots of new parts fitted, does need finishing, a few minor small jobs to make it fully correct. There we are. What a lovely little car, aren't they? What a great little thing. And we've got £11,000 to kick us off. £11,000 bid. £11,000. They look good value to me. 11,000. If we can't get much more, then we might have to put it in the timed auction. £11,000 then. 11,000 is the 250. £11,000. Nope. We're going to have to put that in the timed auction, and I think we'll have to leave that one. You coming on?
I'll do the finish off if you want. If you want to go and get some provisionals sorted.
There you go. Dave's going to just jump on and do a few, and I shall disappear and get busy. Thank you.
Right then, guys. Yeah, I'll just sort of finish off. There you are. Yeah, cool. There's lots of provisionals to take care of, and for both of us try and keep up with our own jobs in and amongst everything else, emails and provisionals. So I might as well finish off a little stab today. There we are then. So 567, the Mathewsons model van, truck, boxed, unused. That's nice, isn't it? Unused as well. £100 we've got. At £100 then we're going to sell at £100. At £100 we bid. At £100 then. At £100. At £100 then. At £100. At £100. At £100 bid. At £100 then. £100 then up to Catrick Garrison. At £100 then are we all done. At £100 then for the first. £100 for the second, third and last time at £100. 568 is the Lambkins Navy Cut cigarette sign, Michael. There you go. There you are. Again, there you are. A modernish sign there, but still a wall filler. Where we're going to be? £20 bid. At £20 then. At £20 then are we all done at 20? At £20 that's cheap enough. At 30 then. £30 and done and sold and away. At 30 are we all there? At 30, £40 then. At £40 we've got. At £40 then. £40 then. £40, £50 bid at 50. At £50 then. £50 we're going to sell. At £50 then. Nice wall filler there at £50. Hammer's coming down. Off it goes at £50. So, Jackie, 569. The large Red X oil drum and large Castrol oil drum. There you are, a couple of nice drums there just for display. Where we're going to be again, we have got 20, 30, 40, £50 bid, at £50 then, at £50 bid, at £50 then, at £50. Nice display, especially that Castrol one, look, that's lovely that, £60 and sold, at £60 then, £60 and sold and gone, at 60, £70 we have at 70, at £70 bid, 80 there, 80 there, £80 bid, at 80, £80 we've got, £90 then at 90, £100 then at 100, at £100. At £100 then, Hammer's coming down at £100. Off we go then at £100. Sold. Right, number 570, the Ford Cortina. The super sensibly priced Ford Cortina. There we go. £5,000 on the way. Thank you, 5,000. At £5,000 then, 5,2, 5,4, 5,4, 5,4, 5,6. 5,006, 5,006, 5,008. At £5,800 she's sold at 5,8. At 5,008, 5,008, £6,000 bid. 62 I've got. 62's on the internet, not you, Alan. 64, 6,004, 66, 68, £7,000 we've got. At £7,000 then. At £7,000. 72 in Hertfordshire. 72. 7,200 in Hertfordshire, £7,200 on sale and sold at 72. I'll take 100 if it helps. 74, 74, 74 we've got with Alan. 74, 74, 75, 7,500 on sale, going. £7,500 at 75, 7,500. At 7,500 is off to Hertfordshire then, and £7,500 with Alan as the underbidder there at 7,500. Sold. Lot number 571, the Ford Capri, the 2.8 Capri. There we are in white. I had a look around the car today. Actually, a real level old car, this. Right level old car. Definitely worth its money. Good underneath. Very impressed underneath. Smart. Wants a correct period radio, and I think there was a couple of little marks on the passenger seat, I think. A few cosmetic bits and pieces, but basically a good car, and most importantly, the underside is nice. So there we are then. So where we're going to be, we've got 11. I bet 11-2, 11-2, 11-4, 11-6, 11-8, 11,008. £11,800 we have, £11,008, £11,800 bid, £11,008, 11.8, 11.9, £12,000 with Michael, £12,000 we've got. At £12,000 bid, £12,000, 12.2 in Maidstone, in Kent, 12.2, 12.4, 12,004, 12,004, at 12,004, 12.6, 12.8, cheap car, 12.8, 12,008, worth every penny that, 13 we've got, 13.2, 13.2, 13.2, £13,200 then, 13.2, at 13,002, 13.4, 13.6, 13.6, 13,600, at £13,600, 13.8, 14 we've got, £14,000, at 14,000, I'll take 100 if it helps, 14.2 we've got, 14.2, 14.3, 14.3, 14,003 we've got, 14.3, 14.4, 14.5, 14.5, 14.6, 14.7, 14.7 on the phones, 14.8, 14.9, £15,000 on sale, it's going, £15,000 and 1, 15.1, 15.1, £15,100 then on the telephones at 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, straight back 15.3, 15.3, 15,304 and 5, 15.5 and 6 and 7, 15.7 we've got, £15,700 then on the phones here with us, and 8 and 9, 15.9, 16, 1, 16.1, 16.1, 16.1 on the phones at 16.1. We're going to pull the lever, Michael, it's your telephone bidder at 16.1, 16.2, fresh bidder, 16.2, fresh bidder in Somerset, 16.3, 16.3, Somerset, been patiently waiting, 16.4, 16.5, 16.5, 16.6, 16.7, 16.8, 16.9, 16.9 we've got, 17 in Somerset, 17 in Somerset, 17 we've got in Somerset. What's he want to do? 17.1. 17.1. On the phones at 17.1. 17.2. What's he want to do? Next one, 17.3. What's he think? Thank you for letting me know. 17.2. I think Somerset, you've got it at 17,200. Maidstone's out. Michael, you're out. Somerset, you're in at £17,200. He is sure. I'm going to drop the hammer down at 17.2 for the first, second, third, and last time. Sold. 17.2. 572. The 2002 MG. Here we are. Just take that back a bit on my page. There we go. The 2002 MGTF. We get offered probably in excess of a dozen of these every week, and I turned down 11 of them. There, that gives you an idea. We only let the nice ones, or the very, very sensibly smart, cheap and cheerful ones, £1,000, £2,000, that type of level, that are just so cheap and cheerful. There you go. This is sort of straddles a bit of both camps, doesn't it, really? It's a right bright car, sensible on the money, dead sensible, nice car. Look, well worth its money. £3,000 on the way. At £3,000 we've got. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 then. One careful lady owner, it says. Here, red MGTF, immaculate condition, first registered September 2002. One careful lady owner from you, always garaged. Ah, there you go. At £3,200 we've got. At £3,200 then at 32. At £3,200 then at £3,200 we've got. 32, 33. Arguably the one to buy then. At 33. 33 we've got. 3,003, 3,4. 3,400, certainly the right colour. At £3,400 we have. At 3,400. 3,400. Sensible on the miles as well. 3,500, 3,600, 3,006, £3,600 then. At 3.6, I'll take a 50 if it helps. We just need to get that a little bit more. At 3.6, we're almost there. 3.650. 3.650, we're nearly there. 3.650. 3.7. 3.7. £3,700. £3,700 and 50 and on sale. She's on sale, she's going. At £3,750 then it's going to go. At £3,750 then on sale, £3,800 bid. At 38, at 38, at £3,800 then off it goes at 38.50. 3,850 on sale at 3,850 and 9. 3.9. £3,900 we've got. 3.9 at 3,900 then for the first. 3.9 for the second. Third and last time, hammers coming down at £3,900. Sold at 3.9. 573 is a Triumph TR6. Here we are. Bonny looking little car. I have owned my TR6 since 1975. 50 years, only 2 owners. There it says there. That's nice, isn't it? Thank you very much for that, Norman. There we are. There you go. I've owned my TR6 since 1975. That's lovely, isn't it? Suspension. Nice car, that, says Michael. Suspension and steering have been rebuilt. The body has been stripped to bare metal and repainted. Fuel injection was restored by KML. They are new hood and tonneau. Present mileage 70,853. There you go. There, what a genuine little car that looks, isn't it? There you go. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £12,000. Yes. At 12,000 we've got. At 12,000 and a quarter. 12,250 and 5. £12,500. If you're looking for a nice genuine car, look at that. Same owner since 1975. At 12,500 we have. At 12,500 and 750. 12,750. At 12,750. At 12,750 we've got. At 12,750 they're lovelier a TR6 as well. At 12,750 then. At 12,750 £13,000 we have. At £13,000. At £13,000 then. At £13,000 in the current ownership for 50 years. 50 years in the current man's hands. At £13,000 we've got. 13,000. £13,000 then at £13,000. At 13,000. At £13,000 then, are we there? At 13,000, we'll submit it. We'll have a chat with Norman, see what he wants to do at £13,000. It's going to be a bit of a wrench for him, I would think, after 50 years, if the truth be known. At £13,000 then. At 13,000. I will just throw a 1 in, Charlie, because I always say I give people the opportunity to do the 50s and the 100s. So just to keep it absolutely transparent, I will just let the 100s flow. At 13,000 we've got them at the moment. If not, off we go. £13,000 then. At £13,000. At 13,000 then. I've given you all the opportunity then. At £13,000. Provisional at 13,000. I didn't want anyone coming back and saying, oh, I'd beat an extra 100. Lot number 574 is the Bedford HA van, basically. There he is. There we are. Little Viva van. That's what we know him as anyway. There you go. Ill health has sadly witnessed the project stall, but a great project there for someone. A great project. Where are we going to be? £2,000, 2,100, 2, 22, 3, 23. At 2003 we have at 2,3. 2003 then at 2003 we have. At 2003. At 2324. 24 we've got. At 2004. At £2,400 then, thank you, at 24. At 2,400 then. At £2,400. 2004, we'll submit it for you at 2,400. That'd be a nice little project, wouldn't it? And commercial as well makes a change, doesn't it? They're a lot easier to do than cars, aren't they, as well? At 2004, £2,400 bid at 24. At 24 then, are we all done at 2,400? Provisional at 24. 575 is a pair of high-lift farm jacks. There we are. We have got some bids on the screen there, Michael. Paul. Charlie, have been all around the houses at the moment here. We're all over the place. There we are. At £90. At £90 we've got. 90 at £100 bid. Oh, £100 then, are we all there at £100? Oh, £100 for the first, second, third and last time. Sold at £100. And then moving on to the Lexus. I don't see many of these, do you, nowadays? There you go, the Lexus. The IS200. Let me just update my screen quickly.
Really clean old car. I think I did the pictures and the video on it.
Carly's just said there, a very, very clean old car. There you go. Has not been wet in the last 12 years. One lady owner since 8,000 miles. That's lovely. There you go. There you go, lovely old car there, look you go. Where are we going to be? We've got £5,000 bid, so she's sold straight away. £5,000 we've got, 5-1, 2, 5,002, 5,002 and 3, 5,300. Up £5,300 bid, up 5-3, up 5,300. I'm going to sell it. Up £5,300. It's on sale. Off it goes at £5,300. I hope you're happy with that, Marlene. Up £5,300 then. Off she goes then, bless her. Up £5,300. It's going to go 54. 5,004. Up 5,400. Up £5,400 bid. Up 5,004 for the first. 5,004 for the second. Third and last time at 54. Sold at 54. Is that my tea lady? I thought I saw her.
Linda's gone, so you're going to have to put up with my tea now.
I was lying. Hers is not the best.